Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 751. 751, The Third Duel. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei picked up the hypnotized Si Tang and placed her gently on the bed. He then brushed his fingers softly against the girl's face. Jiang Fei could not help but smile as he did so. Of course, he had only pure thoughts in his mind at the moment. After making sure Si Tang was lying down comfortably, Jiang Fei retrieved the mind-transferring device from his spatial ring. He had asked Ariel to hypnotize Si Tang because he wanted to spare the explanation of the advanced technology. After setting up the mind-transferring device on Si Tang securely, Jiang Fei asked 0541 to start the transferring process. As you wish, Captain. 0541 immediately activated the mind-transferring device. A large amount of information started entering Si Tang's mind, including a set of martial arts techniques and 2 sets of martial arts skills. After approximately 2 hours, the memory transfer was completed. Jiang Fei took off the mind-transferring device and placed it back into his spatial ring. All right, wake her up, Jiang Fei said to Ariel. Okay. Ariel snapped her fingers as Si Tang's eyelids started moving slightly. Si Tang was in a daze when she woke up. She then exclaimed all of a sudden, "Ah, bastard, you are unbelievable." As she shouted, Si Tang quickly examined her body and her clothes. However, she soon discovered that nothing had happened to her. "What is your filthy mind thinking about?" Jiang Fei said as he tapped lightly on Si Tang's forehead. "TSK, you are worse than a beast," Si Tang mumbled to herself. However, her face was flushed with embarrassment, which made her look extraordinarily adorable. "All right, stop thinking about nonsense. Try exploring the new information in your mind," Jiang Fei said as he tickled Si Tang's nose lovingly. "Oh." Si Tang suddenly realized there was a lot of new information in her brain. However, she could not comprehend all of it immediately. What is all this? It's so messed up. After approximately half an hour, Si Tang was done reviewing the information in her mind. However, she still could not understand a lot of it. "These are all techniques and skills on how to use your newfound energy," Jiang Fei explained. "Oh, but I still don't get it," Si Tang said with a pout. "You do not need to know exactly how the energy usage works. All you have to do is to familiarize yourself with the process. Anyway, it does not matter if you understand it or not, as it cannot be changed. As for the techniques and skills, you may ask for Shang Guanqi's help," Jiang Fei said as he laughed. Although these knowledge were all transferred into Si Tang's mind, she was not as well prepared as Jiang Fei was when he first acquired similar knowledge. Jiang Fei had at least learned a few simple martial arts secret techniques and received guidance from Old Man Hai and the Yang sisters before he had received the memory transfer. Therefore, it was normal that Si Tang could barely understand any of the martial arts stuff. Although Jiang Fei knew how to use the techniques, he did not understand the theories behind them. There was no way he could teach Si Tang on his own. Fortunately, Shang Guanqi, who had a lot of knowledge and experience in martial arts, was around. She understood martial arts techniques and skills with in-depth knowledge, which made her the perfect tutor for Si Tang. "Oh, all right then," Si Tuying nodded. "Lay down for a while. I will talk to Shang Guanqi." As Si Tang had just received a large amount of information, she needed time to lie down and process the information. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to speak to Shang Guanqi on his own. He then walked out of the room. "Is it all done?" As soon as she heard Jiang Fei walk out of the room, Shang Guanqi came over. "Yeah, it's all done. Sister, I need your help with something." Jiang Fei laughed as he spoke. "What's that?" Shang Guanqi asked. "If you have time, please teach Si Tang a few things about martial arts. She does not have any foundation at all. It will be very troublesome for her to learn on her own," Jiang Fei said frankly. As he treated Shang Guanqi as his own sister, he did not beat around the bush. "Aren't you worried that I might steal the techniques from her?" Shang Guanqi asked curiously. After all, She was aware of the forbidden act in the martial arts world. What's there to be worried about? If you want to learn, I could give you the secret techniques directly. Jiang Fei laughed. He did not care about sex and such trivial things. If Shang Guanqi believed that 0541's specially designed techniques were helpful for her, Jiang Fei was more than happy to provide her with those techniques. Hee. All right then. I'll teach sea tying about martial arts in my free time. Shang Guanqi replied as she laughed. While Jiang Fei was transferring memory into sea tying's mind, the third duel between China and the major rice-exporting country had begun. This time, it was not because the major rice-exporting country had figured out how to fight against China's battle aircraft. Instead, it was because Robert could no longer handle the pressure from the government. After 2 consecutive failures, he still could not figure out the enemy's weaknesses. While it put Robert in a very difficult position, it also meant that he could potentially be fired. He was still allowed to stay on in his role, because the major rice-exporting country was determined to go to war against China. Moreover, it was also a huge taboo for an army's commander to be changed right before a war. Otherwise, Robert would already have received his termination letter. Therefore, Robert was acutely aware that he could no longer prolong the wait. If he continued to waste time and resources of the military, the thirst for war would dissipate, which might mean the war might not take place at all. If that were to happen, Robert would lose the chance of redeeming himself by winning the war. By then, his would be out of job. Therefore, Robert decided in his heart that he must immediately take on the third duel. He could only hope that they won this time. However, Robert had very little hope for that to happen. After all, they were still unable to decipher the Chinese battle aircraft's attributes. If they lost again, Robert would claim that the Chinese had cheated. He would then highlight the fact that the major rice-exporting country had sacrificed their own pilots, which would heighten the emotions in the country. As such, the government would be pressured to go to war immediately. As long as the war took place, Robert would be able to keep his role as the commander of the fleet until the end of the war. If they were to win the war, he would be able to redeem himself for his previous failures. Robert had not even considered the possibility that they might lose. After all, how could a major rice-exporting country's fleet lose in battle? Moreover, they had the support from the European alliance's fleet. The Chinese could not possibly win unless they had help from aliens. As such, Robert decided to initiate the third duel without having figured out how to defeat the enemy's battle aircraft. Although China wanted to drag the period of duels, Han Tianyu naturally would not reject his request to begin the third duel immediately. After all, China had already bragged in the past that they had developed technologically advanced equipment. If they were to reject the request, their enemy might start suspecting otherwise. Thus, an overwhelmingly underprepared battle aircraft from the major rice-exporting country took off from Tokyo and headed toward the fight zone. A Planet Namek aircraft from China also took to the air. Chapter 752 Instant Kill. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There was another early warning aircraft which accompanied the major rice-exporting country's battle aircraft. The early warning aircraft entered the fight zone in advance so that its strong radar and electronic system could provide reliable support to the battle aircraft. Eagle 3, I have entered the designated area. For the time being, I have not discovered the Chinese battle aircraft or the early warning aircraft. The major rice-exporting country's early warning aircraft's pilot was rather nervous as well. After all, the Chinese battle aircraft's invisibility effect was so perfect that even the battle aircraft's radar and the electronic explorer vessel could not detect it. Therefore, no one was certain that the early warning aircraft would be able to detect anything either. Command Center, this is Falcon 3. I have locked on to the target. Please advise. On the contrary, China's pilot in the battle aircraft was much more relaxed. As soon as the aircraft took to the air, its radar immediately locked on to the major rice-exporting country's battle aircraft and early warning aircraft through their signals. Disregard the early warning aircraft. Destroy the battle aircraft and return. The command center gave the order immediately. Falcon 3, affirmative. The Chinese pilot immediately started manipulating the weapon controls in the aircraft. He then placed his finger on the activation button. As the Planet Namek battle aircraft had already locked onto the two enemy battle aircraft, the pilot would be able to open fire after selecting his target. Unlike normal guided missiles, the first batch of battle aircraft Jiang Fei provided were interceptor aircraft. They were used mainly for space defense against galactic vessels and star destroyers. Although normal battle vessels were not as large as Braveheart, they were still at least a few thousand meters in length. Star destroyers were incredibly powerful, as the name suggests. They were usually bigger than even the Earth's aircraft carriers. Such vessels were capable of destroying a region as big as the entire Europe. In order to fight against such a powerful vessel, the interceptor aircraft's light cannon was equally powerful. Basically, it had a shooting range of several thousand kilometers. In essence, as soon as the major rice-exporting country's battle aircraft had taken to the sky, it was already within shooting range of China's battle aircraft. Open fire. After selecting the battle aircraft as his target, the Chinese pilot pressed on the red activate button. Buzz. After half a second of charging, a blue beam of light fired from the light cannon, which instantly destroyed the major rice-exporting country's battle aircraft. Oh no, there is high energy activity in front. The major rice-exporting country's early warning aircraft noticed an oddity right as the Chinese battle aircraft opened fire. However, the warning came too late. Weapons which operated at the speed of light, like the light cannon, did not allow the major rice-exporting country's battle aircraft to react in time. The battle aircraft was destroyed nearly as soon as the early warning aircraft discovered the abnormality. The light cannon's immense amount of energy instantly engulfed the entire battle aircraft. The pilot in the aircraft did not even have time to eject himself from the aircraft and was thus vaporized along with the battle aircraft. How was this possible? The pilot in the early warning aircraft was stunned. China's technological advancement was far greater than they had imagined. There was definitely a huge gap between the two countries' level of technology. What happened? Robert shouted loudly in the encrypted communication channel. Our battle aircraft has been destroyed. The early warning aircraft pilot reported. Did the Chinese battle aircraft attack in close range once again? Robert asked. No, the opponent had used a fixed light cannon weapon. The power is extraordinarily great, came the reply. What? Robert was shocked. Although China's battle aircraft were powerful, they would not be very efficient if they only relied on normal cannons and collisions in battle. However, it would be a different story if they operated with long-range weapons. With a major rice-exporting country's radar completely useless in detecting their invisible opponents with fixed-target weapons, it would not be surprising if one of China's aircraft could take down 100 of its opponents. What do we do? What do we do? Robert was beginning to panic. If China's battle techniques were truly so advanced, the major rice-exporting country will be fighting a losing battle if they initiated a war right now. Moreover, if the news of this discovery reached the government, it would not allow its soldiers to fight in a battle it was sure to lose in. On the other hand, if the war was terminated before it even began, Robert would have to bear the blame of losing two of the country's best pilots as the commander of the fleet. Moreover, he would have to bear the shame of losing to China. In the best-case scenario, he would probably lose his job. In the worst-case scenario, he might even become the scapegoat to appease the country's citizens. Although Robert was in a state of panic, he was still an experienced commander. His vigilance allowed him to discover some anomalies in the duel. Firstly, China's battle aircraft was far too powerful. If the major rice-exporting country had such a powerful weapon, they would not easily display it. Instead, they would use it as an element of surprise to defeat their opponent in war. However, the Chinese were strange. They had actually used such a strong weapon before the war even started. If the major rice-exporting country became intimidated by the weapon, the war might be terminated. Although terminating the war was a good option for China, it did not benefit them as much as actually defeating the major rice-exporting country in a full-blown war for world dominance. Could the Chinese lack the confidence in winning the war? Robert thought to himself. However, How could they not have the confidence with such a powerful battle aircraft? Even if we used nuclear bombs, we would not be able to get past these interceptor aircraft. Could this type of battle aircraft have some unknown weakness? Robert felt that he was getting closer to the truth as he continued his analysis. What could this weakness be? Although Robert had his suspicions, he could not quite put a finger on what exactly the weakness was. I have no choice but to report this to my superiors. I'll let the middlemen investigate this. Robert finally shook his head in resignation. At the same time, China's victorious battle aircraft had returned to the base, as it had opened fire from a great distance, and it was not too far away from the airport. It was able to land safely despite the large amount of energy it expended from the attack. All right, it's time for the spies to play 007's part in this show. Han Tianyu said as he checked the time. The 3 duels had been completed. It all depended on how good the major rice-exporting country spies were and how fast Jiang Fei was able to produce the equipment he needed. That night, Jiang Fei received Han Tianyu's report for what happened in the day. He found out the 3 duels had all been completed. Although Han Tianyu did not tell Jiang Fei to hurry up, Jiang Fei knew how urgently he needed those equipment. After all, the weapons could not be used immediately after they were acquired. The battle vessels and aircraft would need to be operated by humans. Regardless of how advanced Planet Namex technology was, some time was still needed for the army to get used to operating those equipment. All right, send someone to pick up the equipment tomorrow, Jiang Fei said after much thought. Since the equipment were already completed, he could hand them over at any time. Chapter 753, Assassin. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After ending the call with Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei thought silently for a while. There was a lot that he needed to attend to. One of the things that concerned him was the impending war between China and a major rice-exporting country. The battle against the mutant army was undoubtedly of utmost priority. In order to fight against the mutant army, Jiang Fei needed to strengthen his capabilities. As such, he needed to create biohumans to expand his powers. However, creating biohumans required energy and souls. While Jiang Fei never stopped searching for the engine room and could always find energy sources, souls were another matter completely. 0541 had set a target for Jiang Fei where the artificial intelligence souls must truly fall in love with Jiang Fei before it could bring them into the real world. That meant that merely relying on the infatuated state of reputation in the game was not sufficient. Jiang Fei needed to deepen his relationship with these ladies until they truly fell for him. Flirting with women might sound like an enjoyable activity. However, doing it with tens or hundreds of them at the same time was not easy. Although rich men and even emperors in ancient times had multiple wives and concubines, not many of these women truly loved these men. In fact, the women probably loved the wealth and power more than the men themselves. However, based on 0541's target, such women would not be suitable products. Only those who truly fell for Jiang Fei would be qualified to be brought into the real world. As such, Jiang Fei felt greatly pressured by the high level of difficulty. Despite owning the title of Romeo, making 20 women fall in love with him in 1 week was still a very difficult challenge. Therefore, Jiang Fei cringed each time he thought of trying to accomplish the task. 0541, can we make this easier, please? Jiang Fei asked. No, it is against the 819 code. Your request has been denied. 0541, answer mechanically. Darn, Jiang Fei knew there was no point in trying to negotiate. If 0541 spoke in its usual tone, Jiang Fei might still be able to make a bargain. However, if 0541 answered in its mechanical tone, that meant there was no possibility of changing its decision. Once I'm done creating the bio-human army, I'll be able to insult Han Tianyu for being an amateur womanizer, Jiang Fei murmured to himself. All this while, Han Tianyu had claimed to be a great womanizer. He always made fun of Jiang Fei for being inexperienced in romance. However, Jiang Fei believed that if he could win over the hearts of so many women, he was definitely much better than Han Tianyu. After sorting things out at home, Zhang Fei logged into the game at 10 o'clock at night. As there was a match today, Zhang Fei first went to the PvP arena near the City of Sinners. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei was not able to meet an opponent with one of the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. Never mind. I should spend time with the ladies. Zhang Fei shook his head. After walking out of the PvP arena, Zhang Fei had intended to head over to the Demon Dragon Fortress through the teleportation point in the City of Sinners. However, just as he was about to walk into the City of Sinners, his martial arts instincts told him something was amiss. Zhang Fei looked around. However, he did not notice anything unusual. Am I just being paranoid? Zhang Fei frowned as he continued walking toward the teleportation point. Minus 289,564, plus 195,456 ding. Zhang Fei's health points were suddenly reduced to 0. Thereafter, a golden light flashed over his body. The token of the god of crafts, Undying Aegis, had been activated. There's an assassin. Zhang Fei was shocked. At the same time, he activated his Shadow Barrier. Shadow Barrier allows you to block a single attack. You can block up to 3 attacks in a day. Zhang Fei did not use his invincibility effect, mainly because he was unsure if his opponent had chaotic attacks. If the opponent did have it or something similar, his invincibility effect would be wasted and he might be killed instantly. After activating Shadow Barrier, Zhang Fei immediately turned around to see who had assaulted him. A player. Zhang Fei frowned when he saw a figure in the distance. Initially, Zhang Fei thought he had been assaulted by a light faction's overlord boss. However, when he turned around, all he saw was a player running away at a very high speed. The person moved extremely quickly. In fact, he was much faster than Zhang Fei, who had signed nearly 100 love contracts and had the speed boost from his infatuated passive effect. Zhang Fei could not even see the player's name clearly. Whoosh! With a whistle, Zhang Fei summoned the EVOL. Skylighting Dragon. It was not safe to remain on land. The assassin might return for a second assault. Cauldron of Agility? Zhang Fei very quickly understood why the earlier incident had happened. The player must have acquired the Cauldron of Agility, which provided him with 100,000 agility points. That was why the player could deal such high damage and had an incredible movement speed. This is tough. Zhang Fei frowned as he pondered about the identity of the assassin. It was as if the assassin existed to take Zhang Fei's life. Although there were 5 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, which provided one with main attributes, and Zhang Fei had already acquired the cauldrons of intelligence and spirit, the remaining cauldrons of strength, agility, and vitality still remained in the hands of other players. Zhang Fei feared the cauldron of agility the most. While the player holding the cauldron of vitality had a lot of health points and defense, Zhang Fei eventually killed the player after he transformed and was able to ignore his opponent's defense. Similarly, although the player with the cauldron of strength had very high damage, Zhang Fei could still defeat the player with his advantages of high speed and ranged attacks. Moreover, the player with the cauldron of strength would not be able to survive against Zhang Fei's painful attacks. The only threat Zhang Fei was truly worried about was the assassin with the cauldron of agility. This assassin left no trace behind. Moreover, he could remain invisible and strike before Zhang Fei even realized he was there. Even if Zhang Fei chased after him while riding his dragon, Zhang Fei would not be able to keep up with the speed boost from 100,000 agility points. The only way Zhang Fei could be fast enough to chase the assassin was if he completed the Dragon God's quest, which was to sign 10,000 love contracts. Hence, Zhang Fei was now in a situation where he could potentially be killed by the assassin with the Cauldron of Agility, and he would not even be able to fight back. If the Cauldron of Agility is in the hands of an unknown assassin, and the Cauldron of Strength is with people not people, then where would the Cauldron of Vitality be? Zhang Fei mumbled to himself. He only had 2 ways to overcome this obstacle. Firstly, he could sign 10,000 love contracts to boost his speed so that he could keep up with the assassin. Through this method, Zhang Fei would be able to defeat his opponent with his ranged attacks. The second method was to acquire the Cauldron of Vitality. With the Cauldron of Vitality, the assassin would not be able to kill Jiang Fei instantly with one attack. As such, Jiang Fei would become undefeatable. Chapter 754, The Nephilim King Summon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Despite having the two options, the decision did not come easy to Jiang Fei. First of all, it was basically impossible to sign 10,000 love contracts. Even up until now, Jiang Fei had only signed less than 100 of them. Hearing that one had to sign an astronomical figure of 10,000 contracts was already horrifying enough. Imagine trying alone to accomplish it. Secondly, seizing the Cauldron of Vitality was way more feasible than the previous option. However, Jiang Fei totally had no idea as to who had the Cauldron of Vitality, let alone seize it. Sigh, this is really annoying. Jiang Fei threw his head back roughly, then rode the EVOL, skylighting dragon, around the city of sinners for a while. After he was sure that the damned assassin had left, he landed in front of the teleportation point. After getting off his mount, Jiang Fei directly teleported back to the Demon Dragon Fortress. As this was Jiang Fei's territory, the assassin who was not a member of Jiang Fei's guild could not teleport here directly. After returning to the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei continued to spend quality time with the 25 selected NPC girls in order to grow closer to them. 0541's monitoring showed the comprehensive data of these girls' points increasing rapidly. So, as long as Jiang Fei focused on getting closer to them, they would soon be able to meet the required standards and go to the real world to help him. While Jiang Fei was playing around with these girls, a ray of light suddenly flashed beside him. "Brother, my father wants to see you." The elder Prince Otis appeared beside Jiang Fei. "Oh, see me?" Jiang Fei was surprised. "Yes, the Sea Emperor has unified the waters," Otis said. "I see." Jiang Fei nodded. He already somewhat understood why Augustus wanted to see him. Since Poseidon had unified the seas, it meant that they were going to join forces with the Nephilims and attack the Light faction. If Augustus wanted to see him now, it was definitely related to this matter. In other words, the war between the Light and Dark faction was going to begin. "You girls go back for now. I have to go to the Abyss," Jiang Fei said to the girls around him. "Okay, be extra careful, master," Hongyu said to Jiang Fei. Although she was Jiang Fei's subordinate, these girls were now closer to Jiang Fei after spending so much time with him. So, they now talked to him in a more casual manner. "Don't worry, the Abyss is like my home." Jiang Fei laughed. "Let's go. We shouldn't keep my father waiting too long," Otis urged. "Okay." Jiang Fei opened the Abyssal Gate. After they arrived at the Abyss, they went straight toward the Nephilim King's palace. As soon as he entered the main hall, Jiang Fei was shocked because the Sea Emperor Poseidon was also here. "Mighty Emperor of the Sea," Otis greeted Poseidon with a bow first, then turned to the Nephilim King Augustus and said, "Father, Brother Verger Glider is here." "Mighty Emperor of the Sea, Your Majesty." Jiang Fei bowed slightly to the two celestial rank bosses. Xiao Fei, I'm sure you're able to guess why I summoned you this time." The Nephilim King Augustus smiled. He did not consider Jiang Fei an outsider. After all, Jiang Fei had already become his son-in-law twice. He had unimaginable status among the entire Nephilim race. "Yeah," Jiang Fei nodded. "This time, we must spark a bloodbath against the Celestials in order to avenge my goddaughter and Princess Isabella." The Sea Emperor Poseidon was extremely angry. Although Ariel was not his biological daughter, he had publicly acknowledged her as his goddaughter. Since the Luminous Vatican had openly killed Ariel, this was undoubtedly an insult to him. So he hated the Celestials to the core. "Xiao Fei, how do you think we should fight this time?" Obviously, Augustus asked Jiang Fei this because he wanted to give Jiang Fei a chance to shine. Now that the Nephilim and the Merfolk had teamed up, they could easily destroy the Celestials even with their eyes closed. It was impossible to lose. "It won't be easy," Jiang Fei frowned. "What do you mean?" The Nephilim King was surprised. It was a chance for Jiang Fei to shine in front of everyone, so he did not expect Jiang Fei to say what he just did. "What do you think of Bennett Strass?" Jiang Fei suddenly asked. "He's different from the other Nagas. I didn't expect that he would be the next dragon god." Poseidon said, "Yes, I think he might be a problem." Jiang Fei frowned. "How so?" Augustus asked. "Everyone knows that male Nagas are bastards who don't ever take responsibility after playing around with women. The thing is that Bennett Strass is an exception. Although he's lascivious, he's very responsible. If the divine light god dies when we attack the Celestials, the moon god, who is the divine light god's younger sister, will definitely help. Then, the dragon god Bennett Strass will probably join in the battle as well. This is what I'm afraid of," came Jiang Fei's explanation. After Jiang Fei finished talking, the Sea Emperor and the Nephilim King hesitated. Their original plans were pretty good, but they forgot that Bennett Strass was an exception. If other Nagas had inherited the dragon god position, they would never care about the moon god. Bennett Strass was different. As Jiang Fei had said, he may be lascivious, but he would not abandon any women irresponsibly, even if he met new ones. He would probably lead the entire Naga race in a war just for women. The Nagas could dominate the entire sky. This showed how powerful this group of stinking hooligans were. In terms of individual strength, the Nagas were probably the strongest among the 5 major races. If they joined forces with the Celestials, then the Nephilims and Merfolk might not be able to win the war. Aren't the Nagas already fighting with the Luminous Vatican? Akit Series, who was on the side, asked. "Bah, that's a small issue. The Celestials are not directly involved. The ones that are fighting are the Luminous Vatican's overlords. Although the illegitimate child of the dragon god and the moon god is dead, it was an accident. If the divine light god is willing to apologize and allows the moon god and dragon god to be together, I think the moon god will definitely not sit back and watch her brother get attacked." Jiang Fei said, "Yes, that's very possible." The Nephilim King nodded. Although the divine light god was arrogant, if the entire celestial race were about to be destroyed, he would definitely apologize to the moon god and the dragon god to save his people. If that happened, the moon god would not sit back and do nothing. Once the moon god joined the battle, the dragon god would follow. Then, it would become a 2-on-2 situation. Ah Fei, since you raised this issue, do you have any solutions? Augustus asked. "There's one way," Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. "What?" Poseidon asked. "Kill the Nagas." Jiang Fei's eyes glimmered with coldness. Jiang Fei no longer had any good feelings for the dragon god, because he caused Ariel and Isabella's deaths. He even hated the dragon god. Since there was an opportunity now, Jiang Fei did not mind wreaking vengeance publicly. "What do you mean?" the Nephilim King asked thoughtfully. "If we attack the Celestials, there's a high possibility of the Nagas joining the war. However, if we attack the Nagas first, the chances of the divine light god joining the war is almost 0. This is especially if we put the Merfolk on standby. The divine light god will absolutely be happy to see us fight with the Nagas. After all, regardless of whether it's us or the dragon god who made his sister pregnant prior to marriage, we're all thorns in the divine light god's flesh." Jiang Fei elaborated. Chapter 755. 755, actually barbarous. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That makes sense. Poseidon's eyes lit up. As Jiang Fei said, the dragon god Bennett Strass might go and help the Celestials because of the moon god, but the divine light god would never help the Nagas because of the dragon god. So, destroying the Nagas first was undoubtedly the best choice. Currently, the Nagas are having a small-scale battle with the Luminous Vatican, but both sides are pretty restrained. The casualties are not very heavy. "How do you think we should attack?" Augustus asked. Originally, he only asked for Jiang Fei's opinion so he could thrust Jiang Fei into the limelight. Now, however, he was really asking for Jiang Fei's opinion. We definitely have to come up with a grandiose excuse. If we attack the Nagas for no reason, the divine light god will probably find it strange. Jiang Fei nodded. "What excuse is appropriate?" Poseidon asked. Simple. Let the beastmen women who had been bullied by the Naga hooligans stir up some trouble. When the situation gets bigger, we'll let the dark faction intervene first, then continue to push their buttons. When things get chaotic to the point where it can't be resolved anymore, we'll start fighting. Jiang Fei said after contemplating. Sounds good to me. Poseidon nodded. If it were any other race, it might actually be difficult to point out wrongdoings. However, the Naga hooligans had too many past misdeeds. One could find them everywhere. The male Nagas liked to befriend girls of other races. Regardless of whether these girls were willing or not, the Nagas would still try to befriend them. Then, they would play around with these girls and leave without a trace. Therefore, many girls of various races were victims. However, the Nagas were extremely powerful and especially unreasonable, so the girls from these weak races could only swallow their words. Moreover, once they were pregnant, they would give birth to children who had Naga bloodline. This brought a lot of benefits, so the girls from these weak races had no choice but to suffer silently. However, the Nagas were quite smart. They almost never play around with the girls of the 5 major races, but there were some exceptions occasionally. For example, the mighty dragon god who had an illegitimate child with the sister of the divine light god. Other smaller Nagas still did not have the guts to do such a thing. After all, if they played around in the territory of the other 4 major races, the Naga race would not be able to give them any support if they were being hunted down by the other races. Races like beastmen and humans were inferior in strength, and the girls from these races were very beautiful. So, they had naturally become the targets of the Naga hooligans. As humans were generally under the light faction, except for the players, most of the victims of the dark faction were beastmen girls. That's simple. The Nephilim King Augustus nodded. As the leading races of the light and dark faction, the Celestials and Nephilims had the right to give orders to their subordinate races. Moreover, they were seeking justice for the beastmen girls this time. There was no reason for them to reject it. In fact, the beastmen had asked the Nephilims to speak to the Nagas on their behalf a few times. However, because the Nephilims did not want to have a falling out with the Nagas, they just suppressed the situation and offered the beastmen some benefits as compensation to comfort them. So, after the Nephilim King ordered it this time, the beastmen were extremely enthusiastic. They wanted the Naga race to account for their actions. Soon, all the beastmen victims were gathered. The huge amount of victims shocked Jiang Fei. There were actually more than 100,000 beastmen victims, ranging from very young to very old, every shape and size. Damn, these lustful Nagas are actually barbarous. Jiang Fei glanced at an old, toothless beastman lady and almost threw up. He could not believe that the Nagas could even bring themselves to do it to someone like her. After sending the victims toward the Naga territory to seek justice, Jiang Fei asked the dark faction to send some orc and specter soldiers who were capable of stirring up chaos. Their job was simple. They just had to try their best to provoke the Nagas. As long as the Nagas dared to attack them, the army of the dark faction would immediately arrive at the scene. Jiang Fei did not intend to participate in this matter personally. It was not that he did not want to go and kill the Nagas himself, but it was because time was precious and he could not afford to waste any. 0541's creation of biohumans had already begun. If he did not transfer the artificial soul immediately after the bodies were complete, these bodies would produce their own souls. If that happened, all of Jiang Fei's effort would go to waste. A group of disobedient biohumans would be produced. This would bring him more trouble. Therefore, before 0541 completes the production of biohumans, Jiang Fei had to get close enough to Hongyu and the other girls to meet 0541's extraction standards. After returning to the Demon Dragon Fortress, Jiang Fei continued to flirt around with the girls. Meanwhile, things were getting hot in the Naga territory. As the Naga territory was in a neutral area, they had a border with both the light and dark faction. Things were pretty chaotic on both sides. Many young Nagas could be seen gathered at the gates of the light faction, wanting to seek justice for their dead little master. On the opposite side, the dark faction was gathered at the border of the Naga territory, wanting to seek justice for the hundreds of thousands of female victims. The entire neutral camp was in absolute chaos. It was not just the NPCs who were chaotic, even the players had joined in. After all, there were always quests at places with NPCs. The Naga NPCs would give out quests on the Light faction border, where players could obtain huge rewards if they killed all the Light faction NPCs. The Dark faction NPCs on the other side were the same. Players could kill Nagas to get huge rewards. Neutral players who were neither in the Dark nor Light faction naturally had no stance. These players began to accept all the quests that gave any rewards at all. After these players helped the Nagas to kill the Light faction NPCs, they would run to the Dark faction and help to kill the Nagas. When a reputation of these players with the Nagas reduced until it almost reached hostile, they would immediately run back to do quests for the Nagas. When their reputation increased again, they would go back and kill more Nagas. They cleared quests on both sides and reaped the rewards of both. All the neutral players were suddenly having a great time. They were gaining a huge amount of experience points. Occasionally, if they were part of a large party that slaughtered a young Naga, they would get even more rewards. Although the Dragon God had doubts about the Dark faction's unusual behavior, he did not think that the Nephilims had started to attack him. He just thought that the Beastmen girls had been too badly harmed by the Nagas, so the Dark faction decided to come out and help them make some noise. In general, the Nagas suffered some losses, but these losses were not serious. Although the reproduction rate of the Nagas was very low, it did not mean that they had very little dragon eggs and young Nagas. It was just that many Nagas died at a young age, so there were not many adult Nagas. As a whole, losing some young Nagas who were still immature was not too big a problem for the Naga race. Chapter 756, Delivery of Weapons. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Jiang Fei was not very interested in what was going on at the neutral area. After flirting with the group of girls for the rest of the day, Jiang Fei automatically logged off when the game froze. Having had breakfast with his parents, Jiang Fei was ready to go out. After all, today was the day that he and Han Tianyu had agreed on for the delivery of the weapons. "Mom, I'm going out. If I don't come back by noon, I won't be back for the day," Jiang Fei informed his mother first. "Huh? You're going out again? It's not safe outside. Can you not run around?" When Jiang Fei's mother heard that Jiang Fei was going to leave the house again, she immediately became anxious. Although everything in China was still normal, the people had heard some rumors. They knew that the Americans were probably going to declare war on China. Although it had not reached a point where everyone was scared, they were still somewhat worried. After all, everyone knew how strong America was. Even though the Chinese people have never feared any invaders, war could only bring pain and suffering. "Don't worry, I won't go too far. I'll definitely come back before evening." Jiang Fei laughed. "Oh, then you be careful." When Jiang Fei's mother heard that Jiang Fei would come back at night, she was instantly relieved. After all, her son would not be able to go somewhere too far in a day, so he naturally would not encounter any danger. "Sister, please take care of the house and Xiaoying," Jiang Fei said to Shang Guanqi, who was now the chief bodyguard of Jiang Fei's house and Si Tang's martial arts instructor. "Don't worry," Shang Guanqi nodded. "Xiaoying, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Sister Shang. We're all family, so you're more than welcome to do so." Jiang Fei talked to Si Tang last. Okay, you're so naggy." Si Tang scrunched her cute little nose, then said to Ariel, "You have to keep this guy in check, Ariel. Don't let him flirt with other girls anymore." Ariel laughed and did not say anything. In her opinion, there were already countless girls around Jiang Fei, so it would not even matter if he had another one or two more. "Okay, let's go." Jiang Fei pretty much dashed out of the house, because Si Tang's words pierced straight into his heart. In actuality, he had been avoiding the issue of him having more and more girls around him. Before this, these girls were mainly in the game, so Jiang Fei could use the excuse that they were virtual and that they did not really exist to deceive himself. Now, however, 0541 would be bringing these girls into reality sooner or later, so he would definitely be surrounded by them. Jiang Fei had not actually thought about how he should face so many girls. Regardless of how much experience he had, Jiang Fei was still a shut-in nature and had been one for more than 10 years. he was still weak deep down inside. So, given the choice, he would still choose to run away when bothered by something troublesome like this. This was especially true when it came to emotional problems. As long as there was another way out, he would not take the initiative and face the problem. A good example was with Isabella and Ariel's case. If it were not for the fact that these two girls had died for him, Jiang Fei would probably not have accepted them yet. It was the same now. Although Jiang Fei knew that there would be more and more biohuman girls around him, he was still not willing to consider how to deal with it. Before he reached the final step, he wanted to drag it as long as he could. Brother Yu, find an absolutely safe dock and remove all the workers. Jiang Fei called Han Tianyu after he left his house. No problem. Han Tianyu basically did not sleep last night because today was the day that those super weapons would be handed over. He was so excited he could not fall asleep. After the two agreed on a place, Jiang Fei arrived at the roof of Manda Square. At that moment, Han Tianyu was already waiting for him in front of the helicopter. I've arranged everything. Let's go. Han Tianyu smiled at Jiang Fei. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded, then boarded the helicopter with Ariel. After the helicopter took off, it went straight to the military airport in the suburbs. After they changed the helicopter into a military transport aircraft and flew for an hour, they arrived at a hidden military port on the coast of the South China Sea. The people here have all been evacuated, Han Tianyu said after confirming it once again. Is that true? Jiang Fei looked at Ariel. It was not that he did not trust Han Tianyu. He was just afraid that the military would leave some spies. He did not want his secret to be known by the military. They're all gone, Ariel said after closing her eyes and feeling it. Disable all the electronic facilities too, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Ariel's hands flashed with an electric spark. Following that, an electromagnetic storm swept through the entire military port. All the electronic devices were instantly disabled. This time, as Ariel used less power, only a small number of these electronic facilities were destroyed. Most of them were just disabled, not completely destroyed. 0541, shield the surroundings, Jiang Fei said to 0541 in his heart. Although the surrounding electronic facilities had been destroyed, satellites could still photograph this area. Your wish is my command, Captain, 0541 replied. Then a huge holographic barrier was projected. From the outside, this military port looked perfectly normal. Nobody on the outside could see what they were doing inside. Come on, take the equipment. Jiang Fei walked to a berth, then waved. Swoosh. As a white light flashed, a 30-meter-long submarine appeared on the berth of the port. To be honest, a 30-meter-long submarine was nothing compared to the submarines on Earth. Even China had its own submarine, which was more than 100 meters long and had a displacement of about 10,000 tons of water. However, when it came to combat power, this little submarine was definitely better than the submarines on Earth. Even the most advanced submarine in America was no match for it. This submarine could sink to a depth of 5,000 meters underwater, about 10 times out of the submarines on Earth. Moreover, it was almost completely immune to the anti-submarine devices on Earth. Neither the radars nor the sonar systems could capture its signal. In terms of Earth technology, this submarine was definitely a perfect stealth ghost ship. When this was paired with Planet Namex super radar and photon torpedo, basically any ship in the waters was its prey. Subsequently, Jiang Fei walked to another empty berth, then waved and brought out an aircraft carrier. The shape of this aircraft carrier was similar to the aircraft carriers on Earth. In addition to the 30 fighter jets that Jiang Fei promised to give Han Tianyu, there were also powerful directed energy light beam weapons. Finally, Jiang Fei arrived at the airport and put down a giant fighter jet. The fighter jet had a triangular wing structure. The length of its wings was 200 meters, and it had a wingspan of 220 meters. It was equipped with 4 plasma jet engines, and it could overcome Earth's gravity and enter outer space purely by relying on its own powers. In addition to the directed energy light beam weapons, the best thing about this aircraft carrier was that it could release a large number of hummingbird drones. These drones were only the size of a shoebox, but they had high-frequency laser weapons that could destroy fighter jets and normal missiles. In Planet Namek, these kind of aircraft were used as bodyguards for the planet. Their main opponents were the enemy's small space warships and landing crafts. Chapter 757 bis 757 war preparations. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, well, that's all of them. Here are the instructions on how to use them. You can arrange for people to come and pick them up now, Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu with a smile. All right, as long as our people master these weapons, America's fleet will no longer pose a threat. Han Tianyu said excitedly. I'll remind you again, there's limited energy in these equipments. If you use them recklessly, they won't last long. Jiang Fei added. As they were equipment used to fight against warships in outer space, the weapons on these fighter jets and aircraft carriers were very powerful. Although Jiang Fei made 0.541 weaken the strength of the weapons during modification, they still consumed a lot of energy. However, Jiang Fei only had a total of more than 1,100 blocks of energy. He could not afford to allocate too much energy to these weapons, so he could only cut corners. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not want to contribute too much in helping the military get stronger. After all, the military planned to destroy the martial arts alliance. Jiang Fei did not want the military to turn around and use his weapons on him after they defeated America. I got it. Han Tianyu nodded. He now worked for Jiang Fei. Naturally, he had to consider what was in Jiang Fei's best interests, so he did not ask much about the lack of energy in these equipments. My job is done. You and the military can deal with the rest. After Jiang Fei left a set of holographic projection devices to shield these super weapons, he made Ariel teleport them away. After Jiang Fei returned to Manda Square, Han Tianyu still had a lot of things to do. First, he had to report the successful delivery of weapons to the military's high-ranked officials. Second, he had to raise the security and secrecy level of this military port. These products of Planet Namek had to be kept absolutely confidential. They definitely could not be revealed before the war broke out. After Jiang Fei went home, he no longer cared about the military-related matter anymore. He had already done everything he could anyway. The rest were not under his control. They've been delivered? Awesome. We'll send people there to pick them up immediately. Fan Yao was very happy after receiving Han Tianyu's news. My people are already on the way, Han Tianyu said. Send your people back. The people of the South China Sea Fleet will pick these alien weapons up. If there's nothing else, you should go back to the capital for now. Fan Yao's sounded a little annoyed. Yes, General Fan. Han Tianyu did not say much, but his heart fell. Previously, his mercenary group had always been in charge of testing all untested weapons. This time, however, Fan Yao actually let regular army people handle these equipment. Moreover, Fan Yao asked him to leave this place. This showed that the military no longer trusted him. After hanging up, Han Tianyu's mind began to spin. Although he was loyal to Jiang Fei, it did not mean that he had betrayed the army and the country. As Jiang Fei had never expressed any intentions of going against the country, Han Tianyu always considered himself as the representative for the military. Now, however, Fan Yao was actually throwing him aside like he was garbage. He could not accept it. Forget it. I still can't accept reality. Han Tianyu shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Jiang Fei already knew that the country was planning to destroy the martial arts alliance. How could Jiang Fei not notice it? Han Tianyu was just hoping that they could reconcile before they started fighting. Unfortunately, however, arrogance had seeped into the martial arts alliance's bones. They did not bother to deal with the country. When faced against a group of martial artists who were this arrogant, how could the country be rest assured? If they had the power, even people in Han Tianyu's position would think of killing these martial artists, let alone the rulers of the country who were ordinary people that the martial artists looked down upon. Since the military was already suspicious of him, and he was loyal to Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu quickly got himself together. Then, he took the military transport aircraft and returned to the city where Jiang Fei was at. He did not go to the capital according to Fan Yao's instructions because he understood that Fan Yao was not looking for him at all. Fan Yao was just looking for an excuse to make him go away. When Han Tianyu reported to the high-ranked officials, the commander of the Pacific Ocean Fleet, Robert, was also busy. 3 defeats out of 3 wars, and the loss of 2 pilots had brought him a lot of trouble. There was a lot of public uproar. Generally, the people felt that it was Robert's misjudgment which led to America's embarrassment. So, they kept asking for Robert to step down. During this time, Robert's main task was to persuade the Congress. He had to convince the Congress that China just looked strong but was actually really weak, and that they had to attack China immediately. Only through war could he maintain his status and avoid being punished. At this time, the opinions within the United States Congress were not uniform. Some people were still afraid of China's magical fighter jets. Therefore, they advocated suspending the war and strengthening espionage. The others felt that they should start the battle immediately, and that the war should mainly involve members of the Mutant Brotherhood. Unlike the China Martial Arts Alliance, members of the Mutant Brotherhood had a considerable number of seats within the United States Congress, so they were directly involved with the ruling of the country. The mutants supported the immediate start of the war for a very simple reason. They had heard about China's plans in relation to the Supreme Androids. As they had already started production, it meant that there were new Supreme Androids being produced in China every day. These Supreme Androids that were comparable to metahumans posed a big threat. Hence, they strongly wanted the war against China to begin now, so that they could destroy the Supreme Androids before China gained more combat power. As he had the full support of the mutants, Robert's plan for an immediate war prevailed within the Congress. If the vote was passed, the war would start immediately. While America was preparing to vote, the China Martial Arts Alliance was focused on making war preparations. As these arrogant martial artists had no connections with the ordinary people in the country, they naturally did not discuss anything with military. They just prepared for the upcoming war entirely on their own. The disciples of various sects had now been recalled to their respective bases and were not allowed to leave. They were required to stay in their respective bases and practice hard. As soon as Jiang Fei's orders came, these martial artists would head straight toward the battlefield in Japan and fight the Mutant Brotherhood to death. Unlike ordinary people, these martial artists were not that scared of war. After all, as they were metahumans, their daily life was all about fighting. This was just a battle that was more intense. All parties were making final preparations for the upcoming war. Jiang Fei was the one who had the most free time. At that moment, Jiang Fei was only busy in the game. His main goal was to get closer to Hong Yu and the other girls, so that 25 biohuman warriors could be born according to schedule. Chapter 758. 758 met the standards. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although Han Tianyu had been abandoned by the military, he was still important as he was the bridge between the military and the Martial Arts Alliance. Therefore, the military still treated Han Tianyu pretty nicely. However, after all this, Han Tianyu had already given up on them. After telling Jiang Fei everything, he returned to Manda Square and started his full-time role as an advisor. Jiang Fei accepted the fact that the military had crowded out Han Tianyu. He had expected that to happen. Even so, he was surprised at how quickly they did it. However, since Han Tianyu had already been guarding him for such a long time, it would be weird if the military and the country had no doubts about Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu's return was not a bad thing for Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei knew himself very well. He was a little clever, but when it came to strategizing and looking at the overall situation, he was a lot worse than those who were experienced in this field. If Han Tianyu was by his side, he would not be inferior to those people. Although Han Tianyu did not have the chance to handle the alien weapons, his intelligence network still existed, so he was quite familiar with both the domestic and foreign news. Through Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei could also understand some things that he would have otherwise never known about. For example, the United States Congress had already entered the voting stage for the declaration of war against China, and because of the intervention of the mutants, the passing rate of this vote was very high. As the war was about to begin, Jiang Fei and the country were on the same page with regards to one thing. That was to try not to let the war come into China's territory. Although the military had obtained some of the weapons of planet Namek, they were still quite powerless against the attacks of the metahumans. After all, even though these weapons could kill most metahumans, it was like using anti-aircraft guns on a mosquito. It was not only an overkill, but it was also difficult to hit flexible high-level metahumans. If they allowed these mutants to come into the Chinese territory, they could definitely cause as much damage as nuclear bombs. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the military quickly reached an agreement. The military was responsible for sending the martial artists to Japan, where they would create opportunities to fight against the mutants. Jiang Fei did not care how the military was going to do this. He communicated with the Martial Arts Alliance. Previously, the Martial Arts Alliance had reached an agreement with Jiang Fei. They were not willing to cooperate with the military, so after they entered Japan, they would split up with Jiang Fei. However, these old martial artists had also prepared a backup plan. Although they were going to split up, they sent the most elite disciples in their sects to Jiang Fei, so that the teachings of their sects could continue onto the next generations no matter what. In the previous battle with Japan, the soldiers led by both Old Man Hai and Zhao Ganming suffered casualties. Only Jiang Fei managed to bring all his members back unscathed. So, these old guys were all very convinced of Jiang Fei's abilities. Moreover, Jiang Fei had promised to bring another 50 level 4 masters as reinforcements, so the heads of these sects believed that it was the safest and best choice to hand their elite disciples over to Jiang Fei. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei relaxed once again. Over the next 3 days, Jiang Fei spent his time leisurely. During the day, he accompanied Si Tying as she learned martial arts. In the evening, he would accompany Hong Yu and the other girls and flirt around with them. Time passed by really quickly. However, Jiang Fei did not get nothing out of the past few days. Si Tying was quite talented, so she learned very quickly. With Shang Wanqi's guidance and help, Si Tying basically had some combat power now. Although she had no chance of winning if she went up against a martial artist of the same level, she was already good enough to bully some level 1 or 2 martial artists or metahumans. Si Tying's talent was just a little surprise to Jiang Fei, but the fact that Hong Yu and the other girls had finally met 0541's extraction standards was extremely great news. As he spent so much time with these girls, Jiang Fei grew closer to them very quickly. At this time, 0541's monitoring of the data of these girls showed that they had fully met the standards. They were also truly in love with Jiang Fei. All of you, come over here. Jiang Fei, who received 0541's notice, called Hong Yu and the other girls to come to him in the game. What's wrong? Master, do you need something? Master, where are we going to play today? Although these sisters still addressed him the same way, they sounded way more casual now. It no longer gave off the feeling that they were subordinates. It seemed more like a relationship between a boss and his little secretary that he liked to flirt around with. Remember what I told you before? Jiang Fei put the topic on the right track. You've told us a lot of things. You even praised Sister Hong Yu and said she was pretty yesterday. A female soldier smiled and said, "Be serious. I'm talking about you girls coming to my world to help me." Jiang Fei said, annoyed. After he grew closer to these girls, they stopped restraining themselves and even teased him occasionally. Master, can we leave now? Hong Yu's eyes lit up as she asked. Before this, Jiang Fei had mentioned this to them, but he said that he wanted to let them go through special training. These days, however, they had only been playing around and having fun. They had not even trained yet. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. Master, how do we get to your world? A female soldier asked. I'll handle it, but you girls have to suffer in the process. You'll have to stay in a dark space for 1 or 2 days. Jiang Fei said, Oh, don't worry, Master. Darkness and loneliness are nothing to us. Hong Yu took the lead and said, even though they were all girls, they were born into military families. A little suffering was nothing to them. Hong Yu, you might have to stay in the dark a little longer than the rest, Jiang Fei said to Hong Yu. As Hong Yu's body was at pinnacle stage level 4, the production time was a few days longer than the other girls. No problem. As long as I can help you, Master, I can go through any pain, Han Yu said with a serious face. It's the same for us, the other girls also said in unison. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded with satisfaction, then accompanied the girls for one last day. When Jiang Fei left the game, he gave an order to 0541. Extract the data stream. Yes, Captain. After replying, 0541 extracted the consciousness of the girls from the game, then saved each of them separately. After 2 days, when the biohumans were complete, they could be transplanted into the biohuman bodies. Of course, Han Yu's resurrection would take more time. After eating breakfast, Jiang Fei received a call from Han Tianyu. Fei, it's almost time. You can inform the people of the Martial Arts Alliance. Han Tianyu said on the phone. Got it. Jiang Fei nodded. Chapter 759, Departure. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei contacted the Martial Artist Alliance and informed them the location to meet before departing. There are going to be people in charge of escorting the martial artist to the military-used harbor. We are all ready. We can depart at any moment, said Ding Tianqing. He was elected as the spokesperson to liaise with Jiang Fei. It was a moment of bliss for him. The reason he was so happy was due to his position in the alliance. The man was only the master of a lowly second-rate sect. However, he was selected to be the man to liaise with Jiang Fei because of the previous incident where Jiang Fei and Ma Xiantong had a fallout at his own turf. The result of the fight was bad, as many of his sect structures and buildings were destroyed. As compensation, Ding Tianqing was elected to take on the important task. Since the alliance was informed earlier about having to go to war, each sect had already selected a number of their students. When Jiang Fei had contacted them to depart, everyone proceeded to arrive at different small military bases around the country. Han Tianyu had made transport preparations for everyone. Even though it was the government military base, the location of the secret harbor was kept tightly. There were special Humvee tinted with black inside and outside the vehicle to prevent anyone from knowing about it. After Jiang Fei was done with Ding Tianqing, Ariel and he made their way to the harbor by themselves. Even though Si Taiying and Shang Guanqi were martial artists, he did not want them to participate in this war. Si Taiying was only a level 3 fighter. Even though she was capable of fighting, she lacked proper training and actual fighting experience. Shang Guanqi, on the other hand, was more than capable of taking care of herself as well as others in a fight. However, he needed someone strong to stay with his parents. When Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu both arrived at the harbor, they saw the other martial artists that had departed earlier. When Jiang Fei saw the crowd of martial artists standing at one corner away from the military men, he could not help but sigh. They were all purposefully ignoring the military men since they looked down on normal humans. There's nothing I can do now, said Jiang Fei to himself. He understood that the mindset of looking down on normal humans was hard to just throw away. Even so, if they did not change their attitude about normal humans, they would be digging their own graves sooner or later. Perhaps sooner. Jiang Fei greeted the rest of the martial artists first before heading into the administrative building near the harbor. Hey, who is the person of the highest rank in this harbor? Jiang Fei asked Han Tianyu. It was Colonel Liu Zhe. Now, I'm not sure, said Han Tianyu. Well, let's just go inside first, said Jiang Fei. He understood that Han Tianyu was not someone high in ranks. It was hard for him to obtain information about the military. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang Fei? Said a military officer wearing a uniform with Major General insignia on his uniform. That is correct. Who am I speaking to? Said Jiang Fei politely as he reached out for a shake. It was obvious, then, that someone of higher ranks had taken over this facility since the martial artists were involved in this mess. My name is Qin Tian. I am a staff officer of the Special Navy Force, said Qin Tian as he stood up straight and shook Jiang Fei's hand. A pleasure to work with you, said Jiang Fei. When he heard the term Special Navy Force, he immediately understood that it was a newly formed branch of the military force that operated the alien machines that Jiang Fei had just given them. It was only natural for them to incorporate a few members of the Navy force into this new branch. Jiang Fei did not care about that since everything about operations should be handled by the military. Mr. Jiang Fei, I am responsible for all operations for this coming war. If you have anything that needs an inquiry, please ask without reservations, said Qin Tian politely. I will. We will be in your care, said Jiang Fei. Mr. Jiang Fei, if you and the martial artists over there are ready, we can proceed with boarding, said Qin Tian. The conversation was over and serious matters came into play. The man's tone changed immediately then. Yes, after docking in Japan, I hope that the Navy will be cooperative with the martial artists to fight against the mutants, said Jiang Fei. Likewise, Mr. Jiang Fei, said Qin Tian. Very well then, please start the boarding procedure, said Jiang Fei before leaving the building. He then made his way to the martial artists to talk to them. At that moment, transport airships that were ferrying other martial artists had arrived and landed safely at a nearby landing zone. Large groups of martial artists came out and gathered before starting to talk aloud. It was rare for martial artists to gather in such a large number, since the Alliance was not a rigid and tight organization. I can't remember the last time we had such a large gathering. If my memory serves me right, it should be the previous Wulin gathering. That's more than 10 years ago. Look at these young folks. They're nothing like us. So uncivilized. I'm not even surprised if these young ones had forgotten about us. You're right about that one, brother. You know what we should do after this commotion? We should organize more Wulin gathering where there will be less of those who could truly appreciate Chinese martial arts. I like to see that. Youngsters these days can't even spar properly. We used to walk away with broken bones and could still fight until we pass out. Sigh. The older generation was greatly disappointed when they recognized the younger lots that were chatting loudly with each other. It was truly inevitable. As time went by, fewer and fewer would be willing to pay the cost to learn martial arts. People of the current generation were not willing to wake up at the crack of dawn just to go through a hellish training session. The motivation to learn was just one minor factor. The greater factor was that there were very few humans born with a knack to learn martial arts. Jiang Fei was one of them. He was born with chi points sealed since birth. Without the ring, it was impossible for him to learn martial arts. Each day, few humans were born with chi flow, and even fewer that had a natural talent for martial arts. It was not a mystery as to why there were lesser martial artists as the years went by. There were about 600 to 700 martial artists gathered that day. More than half of them were level 2 and 3 fighters. There were only over 100 level 4 fighters. Are there any level 5 fighters here? Said Jiang Fei to 0541. No Omega-level beings detected in close proximity, said 0541. MHM. It seemed that the level 5 masters were not involved. It could mean that they did not deem this war as worthy enough to make an appearance. Perhaps they would show up if it meant that their entire sect was at stake. Although he could only hope for it, it did not come as a surprise that there were no level 5 masters then. Jiang Fei did not really mind it, since the mutants shared the same mindset. Unless it involved the likelihood of their nation or the entire world getting destroyed, no level 5 metahuman would want to get involved. To them, it was nothing but child's play. Chapter 760 Naval Warfare. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ladies and gentlemen, our vessel has arrived. Please line up and board the ship in an orderly fashion, said Jiang Fei after he managed to get everyone's attention. Brother Jiang Fei, please take care of the young ones. We hope that you could guide the students in battle. Friend, please keep an eye on my precious student. She's a little stubborn, but I hope that you would forgive her if she offends you in any way. My girls are also a little naive. However, you don't need to be reserved with them. Punish them if you will. You can smack them in the butt if they refuse to obey. Those that were arranged to be in Jiang Fei's team were not just random boys and girls. They were among the best students from their respective sections. Unfortunately, there were more girls than boys. Out of 50, more than 30 of them were girls. It was clear that the sect leaders were still set to reel in Jiang Fei using the same old tactic. "Get on the vessel," said Jiang Fei as he shook his head, disappointed. There was nothing he could say about it. As long as they were obedient and acted on his orders, there would not be trouble. In time, he would have another 25 females joining his guild. Having more girls under his care did not bother him anymore. The vessel that was assigned to Jiang Fei and the martial artist was a large submarine. It was not the submarine that Jiang Fei had made for them, but the latest submarine that was made by China. The submarine that Jiang Fei had made for them was too small to fit in 700 people, hence the military had dispatched the latest and largest submarine made. Using the submarine to transport soldiers was far more under the radar than using airplanes. Even though the submarine was designed and made by China, it had a rather developed diving technology. With the alien aircraft carriers sailing on the surface of the sea, the submarine was to be protected by the radar. All they needed to do was to sail away from them to avoid detection. Everyone took their time to board the submarine. Most of the older martial artists had taken the longest as they were not familiar with metal doors and walls. Moving around in tight spaces was not easy for them. However, all of them cooperated well since it was a war that was going to happen away from their lands. When everyone was on board the submarine, it submerged into the sea. Everyone got comfortable in the cabin as they waited. When the sun touched the horizon and dusk had come about, one of the alien interceptors was launched into the sky. This fighter jet was not the second batch of fighters that Jiang Fei had given. It was one of the 3 fighters that were used in the dogfight against the Americans. This particular fighter jet was modified. It had all its weapon systems stripped away and was equipped with 3 battery packs. This fighter jet role in the sky was to provide support to the submarine using its highly advanced radar detection system. Earth-based stealth technology was nothing but child's play to the alien aircraft. Its radar detection system was so advanced that no matter where the enemy came from, be it from the air, water, or even outer space, the radar would detect everything. Dragon 1, be advised. There's a large fleet of surveillance drones located 10 clicks away in your 0900 direction. Evasive maneuver advised. Please correct your course to 1300 direction, said the pilot of the aircraft as he had detected an incoming fleet of unmanned ships. Dragon 1 received. Fire the bait. Once the warning was received, the submarine, codenamed Dragon 1, fired out a small miniaturized submarine. It was unmanned, and its only function was to emit signals that were similar to that of submarine. Its main function was to draw away attention by baiting the enemy. Not long after the bait was launched, the American unmanned surveillance drones started their pursuit of the unidentified signal, drawing them away from the submarine that was carrying Jiang Fei and the other martial artists. The bait was fast and was able to outrun the chasing drones. However, to maintain the chase, the bait was controlled to slow down its speed in order to trick the drones that it could be captured. Dragon 1, the surveillance drones, and 2 battleships had taken the bait. You are clear to proceed with your current course. Through the constant feed of the aircraft radar, Dragon 1 was able to evade many more incoming Americans' Navy, as well as detection drones. The bait device was only used when evasion was impossible. After 3 hours of uninterrupted sailing, Dragon 1 had successfully reached close to Tokyo's shore. Drop point reached. We are unable to proceed further due to shallow waters. Please prepare to disembark, said the commander-in-chief of the submarine. Thank you for the hard work. We shall take it from here, said Jiang Fei as he shook the captain's hand. Godspeed to you as well. First mate, take control. Prepare for surfacing. The captain of the submarine bowed at Jiang Fei before turning to the bridge. Even though the martial artists were all arrogant and looked down on normal humans, especially the younger generations, all of them kept quiet and respected the captain as he was serving the country. Dragon 1, dive, dive, dive. Do not surface. I repeat, do not surface, cried the pilot of the alien aircraft as soon as the captain was about to surface to ground level. Be advised, one American submarine detected heading toward your position. At their current speed, they will be able to detect your position in less than 300 seconds. You've got to either destroy it or make a run for it. You have to make a decision and make it quick, said the pilot. What on the blaze? The captain of the submarine was stunned. He was not authorized to fight, as his only mission was to transport all the martial artists to Japan. Although he could go against his mission to destroy an enemy vessel, there would definitely be consequences to it. If he gave up the mission right now, he would have to return to China with all passengers on board. It would be stupid, since they were practically at Japan's doorsteps. "Captain, allow me to solve this problem," said Jiang Fei as he tapped the captain's shoulder. "You could?" "How?" said the captain nervously. "Relax, I am a martial artist." "The sea level means nothing to me," said Jiang Fei as he patted the captain on his shoulder and left. 0541, barrier please, said Jiang Fei to 0541. Jiang Fei exited the submarine via the torpedo hatch as they were still underwater. A barrier was erected by 0541 to help Jiang Fei move easily in the water and to counteract the massive water pressure. 0541's barrier was perfect, as it had also created a cloaking effect, which completely masked Jiang Fei's presence. Jiang Fei swam across the seabed for a while and arrived at the side of the American submarine. "Here's a little warning," said Jiang Fei as he stabbed the side of the submarine with the Chungying sword, imbued with metal power derived from Origin Force. Once the sword was stabbed through and a small 5-centimeter long opening was created, the water pressure in that level did the rest of the damage. The small opening immediately caved in quickly, widening it to at least 2 meters before it stopped. Chapter 761. 761. Divide and Conquer. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Beep. 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 Warning. Hull breach. Warning. Hull breach, cried the system alarm. "What happened?" The captain of the American submarine roared. "I don't understand. I had made sure that there's nothing beneath us." "Explain the situation." "The system is indicating a breach in the hull. There's nothing on the radar, so we must have hit an underwater skerry." "Doesn't matter. Seal the hull and surface to above sea level," the captain roared. Once the submarine had reached the surface, the captain of the submarine quickly ordered a thorough check. After having inspected the hull damage, they found the breach at the belly of the submarine. When Jiang Fei pierced into the submarine, he had only made a small opening. The immense water pressure did the rest. By the time the submarine had resurfaced, the opening had only become worse and deformed, leaving no trace of how it appeared. "There's no way we can continue with a mission like this. Call this in. We're heading back, boys," cried the captain of the submarine. The American-made submarine was built with 2 layers of solid titanium alloy, with pressurized air in between. The damage dealt by Jiang Fei and the water pressure had only affected the outermost layer. Although the submarine could still work, there was no way they could continue diving into the sea. When the enemy's submarine left, Dragon 1 returned to its previous location and resurfaced. While the moon was high and bright, the night was dark enough to allow the black-colored submarine to hide its presence. The cargo hatch opened and many inflatable black boats were released. "Is everyone here?" Jiang Fei roared. "Yes. Yes, we are. Yes." All hands accounted for. Every leader of the group responded immediately. "Proceed to land," cried Jiang Fei. There were more than 10 small boats then, and all were led by Jiang Fei in the front. Jiang Fei's boat had a little over 50 fighters. Besides Ariel, the rest were young disciples of various sections. There were those as young as 13 years old and as old as 30 years old. Their fighting strength was as low as level 3 beginning stage and as high as level 4 intermediate stage. There were so many of them on the boat that Jiang Fei had students from almost all sects of China besides Soaring Cloud sect. After having learned their lesson with Shang Guanqi's case, they did not send their best students just to have them stolen by him. 20 minutes later, all boats arrived on shore and everyone gathered together on the dark cold beach. "All right, we shall split up here since some of you would not go with me," said Jiang Fei to the rest of the martial artists. "Please understand, brother Jiang Fei, it's not that we do not give you face. It's just that guns and cannons are just too barbaric for us to understand. It's hard for us to cooperate," said by Wanli as he laughed awkwardly. Even though deep down, he genuinely did not want to work with the normal humans, he would not want to wrong Jiang Fei. "That's right. Please do not misunderstand us. All we're going to do is defeat those mutants, am I right? There's no need for such complications. Just lure them into Japan, and they will be as good as ours, said another sect leader. Here, these are communicators. Please use this to stay connected at all times. You can request for assistance easily with these, said Jiang Fei as he handed out an earpiece that was made by 0541 using Planet Namex technology. There is no need to fear the Americans tapping in. With these, there's no way we would lose, said Bai Wanli. All right, no time to waste. Let us proceed as planned. Ma Xiantong roared as he left with his own group of students. While everyone else was centered around Jiang Fei, he was the only sect that was left behind. Little Jiang Fei, I wish you the best of luck. Please remember to take care of the two little ones. This grandmother beg of you, said Grandmother Jinghua as she nodded toward Yang Qing and Yang Pa suggestively to Jiang Fei. Who? We shall take our leave as well. Zhongwei, you should learn more from Brother Jiang Fei. Never let yourself shame the Snow Mountain sect, said Bai Wanli before leaving with his students. Jiang Fei sighed as he watched all the sects leave by themselves. For a brief moment there, he pondered on the thought of whether this mission involved the alliance as a whole or individual sections. They were all moving on their own accord and did not show any signs of cooperation. He turned to face his own team members and thought of a speech. Everyone here knows the importance of this war. We are fighting against the mutants of the West. We cannot lose, Jiang Fei roared. This might come as news to few, but war is not a playground. A simple mistake, and you can get seriously injured. I only ask of you to be vigilant. We are here for war, not sightseeing. Remember that, and you might just survive. Jiang Fei added, You can count on us, Brother Jiang Fei. We will not disappoint the alliance, said Bai Zhongwei. Brother Bai, your father called Brother Jiang Fei as brother. Shouldn't you be calling him uncle? Said Ding Ming Han as she teased him. Why do you care so much about that? Said Bai Zhongwei as he rolled his eyes. At the same time, he blamed his father for addressing Jiang Fei, a man much younger than he was, as brother. Sheesh! Ding Ming Han clicked her tongue and ran away before Bai Zhongwei could do anything to her. Enough! What did I just say earlier? Be serious. Jiang Fei bellowed angrily. It was all his fault. In the previous fight in Japan, Jiang Fei had shown too much affection to the girls. In the end, the girls had thought of Jiang Fei as a big brother that could be swayed with cuteness. There was no way that they could be serious with Jiang Fei anymore. I should have brought Shang Guanqi with me, said Jiang Fei to himself. If she was around, the rest of the girls would surely be as stiff as a rock. Everyone that was in the previous war was taken care of by her. Listen, follow me. We need to find a safe place to rest, said Jiang Fei as he started to make his way across the beach and toward the inland. Everyone else quickly followed. As they trekked through forest and hills, Jiang Fei called Han Tianyu through the communicator. Han Tianyu was only a level 2 beginning stage fighter. Bringing him along to Japan was too troublesome for Jiang Fei. It was better to have him in China in the military base to provide support. Jiang Fei, are you in Japan? Yes. We're all safe and sound, said Jiang Fei. Do you need me to start the plan now? Asked Han Tianyu. Not yet. Wait until the result is out in America, said Jiang Fei. He was not pushing for war to happen, since the army of level 4 biohumans would only be ready in a day or two, and Hong Yu's body would be ready in more than 3 days. That was why the longer the Americans delayed, the better it was for Jiang Fei. All right, I'll inform you immediately if there's any development. Thanks. Oh, please tell the military that they can now release information about the first stage. Will do. Han Tianyu was the mastermind behind this elaborate plan. Even without Jiang Fei reminding him, he would have gone ahead with it. All right, there's nothing else going on right now. You go get busy now, said Jiang Fei before hanging up. Brother Jiang Fei, where are we going? Said Yang Qing as she strolled closer to Jiang Fei. At the same time, she glared at Ariel with hostility. H532. A marshland, said Jiang Fei. H532 was the code which 0541 had aptly named for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had only realized it after the word left his mouth. By then, it was too late. Even so, It did not matter as no one would understand it, since it was a term used between Jiang Fei and 0541. Where is that? Yang Qing pursued on seeing that Jiang Fei did not even bother to look at her. This time, she walked in closer and got in between Jiang Fei and Ariel. Jiang Fei was dead focused on the front. He did not notice Yang Qing's little move. Ariel was not affected at all, as she had willingly walked away to give Yang Qing some space. The pure little angelic Ariel was too nice with everyone. If Isabella were there, Yang Qing might have already been turned to ashes. "Where is this H532? Said Yang Qing louder this time. "It's 150 kilometers straight ahead. We should make haste. At this speed, we will take the entire night to reach there," said Jiang Fei. The sky was still dark, but the time was almost 3 a.m. They had already spent way too much time in the sea and could not afford to waste a night. If the sun were up, it would be hard to make a move. The weakest member that was in Jiang Fei's group was a beginning stage of level 3. As such, everyone was more than capable of mastering Qigong, allowing them to move as fast as the wind but not as fast as Jiang Fei could. More than 50 martial artists sped through Japanese soil and toward the inland. Before the sun could shine its rays across the land of the rising sun, the group had arrived at the marshland. Chapter 762 commenced the operation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, hide us, would you please, 0541, said Jiang Fei as soon as his group was all gathered in the marshland. Yes, sir. 0541 erected an invisible barrier that could camouflage everyone within the barrier. No one noticed the barrier being erected, even though the martial artists were standing next to Jiang Fei. Take this moment and rest as much as you can, said Jiang Fei. Finally, I'm beat. Brother Jiang Fei, are we going to run again? As soon as Jiang Fei told his group to rest, every one of them immediately got comfortable and rested in the cool marshland. Even though they were prideful at times, running 150 kilometers in just a few hours was no easy task, especially for those only at the beginning stage of level 3. Hard to say. However, if I ask you to run, you run without questioning me. When it comes to that, you will die if you're left behind, said Jiang Fei. Even though these young martial artists were all in his care, he had to be stern. He needed these youngsters to understand the importance of the upcoming war. The mutants had more soldiers than the Alliance could spare. Furthermore, the Europeans were supporting their cause, making it tougher for China to win the fight. A while back, when the Chinese martial artists were still able to surpass the mutants in terms of physical strength and combat prowess, they did not need to worry too much in battle. However, now that the mutants had undergone enhancement through bio-human experimentation, it might be hard to fight them one-on-one. To make things worse, they were supported by the European Vatican. To be frank, China was in a grave situation. That was why Jiang Fei had proactively contacted China's military forces to gain their support. Currently, the military had some supreme androids ready to be deployed, but unfortunately, their main driving force, the artificial soul, was not making any developments. At best, they only had a handful of working, operating androids that could fight. Once an android was rendered inoperative, one could simply remove the memory chip from the broken android body and insert it into a new one. In simple terms, as long as the mutants did not destroy the chips, those androids could continue living for as long as they need. The androids were capable of fighting on its own, but with Jiang Fei providing extra support via alien technologies, Chinese military forces had amassed a small army of androids with high combat capabilities. It should at least ease some burden on the martial artists. On one hand, the martial artist pride had stopped them from cooperating with the military. No matter how many times Jiang Fei tried to advise them, they would not change their mindset. There was nothing that Jiang Fei could do until they had hit a snag. After a short rest, the young martial artists quickly gathered together and chatted happily. While the Barbera boys were having the time of their lives talking to each other, the girls were all gathered around Jiang Fei, obeying his order to rest as much as they can. That made Bao Zhongwei, the acting leader of the guys, jealous of Jiang Fei. Not every girl who gathered around Jiang Fei had ulterior motives. Even then, More than half of them shared the same goal as Yangqing and Yangpe. A few of them had even received specific instructions to push themselves onto Jiangfei. To be fair, not every girl was after Jiangfei. Some were only there to stick with the girls that were in Jiangfei's group in the previous Japan War with the biohumans. To the rest of the girls that were previously in Jiangfei's group were treated like VIPs. They wanted to get closer to them to learn and grow. While Jiangfei was enjoying being ogled by the girls and glared by the boys, Han Tianyu had made his move. Even though buying time was supposed to be his main goal, there were still plans that needed to be executed then. General Fan, the martial artists are in Japan. Jiangfei have requested to initiate the first part of the plan, said Jiangfei. The time is nigh. Go ahead. Han Tianyu crafted then plan and further polished it together with Jiangfei. The first step of the plan was to take advantage of America's spies. First, China would intentionally leak information to let the spies know about the new fighter jet capabilities and weaknesses. They wanted the Americans to know that the fighter jet that was used to destroy the Americans in the one-on-one dogfight was not perfect. Han Tianyu wanted to coax America into make the first move. China had readied their troops and was waiting for the Americans to come to their doorsteps. If the Americans decided to withdraw their troops, it would be pouring cold water on Han Tianyu's head. Even though the Americans rarely declared war on any country by their own volition, China was not willing to bet on them. America was not the only one that had a thirst for war. China themselves would want to test their military prowess. If the Americans decided to withdraw from the fight, China might not look good to the public. The Chinese were all cunning schemers. That was the stereotype that went around the world. If it were true, Han Tianyu would be the best specimen, even though the war was not desirable. But if the situation calls for war, it was better to have the higher moral grounds. The best way to fight another country was to remain passive in the eyes of the world, while secretly provoking the other country to declare war on them. When the war is over and won by the Chinese, no one would think that China was the country that started it. Hence, before the Pentagon had started a vote, China would purposely leak information to the American spies inside the country. The leaked information was based on authentic documents. Not only did they contain the basic structure of the fighter jets, but also the hands-on modification made by the head engineer. Basically, the documents contained everything about the fighter jets, including their weaknesses. To make the plan more convincing, Han Tianyu hired special agents to find out who were the spies residing in China. Once the spies were identified, they would be followed. Some of them would be killed, while only 1 or 2 spies would be allowed to escape. Once the spy had managed to escape China and return to America, the Americans would definitely accept whatever information that the spy had. As such, China would make the first move. With a public statement, they would execute a Navy military exercise in the South China Sea and wait. From America's point of view, they saw China's exercise as a means to display their military strength. America thought that China knew that their information was stolen from them, and to retaliate, they would flaunt all their Navy forces as an attempt to scare the Americans away. All the officers in the Pentagon came to a consensus that China was only displaying their military might as a scare tactic with no true power. As such, everyone unanimously voted to declare war on China. Chapter 763 Bait. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as the Pentagon had arrived at a decision, Han Tianyu spies that were placed inside the Pentagon relayed information back to China. Similarly, as soon as Han Tianyu obtained the intel, he contacted Jiang Fei. All right, you should take control now. When the time is right, start with Phase 2, said Jiang Fei. Will do, said Han Tianyu before he hung up and got busy. Jiang Fei looked up into the sky and saw the sun coming up from the horizon. Due to 0541's camouflage barrier, none of Jiang Fei's group members were spotted. On the other hand, all other sects that went their own ways were spotted easily. They were infiltrating the mutants' frontal military base. It was only natural that the site would be heavily secured and placed under tight surveillance. With powerful optical satellites and high-speed surveillance drones patrolling around, they were able to detect even the slightest movement down to the cats and dogs. How could they miss such a large group of martial artists coming from the sea and into their lands? The martial artists were a relic of the past. Due to their lack of interaction to the outside world, those fools did not know the true power of satellites and surveillance drones. Their mistake was to enter the forest thinking that they could escape human sight. It was better for them if they had tried to infiltrate the public and blend in with the crowd. Although most of the country was destroyed, there were still many parts of the archipelago that were still unscratched from the recent war. Even though the Chinese and Japanese citizens had different core values, they shared similar appearances. Finding and detecting them in a massive crowd would be harder. Alas, a frog in the well will not know of the ocean. They had chosen to hide in the forest like their forefathers did and got themselves discovered by the enemy. The mutants' naval force should be rattled by now, said Jiang Fei to himself as he began to strategize his next move. It was part of his plan to allow the other martial artists get caught. There was nothing Jiang Fei could do. If they had chosen to follow Jiang Fei, they would not have been discovered. Sadly, due to their arrogance and pride, the other martial artists would not cooperate with the military men, or what they would refer to as normal humans. Jiang Fei had to include that factor in his plans. Their role was not revealed to anyone as it was not nice. Jiang Fei had used them as bait to lure out the mutants. Just as expected, the mutants' naval forces had detected more than 100 of people hiding in the forest. At first, they did not pay attention to them, since there were cases where the locals headed into the forest to scavenge for food. However, the mutants followed protocol and zoomed into the picture, only to find martial artists carrying weapons. Weapons aside, the presence of martial artists in Japanese lands was a good enough reason to be alert. As soon as the situation escalated, the naval fleet quickly relayed that information to the Mutant Brotherhood. However, the information did not reach the ears of the higher members of the Mutant Brotherhood. The reason was simple. The other members of Mutants Brotherhood had only just exited the Pentagon. It was early in the morning in Japan, but it was close to midnight in America. The meeting had taken place in the evening and through the night. Once the meeting was over, the core members of the Mutant Brotherhood had started preparations for war. Hence, the news of martial artists appearing in Japan was placed secondary. Once the Pentagon had approved of declaring war with China, the mutants' naval fleet moved in closer. The fleet that was in the Pacific Ocean sailed across Japanese waters and very close to China's border. Meanwhile, the fleet in the Atlantic Ocean moved on further and passed through the Indian Ocean and into the Southern Ocean. The mutants had moved their troops, showing the world that they were ready to bring the rain. However, they did not know what they were expecting. Jiang Fei lingered in the same exact spot until nightfall. Concurrently, it was 9 a.m. in America. The mutants had declared war on China on the basis that China had used alien technology to produce weapons of mass destruction. Their actions were deemed as dangerous to the world order and must be rectified. As such, the mutants, with the backing of the American government, demanded that China publicly release information about the 17 top secret military bases that were conducting the illicit experiments involving alien tech. China must also allow other nations to investigate their military bases. As a response, China blatantly denied the claims. Han Tianyu aside, even the officers in the command building would not sit by and allow other nations to humiliate them to such extent. To allow other nationals to come in and investigate their military bases was akin to a man being stripped butt naked for an inspection. Not even Singapore would allow their nation to be humiliated. Once the denial to the claims was made public, the mutants declared a forced entry into their nation. They were only doing it in the name of global security, even though it was a flat-out lie. A forced entry into a nation was no different from a declaration of war. Han Tianyu only had one thing to say about this. Come, if you got the balls. At the same time, Han Tianyu instructed his spies in America to reveal another leaked information, the discovery of an alien biological laboratory in Japan. When it came to Japanese biohuman experiments, Everyone recognized that such technology could only originate from an alien source. However, not even the Americans could discover the whereabouts. However, one cannot accuse the mutants of being incompetent since Jiang Fei had taken a lab with him. Not even the Japanese themselves could find it, much less the mutants. However, when Han Tianyu leaked that information about the discovery of an alien remnant, it immediately garnered the attention of the Mutant Brotherhood. At the same time, the information about discovering martial artists in Japan finally came to the surface. When the mutants had digested the two information, they immediately acknowledged the fact that the alien remnant was in Japan. What followed next was a huge commotion within the Brotherhood. Japan was known for its biohuman experiments, and everyone knew that the Japanese had only managed to scratch the surface of the alien tech. The biohuman tech that the mutants had obtained from the Japanese were war loot. As such, their understanding in biohuman experiments was worse than the Japanese. When the mutants heard that there was an alien remnant in Japan, everyone got agitated. That was because they knew that only by obtaining the alien remnant, they could unlock the secrets of making level 5 metahuman. Level 5 metahuman, or as 05 for one would call omega-level beings, represented the epitome of power. It had been said that level 5 metahumans were able to live much longer than normal humans do, although they could not achieve immortality. The mere prospect of living longer was more than enough to entice a certain few individuals. Once the information was verified, the high-ranking members of the Mutant Brotherhood immediately stopped all war procedures. Instead of preparing their weapons, the naval fleet was only allowed to sail closer to China. With repeated requests, the Mutant Brotherhood was given the authority to command the fleet in the Pacific Ocean. The fleet that was now in the Southern Ocean was told to stand by. The fleet in the Pacific Ocean was given the order to assist the mutants in defeating the martial artists in Japan and to take the alien remnant for themselves. The follow-up action made by the mutants and the naval fleet was moving according to Han Tianyu's prediction. What Han Tianyu wanted to do was to buy time. The newly obtained weapons were yet to be mastered, even though they had formed a special naval force for it. They would need more time to get used to the technology. Besides that, he had been specifically requested by Jiang Fei to buy time for himself for some unknown reason. Chapter 764. Come alive, my ladies. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Once the plan was deemed a success, China informed Han Tianyu, and in turn, Han Tianyu informed Jiang Fei. Thanks for the hard work. Get the military guys ready. They will need to fight soon, said Jiang Fei. Good luck to you too, said Han Tianyu before hanging up. Pay attention. I have just received news about the mutants. They are currently on the move. Be warned, everyone's position has been discovered. Please make haste in changing your current location. All sects are advised to cooperate with each other to prevent yourself from being overwhelmed by the mutants, said Jiang Fei as he announced in the other communication channel. Even though Jiang Fei was using them as bait, he could not just throw them aside once their role was over. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. There's nothing to fear, Brother Jiang Fei. We would not lose to mere mutants. It was obvious the martial artists were not intimidated by the enemy. They had their confidence since when it comes to fights, the martial artists did have a better experience. Even so, Jiang Fei understood that this coming fight with the mutants would not be as simple as with the biohumans. After being enhanced, these mutants would definitely be stronger. It was unknown to what extent, but it was best to be cautious. Even though they lacked real combat experience, they could risk it in the fight since they had a larger army. The gap in strength could easily be filled with numbers. What a pain! Jiang Fei grunted as he stretched himself. He could not believe that at the very end, those martial artists would still behave arrogantly. Unless they received a beating, they would never learn. Prepare yourself well. I estimate the battle will take place either tomorrow noon or night, said Jiang Fei as he got up to his feet. I have nothing to fear. That's right, Brother Jiang Fei. Let the mutants come. We shall make them regret fighting with us. Hey, let's have a competition. Let's see who gets more kills. As soon as Jiang Fei was done with his announcement, the boys started blabbering about their fearlessness. Initially, they were all jealous of Jiang Fei since most of the girls were surrounding him. Hence, when an opportunity came, they grabbed it and made good use of it to impress the ladies. A word of warning. There's a thin line between recklessness and bravery. Do not confuse the two. Rest. You'll not be having it once the war starts, said Jiang Fei. From the looks of it, Jiang Fei could see the Dunning-Kruger effect in action. He knew that the young lads had never experienced a life-threatening situation where they had to fight to survive. Although they might have combat experience from mock fights held in their training sessions, a real fight to the death was in their training. Only a few of them were involved in the previous bloodshed in Japan. Only those who participated kept quiet and listened to Jiang Fei's advice. The rest of the jokers were laughing about, making a fool of themselves. Can I really depend on these idiots to fight? Jiang Fei glared at these poor martial artists, who would surely get themselves killed in a fight. 0541. Increase the range of the proximity sensor. Make sure to inform me if anyone is coming to our direction, said Jiang Fei to 0541. There was no need to save power at this point. It was better to waste power than to get ambushed. Yes, sir, said 0541 before it expanded the radius of the proximity sensor range to 500 kilometers. Within that range, there would definitely be many targets detected. However, 0541 would only focus on targets that were directly coming towards Jiang Fei's direction. Once the range was set, Jiang Fei took his time and started a rest. As he said before, once the battle starts, there would not be time to rest. At the brink of light, the next day, Jiang Fei had everyone in his group to stay in the marshland while he left with Ariel. The reason why Jiang Fei wanted some alone time was to read the 24-level 4 biohumans that 0541 had produced. Once the artificial soul was made and inserted into the body, the girls could not remain inside the alternate space-time dimension of the ring. After Jiang Fei found himself a nice, abandoned land with no one around, he had 0541 to create a barrier to isolate this space from the outside world. After Ariel had made sure that no one was around sneaking to take a peek, Jiang Fei materialized 24 large incubation tanks. Start the soul imprinting process, said Jiang Fei. Yes, sir. The incubation tank started to make some noise, and not long after, the liquid that was suspending the bodies started to create bubbles of air. A long needle protruded out from the inner walls of the incubation tanks and was inserted directly into the nape of the bodies. Wow, is this how I was born into this world? Said Ariel as she tried to peek into one of the incubation tanks. Yes, in this world, I'm only able to provide you with a body. Your soul remains the same. That's so amazing. I've never known that humans were capable of such a feat, said Ariel. Having a body is very inconvenient. If you get hurt, it takes time to heal. Please do not die, said Jiang Fei worriedly. He knew that Ariel would surely risk her life to save his. Androids are more than capable of getting a new body if they got themselves destroyed, as long as the memory chip was left intact. These biohumans that Jiang Fei had made were practically human. If they were killed, there was no way Jiang Fei could save them again. Unlike androids, there was no way he could transplant one's brain into a new body. Yes, dear, I will take great care of myself, said Ariel with a smile. Unfortunately for Jiang Fei, he had failed to pick up an underlying message that was hidden. What she meant was, since humans are too fragile, I will make sure to protect you even if it costs my life. At the same time, Jiang Fei was thinking of the same thing. This time around, I will protect all of you. 2 hours later, the incubation machine stopped. The soul imprinting process was done. Captain, they are all ready to be deployed, said 0541. Go ahead. Open it up, said Jiang Fei. PSSSS. The incubation tanks started to move. First, the bottom hatch opened to allow the incubation liquid to flow out. Oxygen was pumped into the tanks, and in less than a few minutes, 24 naked girls walked out of the tanks, dazed and confused. 0541. Close, please, said Jiang Fei immediately when the gas dispersed and revealed everything down to the forbidden region of a woman. Jiang Fei could not bring himself to help the girls at the moment. He then had Ariel to retrieve the clothes and let her dress the newborn girls. Even though it should be a paradise for Jiang Fei, it was just too much for a young man like Jiang Fei to take. He had thought that he could get used to seeing a girl naked after he had relieved Ariel for the first time. Right then, there were 24 beautiful, well-endowed girls looking at him. No matter how much Jiang Fei wanted to see, he could not bring himself to. "Sisters, please wear this first," said Ariel as she greeted the girls. "Is this world where the great Lord resides? Oh my God, you're so beautiful. You too. Your skin is so smooth. Wow, it's really wet down there. Don't touch me like that. Yours is so pink. I like it." Chapter 765, Sisters in Arms. When the girls came to, they realized that their appearance was different from what they had before. Jiang Fei had explained to them that they would have their soul moved into a new body. Hence, everyone was not surprised at their new look. For better or worse, Jiang Fei had also made them extremely beautiful. "Where is Sister Hongyu? Now that you mentioned it, I don't see her around. What happened to her?" It did not take them long to notice that their leader, Hongyu, was missing. "Hongyu's body requires more time. Don't worry, she will be with us in just 2 more days," said Jiang Fei. "My lord, how could you treat us so?" "Geez." My lord wanted Hongyu alone to himself. "What about us?" After everyone was dressed in combat attire, the girls started to crowd together around Jiang Fei. Each one of them wanted time with Jiang Fei to be closer to him. At first, Jiang Fei wanted to straighten the girls up, but he could not help but enjoy being the center of attention whilst being crowded by a group of beautiful women. "Enough playing. Please listen to me. I assume that everyone here has some knowledge about my world." "Yeah," said Jiang Fei. Despite wanting to spend some time with the girls, there were other important matters to tend to at the moment. "Yes, I don't know how, but I do know about the world. It's strange. I have never seen this place, yet I understood where we are. It's so different. It's so strange, yet so amazing at the same time." When one girl started to talk, the others followed. "Calm down. I will talk about my world later. For now, I want everyone here to focus on understanding your new body. Feel the power that is in your body and know what you can do," said Jiang Fei. "Sir, yes, sir." Once Jiang Fei officially gave out an order, all the girls quieted down immediately like a well-disciplined army. Everyone closed their eyes and feel their body to understand it properly. At the same time, they focused on the information that was imprinted in their minds. The body was the result of the perfected cloning technique developed in Planet Namek. Unlike the second-rated bio-human technology that the Japanese had tried to mimic, not only did 0541 create the perfect human body for the girls, it had also imprinted a few martial skills and battle forms for them. Even though the martial skills given to the girls were only the basics, it was still a perfected form of a punching technique. That move was best suited to these girls since they were literally just born into this world. "All right, once you have gotten used to your new body, I want everyone here to practice your skills here. However, remember to keep your voice down to the minimum," said Jiang Fei as soon as everyone was ready. "Sir, yes, sir." Everyone moved around and basically started to exercise. They did push-ups, sit-ups, and other forms of exercise to understand how strong they were. Once they had understood how their body worked, they started practicing the martial arts that was given to them. They did it in a way that no one making noise since Jiang Fei had ordered them to keep the voice to the minimum. Jiang Fei sat down somewhere close to the girls until the sun had risen to the high skies. By then, the girls had started to sweat and somewhat mastered the skills that were given to them. "Gather up. Now that everyone has gotten used to their new body, I will now take you with me. We're about to meet a few acquaintances of mine. Now, for the most crucial part. No matter who you are talking to, be sure to introduce yourself as a fellow student of mine. All of us learn from the same master, and that makes us fellow students." "Understood," said Jiang Fei. "My lord, if you want to play it that way, I can be your elder sister." "My lord, I don't mind playing the younger sister, if you want. I never thought that my lord actually likes role-playing." "Please stop." Jiang Fei frowned. He never knew the girls well, and had never expected them to be that playful. "My lord, brother, do we need to protect those acquaintances of yours?" said one of the girls. "Depends on the situation. If you can, you should, but never allow yourself to be in danger. Always prioritize your own safety," said Jiang Fei after he thought about it. These girls were closer to him than to the members of the alliance. It would be better for them to behave slightly cold to the rest of them to not raise any suspicion. Jiang Fei returned to the group and appeared to everyone with 24 new, beautiful girls with him. Everyone was wearing the same white uniform, making them look like a court of goddesses that had descended down to the earth. To be fair, the uniform that 0541 had created for the girls were a little too revealing, especially at their arms and legs. It could not be helped, it was designed for optimal movement. At least the chest area was well covered. "Brother Jiang Fei, who are these people?" cried Yang Qing like an angry kitten having its tail stepped on. The rest of the martial artists could only stare with disbelief. "These are my sisters. They have been sent here by my master," said Jiang Fei. "I see." No wonder the great Jiang Fei had never batted an eye at the other girls of the alliance. **T. What kind of sect is that? I want in. Brother Jiang Fei's got it all. The best of everything there is. Man, I wish I could be in his place." When Jiang Fei had declared that these 24 goddesses were from his sect, the boys felt extreme jealous. At the same time, one odd little rumor about him was debunked immediately. It was known that every other sect had deliberately tried to buy into Jiang Fei's good side by using the pretty woman tactic. Some of these girls were genuinely interested in Jiang Fei, while others were blindly following orders from above to use sex appeal to court Jiang Fei. While everyone tried their best to charm Jiang Fei, none of them succeeded. It was then Jiang Fei had declared that he had a proper girlfriend during one of the meetings. If he had not done that, most of the elders in the alliance would have reached a similar conclusion. Jiang Fei was into dudes. When Jiang Fei brought in the 24 goddesses, everyone immediately understood why Jiang Fei had never wanted to look at the other girls in the alliance. He did not need to, since every girl in the sect was more beautiful than the most beautiful girl in the alliance. Jiang Fei had already seen everything when the alliance could not. The guys had every right to be jealous of Jiang Fei, especially since the man had everything the others did not. Firstly, Jiang Fei had a level 5 or even a level 6 master that no one in the alliance could even reach. After that, the fact that he had 2 or even 3 level 5 masters in his sect made him a powerful entity. That aside, Jiang Fei himself was strong. Being only 18 years old, he was so strong that he had achieved the pinnacle stage of level 4 and defeated Ma Xiantong in a fight. Who would not be jealous of him? And then Jiang Fei basically came out of the woods with goddesses in his arms. The guys could literally bash their own head in for not being in the same sect as him. While the guys were having the time of their lives, the girls were all only admiring the beauty of the goddesses and wondered if they could befriend them. Although they did envy Jiang Fei of his luck, they were not as worked up as the guys did. Chapter 766, Incoming Mutants. Get along with each other and make sure that you have your meals. The battle will start any time between evening and night, said Jiang Fei. Excuse me, I am Lu Feng of the Clear Hallow sect. Can I have your name? A man came up front as soon as Jiang Fei gave the green light to socialize among themselves. Ariel chuckled before Jiang Fei could even say anything. Ugh! The girl that Lu Feng was trying to get to know sulked and moved away from him with disgust. At the same time, she even gestured Lu Feng to stay away from her with a disgusted expression. Oh! Lu Feng grunted with pain and embarrassment when the girl had blatantly rejected him. Ha! In your face. Hey man, at least try and hit on someone within your league. Since the guys of the group dared not go against Jiang Fei, they started to make fun of Lu Feng as a means to vent out their frustration. TCH, at least I've got the balls to talk to them. Lu Feng scoffed. Huh, at least I've got the brains to know my own capability, said the man whom Lu Feng scoffed at. The girls were with Jiang Fei. Surely they know that they would be on a different league since they were in the same sect as Jiang Fei. Even though they did not know what kind of relationship did Jiang Fei have with the girls, they could at least tell that something was off when they saw how the girls were staring longingly at Jiang Fei. I don't need to repeat myself thrice. Rest while you can. When the battle starts, do not complain to me about being tired, said Jiang Fei as he glared angrily at the guys that were having fun. He was irritated at the guys since they were not taking the battle seriously. When the battle starts, they would surely be a hassle. However, the way Jiang Fei said it, the guys misunderstood Jiang Fei's intention. These young martial artists thought that Jiang Fei was trying to flaunt his greatness. They thought that Jiang Fei was trying to warn the others not to mess with his girls. Hence, even though the guys started to quiet down and rest as Jiang Fei advised, they still did not treat the upcoming battle seriously. While the guys were muttering by themselves, the girls started to talk with Jiang Fei's girls happily. However, whenever the girls tried to bring up something about Jiang Fei's personal life, Jiang Fei's girls would not budge. They were, after all, trained to be the Saints' Guard. Their manners were of military standards. There was no way these martial artists could get any information out of them. As the sun started to set, twilight came and the mutants came ashore. The problem was that Jiang Fei had no idea when or where they would arrive in Japan. Even though 0541's proximity radar's range was large, it was only extended to a certain length. Any further, and it would consume too much power for Jiang Fei. Besides, Jiang Fei had made good use of the other sects that were separated in the beginning. If the mutants were going to attack, they would target them first. Have your final meal now. It's going to be a long night for us, said Jiang Fei when the sun finally set and disappeared from the horizon. Jiang Fei might not know where and when the mutants would come, but he knew that they would take advantage of the dark to ambush the martial artists. 0541, show me the map of Japan, said Jiang Fei as he hid away from the crowd. The communicator that Jiang Fei gave to each sect leader also acted as a location beacon. That made position tracking easier. From the position of the sects, I'd say the one that would be attacked with the Soaring Cloud sect and the Zhongli clan, said Ariel when she analyzed the map and the positions of each sect. I have a different opinion. I don't think that the mutants would attack them, said Jing Fei. The position of both Soaring Cloud sect and the Zhongli clan were far away from the other sections. Both of them were rather isolated, making it fairly easy to surround them from all sides. However, they knew that and had positioned themselves strategically. There were mountains on all sides and only one entrance to their position. Like the war of the convoy in the game, it would be hard for the mutants to attack them. I agree with the captain's insights. My analysis indicates the Snow Mountain sect, the Red Sands clan, and the Azure Cloud sect will be the first to face an attack, said 0541. But all three of the sects are close to each other. They could easily provide support, said Ariel. You have to see it from another point of view. Yes, there may be three sects, but they're all clumped together. Think of them as one single group, and they are all in the flatlands. Together, they may be strong, but don't forget that the mutants have more soldiers to spare, said Jiang Fei. I see. Doesn't that mean that they are now in imminent danger? Said Ariel worriedly. Danger, yes, but not imminent. You really should not underestimate these martial artists. Their fighting experience have made them better than those mutants. Even though they might be ambushed, they would not suffer too greatly, said Jiang Fei. He knew that the older fighters of the sects were cunning foxes. They might suffer from their arrogance and pride, but they would not go down without a fight. What should we do then? Said Ariel. Right now? Wait. With Jiang Fei's command, 0541 put away the map, and Jiang Fei started to think. From others' point of view, Jiang Fei might seem cruel. He knew that the three sects were about to be ambushed, yet he chose not to warn them. He wanted to teach them a lesson. They were too arrogant. They would not even work with other sects, much less normal people. If they were given any help, they would not learn the lesson and would never understand the meaning of cooperation. People like them would not listen to facts and logic. The best that one could do was to let them learn it the hard way. Only through baptism by fire can one truly see one's fault. When the last of the sunlight was snuffed away, the sky went dark and the stars started to shine. Sheesh, why are they taking so long? Where are the mutants? My fist itches for battle. Who knows? What's wrong with you? Heh, you're not the only one. My blade has longed for the taste of fresh blood. Remember the bet. Let's see who gets the most kills. You're on. Put up the 30-year-old rice wine that you've been keeping. Ha ha ha. It's amazing to have everyone like this together. I'm so pumped up to fight. Heh, may the best fighter win. Jiang Fei frowned when he heard the guys in his group. Through the communicator, the leaders had also started to chat lively. They were not even nervous about the fight. The elders might have lost the true sensation of war, as they had been living in peace for far too long. By the looks of it, the martial artists were at a great disadvantage before the fight even started. I see movement. Enemies are here. Out of a sudden, someone yelled in the communicator. The battle had begun. Chapter 767, 767, Ambush. 0541. Locate that signal, said Jiang Fei with a sudden outburst. Captain, it is as you predicted. The enemy is detected by the Azure Cloud Clan, said 0541. Very well, said Jiang Fei as he calmed down and closed his eyes. It was a battle that he need not interfere. Even though the enemies were going all out, Jiang Fei did not want to lend a hand. He wanted the martial artists to know the pain of being too arrogant. He wanted them to learn from their mistakes, even though it might cost some lives. Even so, Jiang Fei had gotten used to the fact that death was inevitable in a fight. It was a stance that he took after he had matured since the time when he was a young, naive boy. While Jiang Fei chose to cross his arms, the other sects, the Snow Mountain sect and the Red Sands clan, decided to lend a hand. However, even though they appear to be helping, their true motives were to have the kills themselves. From a martial artist's perspectives, the mutant strength was stagnant. Even though they knew that a mutant could get more power through biohuman technology, martial artists were not interested and did not care about them. From their point of view, someone who gained power through external methods could never defeat a person who did it through self-training. Hence, when the other two sects heard that the Azure Cloud Clan had found the enemy, they jumped to their feet like a hungry cat and charged towards their direction. Once more, they had displayed arrogance that Jiang Fei did not expect. Jiang Fei could tell that the martial artists were treating this war like a hunting game. Unfortunately for the martial artists, the prey that they were hunting was actually the predator. They had already baited the martial artists into forming a tight formation. The next step was to throw in the net and reel them in all at once with a single clean sweep. Are they gathered together yet? There's no news about it yet, but I think they would catch the bait. In that case, let's keep it low. Do not blow our cover just yet. Relax, the bait is thrown. The Chinese are known to be really competitive with each other. I'm sure that they would never realize that it was a trap. I sure hope that is the case. Besides Azure Cloud Clan, the Red Sands Clan, and the Snow Mountain sect were all running towards their direction. Those big shots martial artists were oblivious to what was waiting for them. The only thing that was in their minds was the fear of losing to the other sections. Make haste, everyone. We cannot allow the Azure Cloud Clan to take all the credit. Clan leader, we've got it. We, the Red Sands, are much stronger than the Azure Cloud. We will have all the kills. Quick, quick, quick. Oh no, the Snow Mountain sect are here. Sheesh. I've always hated by Wanli and his merry little runts. Ignore them. Yes. Clan leader, sect leader, do we need to be quicker than the Red Sands? They are already far ahead, said one of the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect. No need. Patience is a virtue. Maintain our current speed, said Bai Wanli. As he ran along with the other students, Bai Wanli contacted Jiang Fei privately through the communicator. Is there anything I can help you with? Sect leader Bai, said Jiang Fei. Thank you for the offer. I'm only calling in to ask about your master's reinforcement, said Bai Wanli, as he chuckled like an old man. Yes, my master had sent in about 20 junior sisters, said Jiang Fei. Are they all level 4 fighters? Bai Wanli asked astonishingly. He had thought that Jiang Fei's reinforcement would all be his seniors. Bai Wanli would never have guessed that they were all younger than Jiang Fei. If they were all, as Jiang Fei said, level 4 fighters, the man called Zhuge Shanjin must be formidable indeed. Yes, they are. Every one of them is as strong as a level 4, said Jiang Fei proudly. That's great news. I do wish to have afternoon tea with your great master. Perhaps you could help me arrange that, said Bai Wanli. It took him a lot of courage to even ask for a meeting with Jiang Fei's master. He was itching to know such a master since he was able to train so many young level 4 fighters. I'll get back to you. Bai Wanli was a little frustrated with Jiang Fei's reply. Get back to him? When would that be? That was not even a solid answer. Right, we are currently en route to fight the incoming mutants. How do you see it? Said Bai Wanli as he quickly changed the topic of conversation. Know this. The good ones would not be here. Those that are here are not the good ones. All I can say is, be careful of tricks, said Jiang Fei. Even though he had not met Bai Wanli more than he could remember, it was still best to give him a little hint of what was going to happen since he had asked for advice. It was then up to Bai Wanli himself to decipher what Jiang Fei was saying. Thank you for the guidance, said Bai Wanli before he hung up. Master, what did Jiang say? Said Bai Wanjian. He told us to be careful of tricks. What do you make of it? Bai Wanli frowned. I don't know what that means, but I think we should consider what Jiang Fei's words meant, said Bai Wanjian. What do you mean? Do you remember the war against the bio-humans of Japan? Said Bai Wanjian. Of course. Bai Wanli answered immediately. Even though he did not participate in the war, he did remember everything his disciples had told him. While Zhao Ganming and Old Hai's group were badly injured, Jiang Fei's group was the only group that did not lose a single member. The main reason Zhao Ganming and Old Hai's group sustained so much losses was due to an enemy ambush. Jiang Fei had never gotten himself caught by them. In fact, Jiang Fei was able to outmaneuver the bio-humans and prevent himself from being ambushed. I think that little brat might have someone feeding him information. Perhaps even information from the normal humans, said Bai Wanjian. That could be it, said Bai Wanli. They knew that they were looking down on normal humans, but they could not deny that the technology developed by normal humans were greater than martial artist perception. What do we do now? Asked another elder of the Snow Mountain sect. We should slow down and let the others strike first. This mission doesn't ask for contribution, but survival and the enemy's defeat, said Bai Wanli after he had thought it through. Because of his smart thinking, Snow Mountain sect was able to escape from certain doom. Have they bought the bait? Said Desir to another middle-aged woman next to him. As one of the higher-ups of the Mutant Brotherhood, he was granted the privilege to lead the mutants in this war. Sir, the martial artists have split up into 2 groups. One group of over 70 fighters are coming in our way, and another group of over 50 fighters are behind them. The latter is much slower, though, said the woman. She was only an intermediate level 3 mutant, but her ability was special. She could conjure a point of vision from anywhere close to her and spectate or spy on anything, much like a miniature satellite. Chapter 768. 768. Destructive Attack. How long until everyone is within range? Desir asked. It would take up to 10 minutes if you want all the groups. However, I can see that the slower one has gotten much slower. I think they do not want to get closer, said the woman. Fine then. Let them be. Just get the larger ones in, and then we can cast the net, said Desir after thinking for a few seconds. If he decided to wait for the small group to come in, the group that was in the front might notice their plan. It would be better to have everyone inside the range of the trap, but one cannot be too greedy. In no time at all, Desir's order reached the other mutants, and with a simultaneous rise, all the mutants that were hiding sprung up and were ready to strike. Faster. Do not let the Azure Cloud clan get all the contribution. Faster. 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 The oblivious Red Sands clan continued to charge faster, not realizing that the Snow Mountain sect were all slowing down behind them. Before they could realize it, the gates of hell were opened and the nightmare was only going to start. Leader, I think something is wrong. One of the elders of the Azure Cloud clan said to their clan leader, Gohan. What is it that seems wrong? Said Gohan. The reason they were there, because they were chasing after a few mutants that had appeared. However, when the elder questioned the situation, he noticed that the mutants that they were chasing were gone. I can't tell. Could it be that your skills are rusty after sitting for too long? Are you scared? Yehom Likit. There's nothing to joke about. Keep quiet and listen. It's too quiet. Gohan was thrown. It was as the elder had said. The place was too quiet. It was the night of early summer. Even though it should be quiet, there should still be sounds made from insects and birds. The eerie silence made his skin crawl. "Everyone be vigilant. Keep your eyes open for enemies," cried Gohong. "Clan leader, the Red Sands are here," said one of his disciples. "Excellent, Yehon Barket." It was good news for him, since the Red Sands was stronger than Azure Cloud. "Huh, Olga, why are you stopping? Are you getting tired?" said the Red Sands clan leader, Kai Bei. "Nonsense. The first blood shan't be drawn by a lowly man, such as myself. I'm only leaving the honors to an esteemed man, such as yourself. Yehong Likit. You praise me too much. Let's go together, brother," said Kai Bei. "After you," said Gohong, as he gestured politely to let Kai Bei walk first. Unlike Gohong, Kai Bei did not realize that the situation was aloof. Even though Gohong knew that something was wrong, he had the Red Sands with him. Together, their total numbers had increased to over 70 fighters. Although it was not much, it was good enough to give him the courage to move forward. All the martial artists that were present then were the best fighters in all of each sect. The weakest of them was the beginning stage of level 3. Anyone that was lower than that were left behind in China. Hence, even though 70 of them was not a large fighting force, it was a formidable one at least. "They're here," said the middle-aged woman. "Good. Schroeder, you may commence the plan," said Desser to a man with flaming red hair by his side. Yes, sir," said Schroeder. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice. Schroeder, or the Human Torch, had been saved by Jiang Fei. He was ultimately grateful and saw him as a brother of his own. He did not have a bad impression toward the Chinese martial artists, and, if could, he would never attack them. Right then, he did not have a choice. As a member of the Mutant Brotherhood, he had to obey the orders of his superior. Back when Jiang Fei had saved Schroeder and Barry, the couple was only a level 4 beginning stage. Only after a few months, they had become the advanced stage of level 4, one stage behind Pinnacle stage. Unlike mutants, martial artists only needed some time to train themselves from beginning stage to reach advanced stage. It was nothing too difficult for them. For mutants, it will be a miracle. Mutants' power was born into them like a gift from God. Once they had reached awakening, they would be stronger than they were before. Awakening was only a one-off thing. After that, their powers would not and could not be upgraded like how martial artists could. However, after acquiring the bioenhancement technology from Japan, the mutants had finally unlocked the obstacle. Now, a once useless, weak, combat-incapable level 2 mutant could be enhanced to reach level 3 or level 4. So far, none of the mutants that underwent the enhancement could breach the mythical level 5 realm. Even so, they had become much stronger. With this sudden gain of power, the mutants had grown greedy. With almost limitless power, they wanted more. They would not have to fear being suppressed by others, as they could now be the conqueror. Schroeder and Barry had a different opinion about using their powers. However, when one got involved in that sort of society, there was no way they could keep their hands clean forever. As a member of the Mutant Brotherhood, the two could not disobey orders given to them. As a citizen of the United States of America, they had the obligation to go with the country's interests. "Let's go, Barry. I pray that we do not face Jiang Fei in this fight," said Schroeder. "The feeling's mutual," said Barry as she frowned worriedly. The two left Desser's side and headed toward a rendezvous point with the other mutants. There were some 200 mutants waiting to strike. "Let's start," said Schroeder painfully. Dreamweaver, a mutant with the power of illusion, had cast an illusion over the entire area where the martial artists were gathered then. Even though the martial artists could feel that something was wrong, they had not realized that they were all in a death trap. "Let's go," said Barry as she conjured a spark of electricity from the tip of her fingers. Beezy, zap! She continued to charge her powers, and a powerful bolt of lightning was formed in her palm. "Flame on!" cried Schroeder. Fire burst out of his fists, and his hair was set aflame. When the two advanced stage of level 4 made their move, the rest of the 200 mutants charged forward. Like Schroeder and Barry, the rest of the mutants had energy manipulative type abilities, only in different elements. Like how Jiang Fei needed to charge up his energy into origin force, These mutants needed to gather their energy before they could manifest their powers. It was akin to a warming up session, which was also their weakest moment. However, since Dreamweaver had already cast an illusion to all the martial artists, they did not need to worry about being attacked. It was a perfect preemptive strike. When all the martial artists were baffled at what was happening, lightning bolts, razor-sharp gale, hailstorm, water bullets, and many other projectiles bombarded them. 1 second ago, everything was quiet. In the next second, chaos ensued. Chapter 769, Heavy Casualties. The martial artists were bombarded by countless attacks. Everyone fooled by the illusion opened their eyes to the real world. However, before they could even identify their attackers, it was already too late. The mutants that were attacking were all level 2 and level 3 mutants, except for Schroeder and Barry. They were at the advanced stage of level 4. Their attacks were not on a different level. Flames were thrown into the pit, like rocket thrusters used by NASA, and lightning bolts the likes of Zeus, the legendary god. The duo's attacks were merciless. They were so powerful that almost any level 3 fighter that was attacked would have died instantly. While level 3 fighters were dropping like flies, only the level 4 fighters were able to escape the hellish attacks by dodging at lightning speed. Ambush! Retreat! Retreat! Gu Hong and Kai Bei were amongst the level 4 fighters that could evade all the attacks. Without wasting time, they picked up injured disciples, one after another, and carried them out of the bombing zone. Even though they could continue dodging, their speed and tenacity were reduced greatly since they had taken the first wave of attack directly in their face. Although it was not fatal, their injuries made them unable to exert their full force. Kill them, Chings. When the bombardment stopped and the dust settled, all the mutants that were hiding on top of hills and mountains came down like wildebeest. They came in from all directions and surrounded the martial artists, preventing them from getting out of that death circle. Damn it! Kai Bai Hoalit. There are currently less than 30 surviving fighters from both the Red Sands and Azure Cloud sects combined. When the first wave of attack came, almost all of the lower-tier disciples were killed. The rest were only able to escape due to their high alertness. I don't think we could get out of here alive, said Gohong bitterly as he wiped the blood and dust off his face. There were just too many of them. When the illusion was removed, the aura that those mutants gave off was too powerful. Even the great Gohong and Kai Bei were scared. These were the mutants that they once looked down upon. The same mutants that the martial artists were sure they could beat. The same mutants that had just F*** had them in their face. The first wave of mutants were only 200, but not long after, more than 5,000 of them entered the fray. Even though most of them were level 2 and level 3 mutants, there were still more than 1,000 level 4 mutants over there. How could they fight against these odds? Despite having an elite fighting force of over 700 martial artists, they could not possibly fend off over 5,000 mutants. After enhancements, the mutants as a whole had gained an enormous upgrade. What was once a level 1 mutant with capabilities that even a well-trained soldier could defeat had become level 2, and some had even reached level 3. There were no weaklings in the Mutant Brotherhood. Even though they had better combat prowess, those martial artists could never fight all 5,000 mutants at the same time. It was a fight that they know they could never win. Brother, looks like we were kicking the bucket tonight, said Gohong with a long sigh. That might be true. I'd say we kill as many as we can. If we're going to die, might as well die honorably. Kai Bei cracked his knuckles, ready to deliver pain to the mutants. Let's show them what we've got. Gohong squatted down and stretched his legs. As soon as they got into their fighting stance, the mutants roared and charged towards them like a pack of hungry lions. A man roared, and suddenly his body grew in size, shedding off his clothes and turning into a large 3-meter-tall mouse. With speed faster than the martial artist could muster, the giant mouse dashed towards Kai Bei. Thankfully, Kai Bei was fully focused. He could see the incoming attack and dodged aside. Unfortunately for the disciple behind him, the giant mouse bit down on his rib and bit him in half with a snap of its giant jaw. The man was originally a level 1 mutant with the ability to change his appearance to that of a mouse. His strength was similar to a regular human. At best, he could work in a circus. However, after bioenhancement, he was boosted to level 3. After morphing into his mouse form, he gained superhuman strength and size, becoming a powerful killer. Come at me. Ark. Seeing that his disciple was bitten in half, Guhong's eyes flared with rage. He unsheathed his sword and delivered a swing so fast that the sound of his sword slashing off the giant mouse's head came only a second after the head had detached from the body. Before he could turn around, another man came up to him and tried to stab him with a sharp pole. Pang! Guhong parried off the pole, and it was then when he noticed that it was a piece of bone. The man's weapon was his own bone. The enemy was a mutant that had the ability to grow bones from any part of his body as he pleased. The bones that he had created could be as brittle as pencil lead to as strong as titanium. He was originally an intermediate level 3. After bioenhancement, he had reached intermediate level 4, almost as strong as Guhong himself. The mutant was holding with a long spinal cord, long, flexible, yet as tough as steel. No matter how Guhong tried to break his weapon, it would not work. Come at me, you're freak. Yihongru warid. The man complied and continued to attack Guhong with his bone weapon. It took over 100 parries before the bone weapon cracked and broke. Is that all? Yihong taunted. That's the weakest bone. Here comes the stronger one, said the man. The bone in his femur grew and pierced through his skin. It grew longer and longer before reaching the same length as Guhong's sword. He pulled it off his flesh and prepared to fight. T-Sage. While Guhong was fighting the man with the bone weapon, another mutant with invisibility came in from behind and struck him. In that instance, Guhong was beaten to the ground. There's too many of them. Yihong cried. Before he was attacked by the invisible man, Guhong had used too much strength in parrying all the attacks of the bone man. Right then, his back was exposed, rendering him defenseless. He knew if he continued to fight like that, no one would survive. There were just too many mutants then. Not only did they all attack at once, they also did it in such a despicable way. It was only 40 seconds since the start of the fight, and there were only 7 of them left. All 7 of these martial artists were level 4 fighters. They were only able to survive this long into the battle because of their inhuman level of fighting capability and experience. The problem was, all the second-generation disciples were killed. I'll slice all of your heads off. Kai Bai Ho Avet. His eyes flared with wrath. In his hand, Kai Bei held a famed sword. It was light and extremely sharp, able to slice off any enemy with just a simple, effortless swing. After Kai Bei had killed several level 3 mutants in a single move, he made his way toward another level 4 mutant that was coming for him. Brother Kai, we need to get out of here. Guhong roared as loud as he could. Even though all their disciples were killed, they could not lose hope. All right, we will kill our way out. Kai Bei retreated to Guhong's side. Right then, Kai Bei did not care about anything. He had lost too much blood. The only thing he could do now was to kill as many mutants as he could before he drew his last breath. You think you could just walk away as you please? Desir smirked. He nodded to a young man next to him. In an instant, the man disappeared, leaving no trace, no smoke, nothing. Chapter 770, Hope and Desperation. When a young man reappeared in the world, he was standing next to a martial artist. The man took out a pair of blades from his back and thrust them towards the sides of the martial artist. The martial artist realized the intense killing intent only when the blade was a few inches away from his sides. He somersaulted to the front, avoiding the blades. However, the young man had predicted his move. He pulled back his daggers and focused only on one blade and thrust it forward. While the martial artist was still in midair, he saw the incoming attack and managed to parry it away. Help me, Kai Bei cried after he landed on the ground. Yes, clan leader, cried a younger Red Sands disciple as he rushed over. Just as he was about to stand next to Kai Bei drew out a sword that did not belong to him and stabbed the young Red Sands disciple in his heart. The poor lad was completely unguarded when he was stabbed. How could he expect his own clan leader kill him? When the poor lad was killed, Kai Bei's body started to morph into the appearance and clothes of the man he had just killed. The sword in his hands even morphed into the same kind. The man was not Kai Bei, but an advanced stage level 4 mutant that had the ability to change his appearance. His ability was limited to copying only another person's appearance and not his or her entire personality and abilities. Even though it was a huge telltale sign that could be recognized, no one had the time nor the attention in that war. "Brother, allow me to help you," cried the shapeshifter as he rushed over to another martial artist, ready to strike him down. "Brother Liu, do not be fooled by his appearance. The man is a fake," Kai Bei cried after he had defeated a large number of mutants. Ugh! The shapeshifter cringed when he had realized that his cover was blown. By then, he could not change his form since it would immediately give away his position and identity. The man ignored Kai Bei and charged toward a level 4 martial artist. GRH. Liu raised his sword up high and parried the blade of the fake martial artist. With a kick charged with chi, he sent the shapeshifter flying up into the sky. When it came to combat skills, there was no mutant right there that could match any martial artist. All they knew about close-quarter combat was mere tricks and feints. They were not trained to fool a master in the art of fists and kicks. Being a level 4 intermediate stage, even though Liu had landed a clean kick imbued with chi, he was unable to deal much damage to the advanced stage level 4 mutant. "East! Head east!" Gu Hong roared as he led the last of the surviving martial artists to open a path towards the east. The man with a short-distance teleportation ability reappeared into the battlefield once more behind the last martial artist. Effortlessly, he swung the blade towards him. "Brother Qian, be careful!" cried Gu Hong only after he had felt that someone was coming from behind. Ugh! It was too late, as Qian had already sustained a cut. The attack was meant for the neck, but Qian was able to sense his presence early and try to dodge the blade. Unfortunately, he was still cut in the arm. At the moment when he realized that he was cut, Qian felt a numbing sensation spreading from the cut to all of his arm. "I'm poisoned!" Qian cried. He immediately channeled his qi flow to push the poison back to resist its effect. Although it did stop the poison from spreading, Qian himself became weaker. Unfortunately, if one is to show an ounce of weakness in such a fight, one could only expect death. The group of martial artists was still running towards the east. When Qian was injured and severely maimed by the poison, many other mutants were able to reach his side and began to attack. The severely weakened Qian was unable to deal with that many attacks and had sustained fatal injuries, one after another. One of the mutants that morphed into a beast clawed Qian's arms, slicing off a huge chunk of flesh that his bones could literally be seen. Gu Hong noticed the severity of Qian's condition and immediately ran to his side. "Brother Qian, eat these," said Gu Hong as he took out a small bottle with 2 pills inside. "These are—" Qian saw the pills and hesitated. "Forget about everything else. Your life comes first," cried Gu Hong as he started to fend off the incoming level 3 mutants that were attacking relentlessly. "Thank you." Qian uncorked the bottle and took the pills. After the first pill was consumed, blackened blood oozed out of the open wound. After he had taken the other pill, his wounds and flesh healed at a rapid speed. In no time at all, the muscles that were torn away by the mutants grew back, allowing Qian to fight, although not as well as before. "Such an amazing pill!" Qian exclaimed as he could feel his vitality was restored. The pills that Qian had just consumed were the Grand Restore pill and the Evil Purging pill, which Jiang Fei had distributed amongst the members of the Alliance. Jiang Fei had given a large number of them to all sects, hoping that they would be put to good use in this war. Unfortunately, the pills that were given out were limited. Even though each sect had obtained a number of pills, most of them were taken and stored away by the level 5 master of their respective sections. Only a small portion was given to the sect members. As for the Azure Cloud sect, they were only able to obtain 1 to 2 pills. Even Gu Hong had 2 pills of Grand Restore pill and Evil Purging pill. Now that Qian had taken 1 of each, Gu Hong was left with 1 for each pill. That was why Qian had hesitated in the first place and was forever in debt to Gu Hong for his selfless act. Don't just stand there now. Pick up your sword and fight. Yi Hong quoted. At this point, the recovered Brother Qian fought with tenacity. With speed and strength, both Gu Hong and Brother Qian opened up a path to allow other injured martial artists to move forward. At this point, the Red Sands were in trouble. Kai Bei was drunk in the killing spree that he had completely forgotten about breaking away from the mutants. His mind had snapped, and he only cared about killing as many mutants as possible. Unfortunately, no matter how much Kai Bei raged on about killing, he was being overwhelmed by mutants from all sides. As a result, his fellow disciples were taking more attacks than they could fend away. The martial artists were already gravely injured the second the battle started. Now that they had to face an army 10 times larger, the martial artists were close to dying from just fatigue alone. Their chi was depleting by the second, and one by one, they were killed like flies. Who's there? Brother Go, you need not fear, for the chivalry is here. Leader, the Snow Mountain sect is here, cried one of the Azure Cloud sect's last surviving members as they heard the loud roar of Bai Wanli. With their hopes up, everyone fought with everything they had and pushed themselves towards the Snow Mountain sect. You just in time, Brother Bai, said Gu Hong as he was already at the verge of giving up. It was truly a beacon of hope in the darkness of desperation. Most of his men were killed, and the last surviving ones were withering away. Kai sect leader, please come this way. Brother Bai is here to save us, cried Gu Hong as he suddenly remembered about the other sect. However, Kai Bei was berserk. He did not care about reinforcements. Gu Hong had the heart to worry about the Red Sands, but his worries were wasted when he saw their sect leader had gave in to bloodlust. If he tried to go back and save the Red Sands, there was a chance that he might not come out alive. Chapter 771. 771. Working together. Clear a path. We need to get out of here, Gu Hong exclaimed as he finally decided to desert the Red Sands. In that situation, he could only afford to protect and care for members of his own sect. Let them go. Desir sighed. The game had only just begun. There's no need for us to be so greedy, he added. The Snow Mountain sect was unharmed since they had deliberately slowed down during the initial charge. Moreover, all of the Snow Mountain sect was outside of the cage. To try and surround them would be impossible. As the leader of the current fighting force in Japan, he had only one goal in mind: to defeat the Chinese martial artists. However, he would not want to sacrifice 8,000 of his soldiers just to kill 10,000 of his enemies. It was not a worthwhile trade. Right then, the naval fleet of America had reached its designated location. The next step was to use the same tactics that the Japanese biohumans used against them before: technological weapons. Instead of going into battle and fight with their abilities, they could simply use guns and other projectile-based weapons to weed down the martial artists. When their numbers went lower, the mutants could then enter the battlefield and defeat them one by one easily. It was the easiest strategy with the lowest possible casualties. It was considered a great success to kill over 50 elite martial artists in a surprise attack. Even though most of them were only level 3 fighters, the surviving level 4 martial artists were subjected to the same fate. Following Desir's command, the mutants surrounding the Azure Cloud sect begun to spread out and regroup. The Azure Cloud sect with the Snow Mountain sect cooperated with each other to open a pathway, to regroup, and escape to safety. Now that the others had escaped, the only prey left in the battlefield were the Red Sands. In a chaotic bombardment, every last one of the Red Sands clan was killed. Even Kai Bei, their clan leader. It was a sudden turn of events for the Chinese martial artists. They had lost over 50 level 3 fighters and more than 5 strong level 4 fighters. The Red Sands were completely annihilated. Those lower-level disciples back in the mainland would eventually turn their backs to the clan and move on to another sect. The clan that was built up over hundreds of years was wiped out of history and would forever be remembered as a second-rated sect that was destroyed in the battle against the mutants. Even though the Azure Cloud sect had suffered a great loss, their sect leader and a few level 4 fighters were able to survive. Although they had sustained some permanent injuries, it was not fatal. At the very least, they could still pass down their knowledge to future students and live on. Snow Mountain sect had sustained the least amount of loss. Only 3 level 3 disciples were killed during the fight to clear a path for the Azure Cloud sect members to escape. The rest of the sect members were basically unharmed. Brother Bai, I owe you a great debt, said Gohong as he bowed down. This is nothing. We are brothers in arms, said Bai Wanli with a smile. I have a request. There's no need to be so reserved. How can I help? My disciples are greatly injured, and neither of us could fight anymore. If you would allow, we wish to join you, said Gohong as he hid his shame. Everyone that was still living and breathing, albeit sustained serious injuries, were level 4 fighters. However, they were already at their limit. Their combat capabilities were close to 0. Even though Gohong was asking to join their group for the rest of the mission, Gohong was basically asking Bai Wanli to protect them. Brother Ge, why are you asking me as if you were asking a stranger? I'm a fellow martial artist, just like you. How can I leave you behind when I could help you? No worry. As long as I'm still breathing, I will not allow any danger to befall any of your members. Bai Wali replied as he patted Gohong on his shoulder. Words cannot express how ashamed I am now. This great debt, I will return it. Yehong nodded gratefully. Enough with this. Let's find a safe place to rest and recuperate, said Bai Wali as he noticed that his own disciples were tired. They were all still within the attack range of the mutants. If they stayed too long, the mutants would catch them. Bai Wanli dared not to play with fate, as their superior numbers were too much for his sect to handle. Ding, my friend, where are you? Bai Wanli asked as he contacted Ding Tianqing. After the encounter with the enemy, he now understood their strength. Knowing that they were severely overnumbered, Bai Wanli had decided to work together with the other sections. We are near the sea. What happened? I heard that you had an encounter with the enemy. How did it go? Ding Tianqing asked. Until now, he had not yet understood the enemy's true fighting prowess. How did it go? Huh, you don't want to know. We're lucky to even be talking like this, said Bai Wanli. Huh, what's going on? Ding Tianqing asked worriedly when he noticed Bai Wanli was not behaving like his arrogant usual self. The mutants are much stronger than we had ever thought. There are more than thousands of level 3 and level 4 fighters. It was not as we predicted, said Bai Wanli with a face of regret. How could this happen? Ding Tianqing wondered, floored. It seems that Zhang Fei was right all along. Bio-enhancement technology had greatly enhanced the enemy. Even though we could defeat them when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, they were so strong that they could just crush us without batting an eye, said Bai Wanli as he recalled seeing projectile bombardment raining down from the sky. If we don't work together, we'll be picked out one by one. We need to stand together, said Bai Wanli. Have you contacted the other sect leaders? Ding Tianqing asked. Not yet. I don't even know how to tell them, said Bai Wanli, frustrated. Start with the truth. They may seem arrogant, but they're not dumb. If you explain the severity of the situation, they will consider it, said Ding Tianqing. Very well, I'll try, said Bai Wanli. Even if they refused to work together, it was still best to inform the others of the enemy's strength. For better or worse, at least they would not have themselves completely annihilated like the Red Sands. Impossible. Old Bai, perhaps you are exaggerating it. You could just admit that your students are just weaker than the enemy. That's right. Even if I believe that the mutants had a larger army, most of them should be level 1 and level 2 mutants. How could they defeat the lot of you? I understand that the bioenhancement technology is powerful, but it is impossible to grow from level 1 to level 3 overnight. Alas, even after explaining the situation to the other sect leaders, none of them were completely into the idea of working together. Worst of all, they did not even believe that the enemy they were facing were all stronger than level 3. In fact, because of one comment, everyone had believed that the Snow Mountain sect had purposely tried to exaggerate the situation because of his lack of competence. Sect Leader Bai, I trust your words. Let's work together. That way, we could protect each other. I stand with you, Sect Leader Bai. I am in as well. When most of the other sect leaders had called *T on Bai Wanli, others had decided to join forces with him, like Granny Jianghua. The rest of the sect leaders who were too arrogant, like the Soaring Cloud sect that had decided to go on their own. Chapter 772, 772 being the change. In just one night, multiple sects had decided to change their way of thinking. With the Snow Mountain sect and the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace leading the way, more than 10 sects decided to work together. On the other hand, there were still a number of sects that decided to work alone, like the Soaring Cloud sect. The night was calm and quiet. It was the last blanket of safety that the martial artist had before the sunrise. With adequate light, the American satellites and surveillance drones would be able to detect their position and reveal them to the mutants. "All right, the sun is coming up. Let's continue the hunt," said Desir to his fellow mutants. At this point, almost all mutants and Desir realized that the one greatest weakness of the martial artists was their pride. The pitiful bunch of idiots would not even try to work with the military. That was the greatest ally that they could have. That was the difference between the martial artists and the mutants in terms of intelligence gathering. Thousands of mutants began to form multiple smaller groups and spread out in different directions. Their purpose was to hunt down the sects that were wandering alone. That way, they would not even need 1,000 men to defeat the separated ones. Desir's plan was to use the martial artists' pride against themselves. He wanted to weed them out one by one before they realized the importance of working together. As for the martial artists, they did not want to work together as conflicts existed between the sections. If they were working together, their first enemy might be one another instead of the mutants. On the other hand, working alone would only be beneficial to the enemy. Hence, the separated sects had still formed a temporary alliance with one or two sections. That way, they could at least muster some attacking force when they needed to fight. The only sects that were going alone were the Soaring Cloud sect and the Zhongli clan. Soaring Cloud sect was famous as they were the largest and strongest sect in China. To fault their superiority, they had sent over 150 members. They were so large that 3 different sects would need to get together to reach that number. Out of 150 members, 25 of them were elite level 4 fighters. In terms of combat power, they were as strong as the Snow Mountain sect and Aquamoon Heavenly Palace, and the other sects combined. Zhongli clan was different. They were considered a second-rated sect that did not even have a level 5 master in their ranks. The entire sect had only over 30 to 40 members, while only 4 level 4 fighter. Even so, they had refused to work with others. "Should we inform the little one first?" said Granny Jianghua when the coalition was formed. "I was actually thinking the same thing. He had relations with the military, and he might have information that we don't," said Bai Wanli. Right now, they were at a disadvantage. Yet, they could not find themselves working with normal humans. To do so would bring shame to the Martial Artists Alliance. A short discussion was held, and they had agreed to inform Jiang Fei and only get enemy intel from him. They still would not work with the military directly. "Brother Jiang Fei, how are you doing over there?" said Bai Wanli. "I'm Fine. I heard that you were attacked by the mutants," said Jiang Fei. "Ugh, Brother Jiang Fei, this one is old. There's no need to beat around the bush," said Bai Wanli with a bitter laugh. He had already informed everyone through the public channel last night. Jiang Fei would surely have heard about last night's situation. "So it seems. What are you going to do now?" "Have you all agreed to my plan?" said Jiang Fei. "Hold that thought. I'm calling to ask about the mutants' movement," said Granny Jinghua. "Their movement? Hold on a minute. I'll ask," said Jiang Fei before hanging up. He then immediately called Han Tianyu and requested for his help. Even though 0541's proximity radar range was large, to cover the entirety of Japan would consume too much power. Even though Han Tianyu was technically not involved in the naval fleet of China, he was directly involved in acquiring the new weapons that China had obtained from Jiang Fei. Hence, he still had some leeway in the military. At the very least, the 3 alien fighter jets were still in his possession. While the military had provided him with the nuclear-powered battery packs, the fighter jets were not used since they could not be used in combat. On the other hand, they were still extremely useful for intel gathering. Jamming the enemy's communication was the norm of war. The American army had managed to disrupt many of the surveillance systems that China had deployed. The only way to gather information was to use alien fighter jets. Currently, the military had not managed to train their pilots to master the alien fighter jets. In the end, The only way for Jiang Fei to gather information was to rely on the 3 fighter jets that Han Tianyu had. Fei, the mutants have split into 4 groups. They're all heading towards 4 different groups of our own. From the looks of it, they seem to know how the martial artists move around, said Han Tianyu after having his fighter jets roam the entire archipelago of Japan. Which groups are they targeting? The Soaring Cloud sect, Zhonglachan, the Xiankong Island sect, and the Rainbow Longsword sect, said Han Tianyu after a short pause. Thanks. Please continue observing them and inform me if something comes up, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei thought for a while and called for the map of Japan, which 0541 immediately projected onto the ground. Based on the map, the Soaring Cloud sect was in the far south of Japan. The Xiankong Island sect and the Valiant Viridian sect were at the northeast of Japan. Zhonglachan was in the far north of Japan, on a small island alone. The Rainbow Longsword sect was working together with 3 other sects with quite a number of people. Both Jiang Fei's group and the Rainbow Longsword sect were roughly at the same position. Jiang Fei was at the center of Japan, while the Rainbow Longsword sect was closer to the sea. Jiang Fei eyed at the Snow Mountain sect position and found them hiding on a different island. Based on Han Tianyu's information, they were safe from any attacks. Mr. Bai, your position is safe. There's no mutant on the entire island, said Jiang Fei. Thank you very much. Brother Bai, what are we going to do now? Granny Jinghua asked. Of course we should rest. Didn't you hear Jiang Fei say that there's no enemy on this island? Said an elder from another sect. Stop, said Bai Wanli as he glared at the elder. Their purpose in Japan was to fight the mutants and not play hide and seek with them. If they were hiding away from the enemy, they should just head back to China, sipping tea in their respective gazebo in their sections. We are not here to hide from the enemy. Rest is a must, but finding the enemy and crushing them is what we are here for, said Bai Wanli. He's right. Right now, we are perhaps the strongest group in this country. We have a manpower to destroy the enemy, and we should start doing what we should be doing. We cannot allow the other sects to fall one by one. We might not need to save them, but we should prevent their death, said Granny Jinghua. Chapter 773. 773. A Helping Hand. What should we do now? Give me a moment. I'll ask Brother Jiang for the location of the closest sect. We should go to them, said Bai Wanli. I agree with that, said Granny Jinghua. Seconded, said the other sect leader. The Snow Mountain sect and the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace were the 2 strongest sects in that little coalition force. Even without the other sects joining, their combat prowess would not be affected. To agree with whatever decision they made was the only sensible choice the others had. Once a consensus was reached, Bai Wanli contacted Jiang Fei once more to ask for information regarding the safety of the other sections. Jiang Fei informed them in a heartbeat, thinking that they had finally made some progress, albeit being small. He told them that the sect that was currently being hunted by the mutants were the Rainbow Longsword sect. For better or worse, they might actually be saved. He did not want the Alliance to lose too many of their members. Thank you. We shall help the Rainbow Longsword sect, said Bai Wanli as he hung up. Bai Wanli took charge of over 200 martial artists and headed over towards the center of Japan to help the Rainbow Longsword sect. Bai Wanli should be fine since they had so many of them together. Soaring Cloud sect might be strong, but they will be outnumbered by the mutants. At best, they might still be able to make it out alive as long as they were smart enough. Xiankong Island sect and the Zhongla clan. They might not make it out, said Jiang Fei to himself as he ran multiple scenarios in his head. Even though he wanted martial artists to learn something from this lesson, he did not want to lose too many of them, as it would weaken the alliance as a whole. Zhongla clan is too far away. I guess saving them would be impossible by now. I should focus on Xiankong Island sect, said Jiang Fei after weighing the pros and cons. Zhongla clan had little members and their overall combat power was low. Jiang Fei did not mind having to weed out the weak since he was not close to them to begin with. He did not even know who their clan leader was. Xiankong Island sect is with one other sect. Together, they make up quite a number of fighters. The Xiankong Island sect was a famous sect in the Alliance, albeit with only over 80 members. The other sect that was with the Xiankong sect was the Valiant Viridian sect. The second-rated sect was only considered as second-rated due to their low number of followers. At best, they were on par with the Green Willow sect. For this mission, the Valiant Viridian sect had dispatched over 40 strong fighters. Almost every fighter that was level 3 and higher were sent into Japan. These two sects had over 120 fighters in Japan now. Unfortunately, the number of level 4 fighters were too little to make an impact. That was why they would never be as prominent as the Soaring Cloud sect. After he had made his decision and planned his route, Jiang Fei faced the resting martial artists in his group. "Everyone, I assumed you have plenty of rest now." "Yes. Brother Jiang Fei, when can we start fighting?" "Brother, we are all ready and waiting to fight. Just give us the signal." "Are they finally here? Are we finally going to kick their butts?" Even though they were inexperienced in real life or death combat, they still had the confidence for it. As long as they were not ambushed, the group would not fall. It was because of their inexperience to handle unexpected events in a war. Being ambushed was akin to a death sentence. However, Jiang Fei was not worried about it. With 0541 helping him, there was a 0% chance of anyone sneaking in. It was never a problem to actively scan 100 kilometers around him at all times. Hence, an ambush was the least of his worries. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei was confident in his fighting skills. The only thing he had to worry about was the actual fighting itself. Now that the stage had been set, it was time to move on. "Attention! We're going to bring the fight to them. If anyone had anything against me, please speak out now. I don't want anyone to disobey my orders when we are in a fight. I expect absolute obedience. If you cannot comply, please leave right now. I cannot let one rotten egg despoil my entire group," said Jiang Fei with a stern face. "Relax, we wouldn't do such a thing." "That's right. I would never do anything that would bring shame to my sect." There were so many girls present then. The guys were so pumped as if they were on steroids. It was only a means to show the girls how manly they were, in hopes that they could score one of them. "Brother Jiang Fei, you are our leader. We will listen to your orders. We would not disappoint you." While the guys were pumped, the girls were quiet and disciplined. Every one of them clasped their fists together and bowed to Jiang Fei in an orderly fashion. The complete opposite of what the guys were displaying. Only a handful of them kept quiet and said nothing. Those were the girls that had survived the previous battle in Japan. They knew just how terrifying a real battle could be. "Everyone ready? Let's move. On me." It was close to noon when Jiang Fei decided to move out. Even though there was a risk of being detected by the Americans, Jiang Fei had made sure to prevent that by having 0541 create a camouflage barrier on top of the group to prevent any high-altitude surveillance drones and satellites for spotting them. 0541's barrier was a huge dome that extended a few hundred meters away from Jiang Fei. Only by entering the barrier could one see their movement. From outside, one could only see the image that was broadcasted by 0541, which was what behind the barrier, minus Jiang Fei and the group of martial artists. Jiang Fei was basically running a cross-country marathon. Even with martial skills, it would still take some time to reach their destination. The mutants had it easier since they had the support of the American army. If there was some place that they needed to be, helicopters would be sent out to help them. Not only was it time-saving, but they were also able to save their strength to fight for later. Jiang Fei and the other martial artists had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel. When the sun was high in the sky, someone called in through the communicator asking for reinforcements. "We are under attack. Who is the closest to us? Please respond. We need help," cried the sect leader of the Rainbow Longsword sect, Ganyang Junren. From the looks of it, he sounded extremely desperate. "We are on our way. Hold on," Bai Wanli immediately replied. Even though they had departed earlier, they were still slower than the mutants. "Brother Bai, we are counting on you. Please hurry," cried Ganyang Junren. When a response for reinforcement came in immediately, he was happy, but it was not over just yet. They would still have to survive the attack until Bai Wanli arrives. The mutants that were attacking the Rainbow Longsword clan were more than they could take. However, it was a frontal attack with no sneaking ambush. Hence, the Rainbow Longsword sect, as well as the other 3 sects that were together with them, could still hold them off without sustaining too much damage. So far, none had perished yet. Chapter 774 Grudges. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the Rainbow Longsword sect, was in a position between mortal danger and possibly just normal danger. At that moment, they were facing an enemy with 5 times their soldier count. The chance of them walking away alive was 0. However, they were not really in mortal danger. They were still able to fight, as they had yet lost a single member to the mutants. Even with 1,000 mutants attacking, the martial artists were still able to make their stand. It would take some time before one made a mistake which would cause a chain reaction for the downfall of the entire sect. The mutants were pouring in with everything they have got, but they were not making any progress at annihilating them. The martial artists were doing a good job at defending themselves well, especially the Rainbow Longsword sect. They were able to completely hold the mutants from pushing forward with their secret art, the Halo Sword Formation. The Halo Sword Formation is the ultimate secret art of the Rainbow Longsword sect. It involves 81 fighters, arranged in a 9x9 formation, which would spread out large like a net. The skill was so powerful that once deployed, even a pinnacle stage of level 4 martial artist would be killed. The sword formation was so mystical that not even the best martial artist could unravel the secret of this multi-user skill. It was said that the martial artists had to draw out the natural energy from the heavens and the earth. Naturally, the mutants had no way of understanding it. The formation had successfully stopped anyone from approaching the martial artists and had killed those who had tried. Several level 4 mutants had already fallen to the martial artists as they had severely underestimated their prowess. The rest of the martial artists gathered close, but not too close to the sword masters to take down a few enemies that had tried to circumvent their formation. Even though there was no way the mutants could break through the sword formation, Ganyangjinren was still desperate for help. Him, being the sword master of his disciples, knew that his disciples had not perfected the skill. Not only that, they were mostly level 3 sword masters. Even though they were drawing power from natural energy, and were still able to hold back over 1,000 mutants, the disciples themselves would eventually fall due to the lack of chi. Once they were tired out, the Halo Sword Formation would be broken. Without the protection of this ultimate sword technique, they would not be able to hold back the attacks from 1,000 mutants. Once the enemy was given a chance to attack, the martial artists would not be able to defend themselves. Press on the attack. Where is Alpha Team? Use energy attacks. Dumpfu Asterisk CKs. The enemy's reinforcements are coming. We need to kill them off right now. All these Chinese dogs must die, cried Walker with rage. He was the leader of this team of mutants. He was also Lincoln's eldest son, the vice president of the Mutant Brotherhood. Walker was so hateful towards China and its martial artists, mainly because of Jiang Fei. During the war against the biohumans of Japan, Jiang Fei had encountered the Frost Prince, Gid, Walker's twin brother. Unfortunately for Gid, he had encountered Jiang Fei at his first mission. The man was a spoiled brat that had been pampered since birth. He was arrogant, egoistic, and self-grandiose. However, no matter how one flaunted one's family background, it would mean absolutely nothing to Jiang Fei. It took only a single slice to kill Gid. During that period, the mutants had only just acquired information about Japan's bioenhancement technology. They had yet to master the technology to apply the upgrade to themselves and could not avenge their fallen family member. Today, they had enhanced themselves to reach the pinnacle stage of level 4. Walker brought in an army of his own kind to trample upon the martial artists. He would have his revenge against the martial artists. Against Jiang Fei, countless of elemental attacks were bombarded on the martial artists. Fortunately, every projectile that was thrown at their direction was deflected away with the powerful Halo Sword Formation. Although they were all safe from the attacks, all 81 members of the sect were extremely tired. They were only able to last this long because of their sheer willpower. Their chi had dropped to the bottom of the barrel. "Brother Bai, where are you? We are going to fall," cried Ganyangjinren. Most of the level 4 fighters were only able to support them by the side, while the weaker disciples were trying their best to maintain the halo sword formation. At this point, they were basically running on fumes. Ganyang Jinren could only wish that he had more level 4 fighters. All full 81 level 4 sword master to perform the halo sword formation. But it was all but a dream. If he had 81 level 4 sword masters, they would not even need the formation to kill all 1,000 mutants. Master, I'm done for. So the thud. After holding on for 30 minutes, one of the 81 disciples had fallen to the ground after coughing out a mouthful of blood. No! Ganyang Jinren cried with horror. He was worried about his disciples, but he was more concerned about the sword formation. The skill required an exact number of disciples to perform. If one of them fell, the entire formation would not work. "Huh! They're open. Finish them now," Walker roared loudly. "Damn it all! Retreat! Everyone, retreat!" cried Ganyang Jinren. All the disciples that were performing the halo sword formation stopped and ran towards Ganyang Jinren. The fallen disciple was saved during the commotion and was placed dead in the center of the entire martial artist to be protected. The poor lad had used up all the chi in him, and the result was severe internal damage. The martial artists had lost their greatest offensive attack and was now forced to be in the defense. The ones standing in the front to face the mutants head-on were the level 4 fighters, including Ganming Jinren. The ones in the back were the disciples. There were only 60 to 70 of them left. Defend! Defend with all you've got! Our reinforcement is coming!" cried Ganyang Jinren. Their only last hope was by Wanli. The disciples were placed in behind the level 4 fighters, as they were all mostly the disciples of the Rainbow Longsword sect. They were all tired out and was running out of chi at that moment. Every one of them was so wasted that they could barely lift their swords any longer. Besides them, the other sect's level 3 disciples were also in a hard spot. They could fight, but not as competent as the other sect's disciple. The task of keeping everyone alive fell upon the level 4 fighters. With that thought in mind, Ganming Jinren decided to fight till his last breath. The disciples that were at the brink of collapsing were his best students. The future of the sect. If they were allowed to die there, the Rainbow Longsword sect would be decimated. The other sect leaders were thinking of the same thing. Even though they were of small sects with names that were not remembered by all, the hope to preserve the sect was still embedded in everyone's mind. They could not, and would not allow their sect to fall. Hence, until Bai Wanli arrived with reinforcements, they would defend their disciples with their own life if they had to. "Kill them all. Leave none alive," Walker roared. Once the halo sword formation was down, the mutants were finally able to get close to the martial artists to attack. Every one of them held all sorts of grudges against the martial artist. Some were personal, like Walker, while others were just bloodthirsty. One by one, the mutants that were closer to the front lines started to morph into beasts. Those that had ranged attacks were positioned far behind the front lines. Unlike martial artists, these mutants did not have a variety of attack patterns. Chapter 775, The Strength of Soaring Cloud Sect. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hold on for a bit more. "Reinforcements are coming," cried Ganyang Jinren as he relentlessly parried attack after attack. You talk an awful lot, or an old man," Walker roared as he appeared beside Ganyang Jinren with a fist charged with fire. Wham! Within a fraction of a second, Walker punched Ganyang Jinren in his chest. Before he did, Ganyang Jinren had managed to manifest a little chi around his body to protect himself from attack. That tiny little protection was enough to dampen Walker's attack, to make it non-lethal. Even so, he was sent flying for about 2 meters before he turned in midair and landed on his feet. Walker was the same level as he, the pinnacle stage of level 4. Ganyang Jinren knew from that attack that the man had the same power level as he. It would be hard for him to actually kill him. Thankfully, the enemy would also find it hard to defeat him. With that thought in mind, Ganyang Jinren had to draw the strongest enemy, which was him, to his side for as long as he could to buy as much time for the reinforcement to reach. Ganyang Jinren ran sideways, away from his comrades, to bait Walker away from them. "You dare! Walker roared once again when he saw Ganyan Jinren was running away from him. While Ganyan Jinren was drawing Walker away from the other martial artists, he had to deal with the weaker mutants along the way. At this point, after the fall of the Halo Sword formation, many of the weaker martial artists were killed in simultaneous attacks of more than 3 mutants. Brother Bai, you have to make haste now. We might actually be annihilated when you arrive, cried Ganyan Jinren to himself, as he saw the damage of his own people. While Bai Wanli was rushing as fast as he could towards the battle, Jiang Fei and his group had arrived in the northeast of Japan, where, according to 0541, the Xiankong Island sect and the others were. 0541, please find them, said Jiang Fei. Tracking. Location found. 0541 replied in the next second. How are they? Currently, they were still resting. It appears that the mutants had not yet attacked them, said 0541. Huh? What? Jiang Fei was thrown. It had been a long day, yet it seemed that the Xiankong Island sect were fine. I have determined the location of the mutants. It seems that there are 1,500 mutants hiding around the vicinity of the Xiankong Island sect and the others. I have deduced that they would only strike them during the night, said 0541. I see. Looks like the leader of that particular group of mutants was smarter than the norm. Perhaps he foresaw that the martial artists could fight better in the day and would kill more mutants. That was why he had decided to strike during the night with an ambush attack. Are we going over there? Ariel asked. Yes, but there's no need to rush. The mutants are taking their time, and so shall we, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was fine by himself, and so was Ariel and the other NPC girls. However, the rest of the martial artists were drenched in sweat after they had run for 5 hours straight. Every one of them was kneeling down, trying to catch their breath. All right, have a rest. If you can eat some food, the fight will be at nightfall, said Jiang Fei. Oh, I'm so tired. I would kill for some ice-cold cola now. Everyone fell to their bums as soon as Jiang Fei permitted them to rest. Even the girls themselves had started to complain. Jiang Fei took a quick glance at his group and found that besides Ariel and the other biohumans girls, only 7 to 8 martial artists were only breathing rapidly while the others were basically panting like a dog. TCH, only 8 level 4 guys. This might be tough, said Jiang Fei to himself. The only people who were still able to run were the level 4 fighters. To be fair, it was considered good to have at least 8 level 4 fighters then, since everyone in Jiang Fei's group was as young as him. All the sect and clan leaders had basically treated Jiang Fei as a babysitter. Those that were with him were young, but they had the potential to be strong. They were only still weak because of the lack of training. Give them a few more years, and they might be able to reach level 4. Those that were really strong were brought along with the other sect and clan leaders. While Jiang Fei's group began to rest, Soaring Cloud sect was finally attacked. They were crossing a huge valley when a large group of mutants came from the hills and launched a surprise attack. Do not panic. Brother Chun, take Brother Phone with you and teach those insolent mutants a lesson, said Ma Xiantong calmly. Yes, sect leader, said Chun Xianming before rushing to the front. Brother Phone, gather a few capable fighters and come with me, said Chun. In no time at all, Feng had gathered 13 intermediate stage of level 4 fighters with him and followed Chun to fight against the incoming groups of mutants. Including Chun Xianming, 14 fighters came together and performed 2 7-star sword formation. The two groups split into different directions and flashed towards the enemy like lightning. Under the lead of Chun Xianming and Feng Shuani, the two groups dashed across the hills, leaving nothing but dismembered mutants in their wake. Stop them. Stop those swordsmen. We can't. They're too strong. Brother Bear is down. I repeat, Brother Bear is down. How is this possible? Brother Bear is an advanced stage of level 4 mutant. How could he be so easily killed? They're not flinching. We are throwing everything we've got, but they're not even flinching. Soaring Cloud sect stood by the title of the #1 sect in China. Just by sending in 14 level 4 fighters, they had utterly destroyed the formation of the mutants. Although the 7-star sword formation needed only 7 fighters, their prowess was still on par with the halo sword formation of the Rainbow Longsword sect. One of the most mystical skills for a martial artist to master was the ability to draw natural energy from heaven and earth. When a martial artist was able to master that skill, they only required to add in 1/10 of their own chi to bring out their original attack power. It was extremely useful since they could last 10 times longer in battle. One could even increase their power tenfold if that person's body could withstand the after effects. When it came to this, it would be hard for the enemy to defeat them without truly understanding how natural energy worked. On one hand, they might be too strong to defeat, and only a level 5 master could overwhelm them with sheer brute force. Not even a mutant at the pinnacle stage of level 4 could fight them on the same level. *T. Desser grunted. The group of mutants that he had sent to deal with the Soaring Cloud sect had over 2,000 mutants. It was also the same as the group that he was personally leading. He had never thought that the first enemy would be this tough. Currently, the mutants' casualties were not troubling, but they were not the same as the Rainbow Longsword clan. How many mutants would Desser need to sacrifice in order to defeat those intermediate stage of level 4 martial artists? How long would it take for them to deplete their chi? "Retreat!" cried Desser as he bit down his pride and ordered the mutants to stop attacking the Soaring Cloud sect. The only opening they had was the surprise attack. Once the martial artists calmed down and regrouped, many level 3 mutants were slain with an organized attack by only 14 martial artists. Even an advanced stage level 4 mutant was killed. It was a loss that Desser could not accept. "Brother Chun, come back and rest," said Ma Xiantong when he noticed the enemies had issued a retreating signal. He recalled the two groups that were killing so efficiently since the enemies still outnumbered them, and they needed every bit of time to rest to regain their chi. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 776, The Conflict of Soaring Cloud Sect. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation in time. The mutants retreated, and so did the martial artists. Calm returned to the valley. "Sect leader, should we call for backup?" asked Feng Shuani. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are the Soaring Cloud sect. You know for a fact that we are the strongest sect in China, and yet you dare to ask that sort of question," said Yi Tianxun before Ma Xiantong could react. As the Grand Elder of the Soaring Cloud sect, he had participated in this fight against the mutants, right after he was being kept in prison, none other by the level 5 master of Soaring Cloud sect, Feng Tianqi. "However, Grand Elder, we are severely overnumbered," said Chen Xianming. Although it was embarrassing at this point, it was safer to call in reinforcements. "Silence. I blame the likes of spineless maggots, such as yourself, for the unbecoming of the Soaring Cloud sect. We used to be mighty and powerful. Let them come. They are nothing but grackles in a group," said Yi Tianxun. Both Feng Shuani and Chen Xianming kept quiet even though they wanted to bitch slap that old man. He had dared to scold the two heroes who had just gone to the front lines and fought the overwhelming enemies by themselves. On the other hand, he was just standing with others, staring and doing nothing else. In fact, he had not been doing any fighting. Just because it would save the face of the sect, he would risk the lives of all martial artists present then. If all martial artists were said to have a natural inclination to be arrogant, those that were trained in large, famous sects would definitely be the greatest examples. Yi Tianxun was the epitome of being arrogant. He genuinely looked down on normal humans and even the other martial artists of the other sections. In his opinion, only the Soaring Cloud sect practices the true form of martial arts. To have him ask for help from the other sects would be detrimental to his pride, one that he would rather die than to request for help. "We'll see how this battle turns out. Let's not talk about reinforcements at the moment," said Ma Xiantong after giving it thought. While others might not know about it, Ma Xiantong, the sect leader of the Soaring Cloud sect, understood what happened to Yi Tianxun. Although he was said to be imprisoned by Feng Tianqi, the truth was far from it. The man was accepted by the level 5 master as his personal disciple, with a level 5 master standing behind him. The man had become even more arrogant than he already was. Even Ma Xiantong was nothing but a little pea in the face of Yi Tianshun. "Sai, we hear and obey," said Chen Xianming and Feng Shuani. This was not the first time Yi Tianshun had tried to stir trouble. If he had not provoked Zhang Fei, the boy would not have shed blood in the Soaring Cloud sect and brought shame to them. If that old fart was going to do the same thing he did with Zhang Fei, Soaring Cloud sect might be on the road to annihilation. I blame myself for being in Soaring Cloud sect, said Feng Shuani to himself. I would have punished the two of you if we are not in a war, said Yi Tianshun angrily. To think that mere members had dared to talk back to him was unacceptable. However, he knew that it was not the place and time for him to enact punishment. However, that did not mean that he would let them go. Once the war was over, he would punish them when they are back in China. "Sir, I'm curious to know, why did we stop the attack?" asked a powerful mutant. "There's more than it meets the eye when it comes to warfare, young one. There's no need for us to push them too soon. The game had only just begun. We do not need to sacrifice 8 of our men to kill 10 of them," said Desser as he left. The man had made such a decision, similar to the one when he decided to let the Snow Mountain sect go. He knew that the martial artists could fight when death was knocking on their doors. Although he was sure that he could defeat the Soaring Cloud sect, he did not want to do it in a way that many of his own brethren would perish. Right now, all he wanted to do was to catch those martial artists off guard. The more the better. There was no need for him to find and kill them just yet. As he said, the game had only just begun. When the naval fleet returns with fire support, the martial artists would be weakened and the mutants could wipe them out easily without suffering many casualties. There was not even a need for them to even attack now. "What should we do now, sir?" asked another mutant. "Good question. For now, let us regroup and recuperate. It's about time we have some grub," said Desir with a warm smile. "Yes, sir," said all the mutant that were standing close to him. They then proceeded to inform the other mutant group leaders to spread the word. With speed, all the mutants that were preparing to fight the Soaring Cloud sect returned. "Look at them. Didn't I say the mutants were just a bunch of grackles? There's no need for us to chase them. They retreated willingly," said Yi Tianshun when he noticed the mutants were retreating. He genuinely thought that the mutants were afraid of them. Chen Xianming and Feng Shuani sighed heavily. It was obvious that the mutants did not retreat because of fear. However, they dared not speak their minds. "All right, let's move on," said Ma Xiantong as he led the sect somewhere else safe. The battle was short and fast. Although they had lost several level 3 disciples when they were ambushed, Chen Xianming and Feng Shuani had killed over 50 mutants. They had even managed to kill 5 level 4 mutants. It was a good trade since they had only lost less than 10 level 3 disciples. It was true that the Soaring Cloud sect came out victorious. However, losing over 50 men in one fight was nothing to the entire mutant army. As time passed, night came and Zhang Fei remained passive while he waited for the mutants to strike first. On the other side of Japan, Bai Wanli had finally reached to save the Rainbow Longsword sect. "Protect the injured," cried Bai Wanli as he sent out his disciples to rescue those that were maimed and unable to fight anymore. He and a few other level 4 fighters took the liberty to stand in the front lines. "Brother Bai, thank God." When Ganyang Jinren saw Bai Wanli had arrived to fight by his side, he was grateful, yet words seemed to fail him. The man was injured badly as his clothing was dyed in red by the blood of his enemies and him. Ganyang Jinren was not the only one. The rest of the surviving Rainbow Longsword sect were also gravely injured. Some that were still able to fight was in trance. The mutants were everywhere. The battlefield was basically crawling with them. All the last surviving members of the Rainbow Longsword sect were basically running on fumes. Even the level 4 fighters were unable to fight properly as their visions were fading away. The only thing that kept them going was willpower and the hope that reinforcements would come to save them. Without that thought, willpower alone was not enough to keep them alive. While the martial artists were down to their feet, the mutants were not doing too good themselves. Most of them were exhausted, while some were able to keep fighting on in their beast form. Even though they had the quantity, they did not have the quality. Martial artists were trained to have inhuman endurance, while the mutants were never trained. Even though the mutants could fall back and rest for a while and return to the front lines, there was still a limit to it. If Desir was there to lead the mutants, he would have called back the soldiers a long time ago. Unfortunately for this batch of mutants, the man that was leading them was the man that had an intense grudge against Chinese martial artists. Walker would not stop until he had killed every martial artist right then. When Bai Wanli had arrived, the tables had turned. It was time for them to strike back, and they would strike hard. Chapter 777. 777. Captured Alive. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation Kill. Bai Wanli and the others got down to business as soon as they arrived. When they saw the corpses of martial artists on the ground, Bai Wanli and the rest became very upset. Among the martial artists who had been killed by the mutants, some were friends, family members, and even lovers. The death of these loved ones immediately enraged Bai Wanli and the others. You freaks should go to hell. Brothers, I have come to avenge you. Junior, I will make these monsters pay for what they've done. With a vengeful spirit, Bai Wanli and the rest of his followers started charging toward the group of mutants led by Walker. Kill them. I would like to see where you can run to. Walker was still chasing after Ganyang Jinren. He did not realize that the martial artist backup army had arrived. Right then, he was so full of rage and hatred that he only focused on killing Ganyang Jinren. He could not have cared less about what was happening around him. Master Walker, let's retreat. Oh no, Master Walker, we can't hold them off any longer. Due to an entire day of fighting, although the mutants had managed to kill quite a number of martial artists, they were thoroughly exhausted. These mutants who acquired their energy through blood injections naturally did not have as much stamina as the martial artists who used their inner chi. They were only able to dominate the Rainbow Longsword sect because of their larger numbers. Now that they had run out of energy, it was only a matter of time before Bai Wanli's group of vengeful martial artists finished them off. Bai Wanli killed a low-tier level 4 mutant with a single slash of his sword. Normally, he was not capable of killing a level 4 metahuman this easily. However, these mutants had become exhausted after expending most of the energy in their body. Therefore, Bai Wanli was able to kill the mutant instantly before they even engaged each other in a proper battle. Master, let's retreat. Walker's subordinate cried out. If they continued to fight, their entire army would be wiped out. Master, we're begging you. Our soldiers are all out of energy. The other mutants were also begging for Walker to back off. However, Walker was already engrossed in killing the martial artists. The only thing he thought about was ending Ganyang Jinren's life. I have been granted special permission by Desir to take over the commanding right. Everyone listen to me now. Retreat. Right then, another pinnacle level 4 mutant voiced out. The mutants were clearly stunned. They could not understand why Desir would suddenly change the commander at such a moment. However, since the new commander was giving orders for the army to retreat, nobody would object the order. Right then, the mutants were completely exhausted and could barely keep up with the fight. If they continued to fight against the martial artists from the Rainbow Longsword sect, they might have stood a chance. However, they were completely hopeless facing Bai Wanli's backup troops. Therefore, when they heard that a new commander had taken over and was giving orders to retreat, no one even bothered to question him. Everyone immediately started retreating. Kill them. As the other mutants began retreating, Walker was still chasing after Ganyang Jinren. Master, fear not. I have come to assist you. Bai Wanli immediately rushed over to support Ganyang Jinren in the fight against Walker. After Bai Wanli had taken his place in the fight, Ganyang Jinren immediately sat down on the ground. He had lost all composure as his entire body shook. Drops of sweat were falling from his forehead. After an entire day of fighting, Ganyang Jinren was close to passing out. Walker had been focused on fighting Ganyang Jinren the entire day. However, Ganyang Jinren needed to relieve some of the pressure on his disciples. Therefore, not only did he have to fend Walker off, he also had to do his best to kill the low-tier mutants. Hence, he had expended much more energy than Walker. If Bai Wanli and the rest had not arrived in time, Gan Yongzhenren would have been killed by Walker. Walker did not seem to be in good shape either. Although he had expended much less energy than Gan Yongzhenren, he had also been fighting for nearly half a day. He would have used up most of his energy and strength. Thus, he did not stand a chance against Bai Wanli, who had not used up any of his own energy. With just a few exchanges of attacks, Walker's shoulder was struck by Bai Wanli's sword. Swiftly thereafter, Bai Wanli kicked Walker in his stomach, which knocked Walker 8 meters backward. At the same time, his kick caused the remaining energy in Walker's body to dissipate completely. Walker cried painfully as he fell to the ground. In fact, he could not even stand up after Bai Wanli's impactful kick. Seeing that a great number of martial artists had been killed by the mutants, Bai Wanli was infuriated. He naturally would not hold back against the mutants. "Go to hell!" Bai Wanli shouted as he jumped behind Walker, raised his sword, and was prepared to end Walker's life. "Spare him!" Right then, Gan Yongzhenren suddenly shouted loudly. Bai Wanli was stunned. A lot of the elite disciples from Rainbow Longsword Sect were among the killed. Gan Yongzhenren was probably much more angered than he was. Perhaps Gan Yongzhenren was insistent on killing the mutant himself. When he thought about it, Bai Wanli figured that Gan Yongzhenren's judgment was probably clouded by his hatred for the mutants. However, it was a reasonable explanation since he had suffered such great losses. "Come on, master. I'll spare him for you to kill," Bai Wanli said as he used his inner chi to suppress Walker by sealing the energy in his body. "That's not what I meant. Everyone fights on behalf of their own country in this battle. Although we have lost many of our disciples, my judgment is not clouded. This young man holds a rather high rank among the mutants. It might be useful to keep him alive," Gan Yongzhenren said when he saw Bai Wanli extending his sword toward him. There was clearly a misunderstanding. "Oh, I see. I have misunderstood you, master. My apologies." Bai Wanli bowed at Gan Yongzhenren to ask for his forgiveness. Please don't do that. If it weren't for you and your men, we would have already died here. Bowing to me now puts me in a difficult position." Gan Yongzhenren was too exhausted to stop Bai Wanli from bowing. However, he still felt bad about it. "All right, let's talk later. Everyone, help the injured members," Bai Wanli ordered. Very soon, the backup soldiers who arrived started getting busy. They carefully moved the injured martial artists aside and tended to their wounds. Although their traditional medicines were not as effective as Jiang Fei's Grand Restore pill, they had these in bulk, which was beneficial in this scenario where a large number of them was needed. Chapter 778. 778. A Prick. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Aside from rescuing and tending to the wounds of the injured, there was also the more gruesome task of gathering the corpses of dead martial artists. Although Bai Wanli and the others had faced a similar battle, they did not have the energy to even care about the dead bodies during the last battle. However, things were different now. This time, they had managed to ward off the mutants. Therefore, they had the right to scan the battlefield for remaining survivors as well as corpses. After gathering all the corpses, Bai Wanli and the rest bowed at the corpses 3 times as a show of respect. Although those who had died were mostly younger generations, there were still warriors who had sacrificed their lives for China and therefore deserved equal respect. "Burn them," Bai Wanli said as he closed his eyes. As martial artists, they valued traditions of China greatly, which meant that burials were preferred over cremations. Burning the bodies of the dead was not something they would normally accept. However, they could not leave the corpses of the martial artists in Tokyo. They had no choice but to burn them into ashes so that they could be brought back to China after the war had ended. As the flames engulfed the bodies of the dead, the corpses of the martial artists were all turned into ashes. The ashes were then kept away. They would be brought back to their home country once the war ended. "Let's calibrate our losses," Bai Wanli said with a sigh. "We have indeed lost a lot of our men. In total, we have lost 85 men, out of which 6 are level 4, while the rest are level 3 disciples," one of the Rainbow Longsword Sect's elders said. Such is the outcome of wars." Bai Wanli sighed. He no longer sounded as confident as he did before the war started. Among the dead martial artists, most of them had been killed before by Wanli, and the rest had even made it to the battlefield. After Bai Wanli and the others had arrived, the mutants were no longer able to kill many of these martial artists. Although the martial artists faced a significant loss, the mutants did not benefit much either. The Rainbow Longsword sect was actually very strong. Although they had lost a lot of their men in the battle, the mutants paid a very hefty price for it too. After Bai Wanli and the other backup forces had arrived, the mutants were basically massacred. Their corpses left behind on the battlefield totaled up to 300. Although a lot of mutants died in that battle, they had a much larger army overall. Therefore, 300 was a small number to them. On the other hand, the Chinese martial artists were much more affected by the huge loss they faced. You can't treat me like this. I deserve to be treated fairly as a hostage. Right then, Walker started shouting in English. As many of the younger martial artists despised him, they spat at him or kicked him when they walked by. Third brother, have a chat with the young lad. Ask him why he's shouting. Bai Wanli could not even bear to look at the face of this mutant whom he hated so much. Therefore, he asked Bai Wanjian to do the dirty deed. Leave it to me. Bai Wanjian's eyes flashed with excitement. He was indeed a crooked man with a hobby of torturing others. As he usually did not have a chance to torture others, Bai Wanjian was very excited now that he had a chance to torture Walker, who also angered him by killing his comrades. Young lad, it's your lucky day. Come, let's play. Bai Wanjian dragged Walker away from the crowd. He knew his methods of torturing were not well received by others. Therefore, he decided to bring Walker somewhere else so that the rest would not be disgusted by his actions. Bai Wanjian did not go very far. He merely dragged Walker to the back of a huge rock as he squatted down. After 2 seconds, Walker started crying in pain. The sound he made was almost indescribable. It sounded almost inhuman, like an animal crying in pain. In less than 5 seconds, Walker's voice turned raspy from shouting. The sound of Walker shouting and crying was accompanied by a crackling sound of bones breaking. The sound gave the nearby martial artists goosebumps from just hearing it. You need to look after your brother. Toward the end, Grandmother Yuehua said disapprovingly. Walker's cries for being tortured was unbearable. Even if the martial artists hated the mutants, they still felt pity for him. Third brother, that's quite enough. Ask him what he knows. Bai Wanli shouted. Brother, you know that I don't understand their dumb language. Bai Wanjian said almost excitedly. I understand. I understand Chinese. Ask me anything. I'll tell you. Please let me go. To everyone's surprise, Walker confessed. Can you be more of a man, please? Why can't you just hold on a little longer? Bai Wanjian said angrily. He seemed to want to enjoy torturing Walker a little while longer. I'll tell you everything. Please just let me go. Despite how fierce Walker was previously, he was still only a spoiled brat. After being tortured by Bai Wanjian, death was perhaps the most precious gift he could ask for. Therefore, he had very little willpower left for resistance. All right, tell us then, what are the capabilities of your mutants? What's your objective this time? What are your other plans? Bai Wanjian asked. I'll tell you everything. Please stop torturing me. Thereafter, Walker told them everything he knew. Just as Walker was being tortured and interrogated by Bai Wanjian, the mutants in Zhangfei's areas were also getting ready to attack. Captain, the mutants are getting ready. 0541 was the first to discover the mutants' movements. All right, Zhangfei nodded as he turned around to speak to the young martial artists. Everyone, get ready to fight. I'm sure you have all had enough rest. Fight? Brother Jiang, where's the enemy? Yeah, there's no enemy around. Shut up, all of you. From now on, you do not need to know too much. Just do as I ask. Whoever objects, leave now. Zhangfei said forcefully. He was getting ready to fight. If these young martial artists would not listen to his command, they would only be a burden to him and even put everyone else in danger. Zhangfei would not allow that to happen. Aren't you a little too forceful? Clearly, there was a disciple who was disobedient. Many of these disciples were top performers in their own sections. Otherwise, they would not have been sent to fight alongside Zhangfei. They've gotten used to being respected in their own sections. Therefore, it was nearly impossible for them to completely obey Jiang Fei's commands. Who is this fellow? Jiang Fei asked Yangpo coldly. He is the Solitary Cloud Palace's main disciple, Lu Peng. Yang seemed to be very familiar with the person. Solitary Cloud Palace? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never even heard of the sect. However, he could understand why. After all, regardless of how much the disciples of the main sects disliked Jiang Fei, they would not dare to speak against him during such a crucial moment. This fellow either wanted to get attention from the females around, or he was forced to act on behalf of the other disciples who had intentions to object Jiang Fei's command. Chapter 779. 779. You don't deserve intimidation. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Brother Jiang. Although you are the group leader, we have the right to voice our opinions too. You can't be so dominant. Lu Peng added excitedly when he saw that Jiang Fei did not react to his earlier statement. I'm saying this for the last time. From now on, you all must follow my orders without questioning me. If you cannot accept it, leave immediately. Jiang Fei said angrily. Hee, Brother Jiang. You're being unreasonable. Do you really think you are all that amazing just because you're the group's leader? You can't get rid of anyone just because you feel like it. Lu Peng said in a weird tone. When he saw that the girls were paying attention to him, he became even more arrogant. Phew, Jiang Fei was nearly losing control of his temper. Under normal circumstances, he might have chosen to ignore Lu Peng's immaturity. However, they were in time of war and the battle was about to begin. He did not have time to deal with this kind of nonsense. Moreover, he could not stand a brat like Lu Peng causing trouble in his group. Lu Peng, that's enough. Yang Qing showed that. Junior Qing, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other seniors present. I'm sure they support what I said as well. When Lu Peng saw that the most admired girl in the group was actually talking to him, he felt even more encouraged. However, little did he notice that the other seniors around him were slowly distancing themselves away from him. Right then, Jiang Fei took out his communication device and started speaking into the public channel. Where are the people from the Solitary Cloud Palace? They're here with me. What's the matter? Bai Wanli answered. Nearly more than half of the alliance members were there with him. Most of the middle-sized and smaller sects were all gathered near Bai Wanli. Ask their sect master to speak with me. Jiang Fei said calmly. Oh, Lu Bai, turn your communication device to the public channel. Brother Jiang is looking for you. Bai Wanli shouted. Although Jiang Fei had never heard of the Solitary Cloud Palace, they were actually a rather strong sect. Despite not being one of the mainstream sects, they were still much stronger than Green Willow Heights. Otherwise, they would not have been able to send one of their disciples to accompany Jiang Fei. Brother Jiang is looking for me? Lu Bai was stunned. He had never crossed paths with Jiang Fei in the past. There is no point in looking for my master. I am merely reasoning. We are not your slaves. As Jiang Fei openly spoke into the communication device, Lu Peng had heard what he said. However, he did not seem to mind Jiang Fei's actions. Brother Jiang, are you looking for me? Lu Bai spoke through the public channel. Is Lu Peng your disciple? Jiang Fei asked calmly. Yes, he is. What's the matter? Has something happened to him? Lu Bai's heart raced. Not only is he refusing my orders, he is also openly challenging my authority. I will kill him now. Jiang Fei spoke in a calm manner, as if what he said was of no importance at all. No. Please don't, Brother Jiang. Lu Peng is still young and inexperienced. I will teach him a lesson myself. Lu Bai quickly responded. I'm not discussing this with you. I am merely informing you. Jiang Fei said as he terminated the call. Brother Jiang, listen to me. Lu Bai was still speaking when he suddenly realized Jiang Fei had already exited from the public channel. Brother Bai, please help me out. When he saw that Jiang Fei was not giving him a chance to speak, Lu Bai quickly sought help from Bai Wanli. He hoped Bai Wanli could speak on his behalf. Young brother, I really can't help you out this time. Moreover, it would probably be too late by the time I get in touch with Brother Jiang. Bai Wanli sighed as he patted Lu Bai's shoulder. No, he's my best disciple. L'on be froze. He then looked around, hoping to find someone who could help him. However, he saw that everyone shook their heads helplessly. Do you want to kill me? Who are you trying to scare? Lu Peng laughed coldly as he looked at Jiang Fei. He thought that Jiang Fei was merely threatening him. I have indeed intimidated a lot of people. However, you do not deserve it. As soon as Jiang Fei spoke the last two words of his sentence, he suddenly appeared right next to Lu Peng and hooked his fingers around Lu Peng's neck. Lu Peng did not even have time to react as Jiang Fei's fingers tightened. Jiang Fei easily penetrated Lu Peng's chi body protection and immediately crushed his throat. The level 3 Lu Peng died in the hands of Jiang Fei, who was a pinnacle level 4 expert. He was annihilated like an ant, which did not even have time to struggle. Wham! Lu Peng's body was flung to the ground. Jiang Fei looked around at the young martial artists around him as he asked calmly, "Does anyone else still have any other concerns regarding my authority?" None of the over 50 young martial artists dared to speak. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. When Jiang Fei's gaze shifted around from one person to the next, some of them even felt goosebumps. The Solitary Cloud sect's main disciple had been killed without hesitation. They finally realized that Jiang Fei was being very serious. At the same time, they understood what would happen to them if they continued to challenge Jiang Fei's authority. Since no one else has any opinion, let's get ready to enter the battle. Jiang Fei waved as he summoned a flame to burn Lu Peng's corpse into ashes. Demon. He must be a demon. All of the young martial artists thought unanimously. When these young martial artists looked at Jiang Fei again, their eyes were filled with fear. Even the ladies who had fought alongside Jiang Fei in the previous battles in Tokyo were beginning to fear him. Yang Qing was the only person who looked amazed, as if she had just discovered a new continent. She seemed to be very impressed by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked satisfactorily at the young martial artists. He did not care what they thought of him as long as they followed his orders and did not cause him any trouble. After Lu Peng's disturbing incident, the mutants began attacking the Xiankong Island sect and the Valiant Viridian sect. The two big sects were attacked without any sign of warning. Their weaker state in comparison with the Soaring Cloud sect was very apparent. After being assaulted, the two sects' teams became scattered, and that had given the mutants an opportunity to assassinate quite a number of their level 3 disciples. Although the Xiankong Island sect and the Valiant Viridian sect had rather strong capabilities, they did not have the aid of a unique formation like the Soaring Cloud sect's 7-star sword formation. They could only rely on their own strengths to fight against the mutants. Very soon, the fight turned into a chaotic battle as the Xiankong Island sect and the Valiant Viridian sect started losing their members as they were greatly outnumbered by the mutants. "Follow me," Jiang Fei called after the martial artists around him as he started charging toward the battlefield. Chapter 780, Arrival of Godly Soldiers. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. By the time Jiang Fei and the rest had entered the battlefield, the battle was already fiercely in progress. Martial artists from the Xiankong Island sect and the Valiant Viridian sect were all engaged in chaotic fights against the mutants. Although the mutants far outnumbered them, the martial artists were putting up a good fight with their strong capabilities. Charge. Get close and don't use ranged attacks. Fight them up close, Jiang Fei said to the martial artists behind him. The strength of mutants were no longer weaker than the martial artists in terms of their energy levels. However, in close combat, 3 mutants would not even be able to fight against one martial artist. Therefore, martial artists would only be able to fully maximize their potential through close combat. The mutants knew their own weaknesses. Therefore, they normally relied on larger, beastly mutants to come in between the martial artists so that the mutants with energy blasts could attack from a safe distance. As the mutants were too great in numbers, and they would usually sneak up behind the martial artists to initiate the fights, the martial artists found it very difficult to counter their attacks despite knowing their weaknesses. However, Jiang Fei and the others were different. With 0541's invisibility effect, The mutants did not even know that they had arrived. Therefore, this time, the martial artists were the ones ambushing the mutants. As long as they got close to the mutants with energy blasts, they would be able to get rid of them easily. 0541. Remove the invisibility effect. Seeing that the mutants were less than a few hundred meters away, Jiang Fei gave the order to reveal themselves. Swoosh! A bright light flashed. While Jiang Fei and the martial artist did not notice anything odd, the mutants in the distance looked horrified. Darn! Where did they come from? How was that possible? The Navy did not tell us that there were other martial artists around. Liza, what happened? Why didn't you warn us? I don't know. They appeared out of nowhere. Kill. While the mutants were still in a state of shock from Jiang Fei and the other martial artist's sudden appearance, the latter had already charged toward the mutants. As a loud cry in pain could be heard, a level 3 mutant was instantly beheaded by Jiang Fei. Kill them. Bai Zhongwei shouted loudly as he charged toward the mutants with his sword. The other young martial artists followed after him. All of a sudden, more than 100 mutants were killed by Jiang Fei and the rest. Damn it! Stop them! Douglas, block these darn martial artists. The leader of this group of mutants was Brzezinski. He had already reached pinnacle level 4 before the mutants had acquired the biotechnology. After being modified, his body was physically strengthened. He was perhaps one of the strongest among the mutants. I am coming. Douglas immediately proceeded to block Jiang Fei and the rest when he received Brzezinski's orders. Roar! Douglas suddenly turned into a huge bear, which was almost 3 meters tall. When he stood up, he could even reach up to 6 to 7 meters in height. There were 30 to 40 other mutants behind Douglas. These were all muscular and buff mutants. Some of them could transform into beasts, while others became covered in rocky armor or even turned into metal forms. These mutants immediately came in between Jiang Fei and the other mutants who used ranged attacks and needed to be protected. Clink! Bai Zhongwei's sword came into contact with one of the mutants covered in rocky armor. The sword was not even able to cut through the surface of the armor, and thus leaving the mutant unharmed. He's so strong. Bai Zhongwei frowned as he attacked with his sword once again. Although his attacks could not physically hurt the mutant was not fast enough to hit Bai Zhongwei either. The two were in a stalemate. On the other side of the battlefield, Yang Qing was also engaged in a fight against a mutant who had transformed into a metallic body. Likewise, she could not do any damage against the mutant. Apart from Bai Zhongwei and Yang Qing, the other martial artists were also struggling to hurt their opponents. So what if you have support? You'll all die anyway. Brzezinski laughed coolly. He then ordered his troops to start attacking Jiang Fei. A group of mutants which relied on energy-based attacks proceeded to attack Jiang Fei following Brzezinski's order. As this happened, the pressure on the Xiankong Island sect and Valiant Viridian sect was lessened. As these mutants began attacking, the young martial artists on Jiang Fei's side were slowly losing their ground. Since they could not penetrate the armor of the mutants, they ended up taking the hits instead. Some of the martial artists were injured quite badly. The young martial artists began to take their opponents more seriously. All right, it's time. When Jiang Fei saw that the young martial artists finally realized how strong the mutants were, he decided to proceed with his plan. After all, the Xiankong Island sect and Valiant Viridian sect were losing their men with every passing second. If Jiang Fei prolonged the fight, there would only be more casualties. Yes, Master. The female biohumans around Jiang Fei replied as they prepared to attack. Ariel, not you. When Jiang Fei saw that Ariel was also preparing to engage in the battle, he immediately stopped her. Thus far, there was still no sign of any level 5 experts on the battlefields in Tokyo. That meant they had chosen to stay out of the fights. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to break the unspoken rule whereby level 5 experts would not participate in these battles. If Ariel were to attack, the other level 5 mutants would definitely not spectate without participating. However, Jiang Fei only had Ariel, who was a level 5 expert. Moreover, Ariel was only a beginner level 5. If a war between level 5 experts broke out, Jiang Fei would be at a disadvantage. Although there were quite a few level 5 experts in the martial art alliance, Jiang Fei did not know any of them. The only person he knew was Feng Qianqi, who still harbored unresolved hatred for Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to bring the level 5 experts into the fight. He would only have an advantage in these fights with the help of his biohumans as long as the level 5 experts did not get involved. All right, Ariel nodded as she stood quietly on the side. Charge! Kill them. At the same time, the female biohumans around Jiang Fei began attacking. As the 24 female biohumans came from a military background, their movements were very well coordinated. Moreover, with the special group fighting technique 0541 had provided them, these ladies were able to advance on their enemies in a group. As the group of ladies began firing beams of energy at the mutants, anyone who was struck was instantly turned into ashes. Their frightening attack power not only shocked the mutants, but also by Zhongwei and the other martial artists. Chapter 781 Mass Destruction. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation carefully designed by 0541. The group attack formation used by the biohumans was on par with the Soaring Cloud Sect's 7-star sword formation. Moreover, the formation technique was being used by 24 advanced level for metahumans. Therefore, its might was stronger than anyone could imagine. None of the mutants were able to defend themselves against the female biohumans' attacks. Regardless of whether they were mutants who could transform into bears or tigers, or even rock or steel, all of the mutants were killed within a second. While the female biohumans were busy breaking through the mutants' barrier, Jiang Fei activated his wind-based origin force, thus increasing his movement speed to its maximum. With a few leaps, Jiang Fei arrived before the mutants with ranged attacks. Using his Changying sword, Jiang Fei created beams of sword energy infused with his metallic energy, which were then fired at the mutants. At that moment, Jiang Fei was like a human meat grinder, killing every mutant in sight. Kill them! Bai Zhongwei and the rest were encouraged by Jiang Fei's progress. They charged past the female biohumans toward the mutants with ranged attacks. Damn it! Brzezinski did not expect the newly arrived martial artists to be this strong. All of a sudden, these martial artists had penetrated their strongest defender, Douglas, and the other buff mutants. Brzezinski knew he could no longer underestimate Jiang Fei when he saw Jiang Fei's shocking rate of killing. Stop! Brzezinski shouted angrily as he appeared before Jiang Fei. The other mutants took the opportunity to step as far away as possible. The way they looked at Jiang Fei was as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper. They were afraid they would lose their souls if they stood too close. Buzz! Jiang Fei waved the Changying sword before swinging it at Brzezinski. He wanted to see how strong this pinnacle mutant truly was. Ark! When he saw Jiang Fei charging at him with the long sword, Brzezinski raised his own huge sword, which was almost 1 foot wide. Brzezinski believed that his sword would be able to crush Jiang Fei's. Even if Jiang Fei was not physically hurt, his Chinese sword would surely be destroyed by his own huge sword. The plan seemed to work out well in Brzezinski's head. Since his body had been enhanced with biotechnology, he now had a lot more strength than other mutants. If normal martial artists fought against him, they probably would not even stand chance. However, Jiang Fei was different. Jiang Fei definitely had a lot more experience when it came to biotechnology. From the beginning, Jiang Fei had acquired his powers through 0541's biopotions. Thereafter, he even strengthened his own body using a level 5 alien beast genes. Therefore, in terms of strength, Jiang Fei was perhaps 6 times more powerful than Brzezinski. In fact, Jiang Fei was not only stronger in terms of his physical strength. The 2 swords he possessed were also much more powerful. Apart from the Godblade Jianlu sword, Jiang Fei also had the Changying sword, which was made using Planet Namex smithing technique. The Changying sword was undeniably the strongest weapon on Earth. Clink! As a crisp sound was heard, Brzezinski felt as if he had just been knocked by a train. The huge force pushed him backward by at least 5 to 6 steps. Moreover, Jiang Fei's Changying sword not only did not break, After being infused with Jiang Fei's metallic energy, it even left a 2-inch dent in Brzezinski's huge sword. Brzezinski was taken by surprise. He knew his own weapon was already very powerful. It was an incredible weapon made with the major rice-exporting countries' best smithing and crafting technologies. However, he could not believe it had been damaged so easily by Jiang Fei's single attack. Frankly, the severe damage was not entirely caused by Planet Namek's advanced technology. In terms of smithing and crafting techniques, both parties were on par with each other. Even if Planet Namek's technology was advanced, it still had its limits. However, in terms of energy, Brzezinski relied mostly on his own physical strength. When he had collided with Jiang Fei earlier, he had depended on his physical strength to withstand the impact. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had infused his sword with metallic energy using his origin force. Therefore, there was a huge gap in the amount of energy they expended. Take this. After succeeding with his first attack, Jiang Fei immediately struck Brzezinski again. This time, Jiang Fei aimed at Brzezinski's wrist from a very specific angle. Brzezinski was so afraid that he immediately dropped the huge sword in his hand that he backed away. Although Jiang Fei's sword-yielding techniques were still inferior to the other experienced martial artists, he was still better than the mutants who had very little training in such techniques. Before Brzezinski had gone through biotechnology modification, he was also one of the mutants who used ranged energy attacks. Although he was at pinnacle level 4, it was only because of the blood in his veins. His melee combat skills were still horribly weak. After being modified, Brzezinski had acquired a significant amount of physical strength. Naturally, he thought he had become a force to be reckoned with. Indeed, he appeared to be stronger than most of the other mutants during practice. His melee combat skills seemed to be quite commendable as well. However, that was only because mutants generally had poorer fighting skills in melee combat. In a real fight with the Chinese martial artists who specialized in melee combat techniques, Brzezinski's weakness was immediately apparent. Even a less experienced martial artist like Jiang Fei was able to easily defeat him in a sword fight. Brzezinski was deeply embarrassed by how Jiang Fei had made him lose his weapon. At the same time, he understood that he would be defeated if he continued to fight up close. Therefore, Brzezinski tried to distance himself from Jiang Fei so that he could use his energy blast to attack him. Clink! Jiang Fei's sword beams were able to instantly destroy the cones of ice, which Brzezinski flung at him. Jiang Fei then raised the Chungying sword and prepared to strike yet again. When Brzezinski saw that Jiang Fei was getting close to him, he immediately created a wall of ice in front of him to block Jiang Fei's attack. Slash! Jiang Fei shouted as he swung his sword downward. The fire-based origin force instantly caused the wall of ice to explode into pieces. After breaking the wall of ice, Jiang Fei was stunned. Brzezinski had disappeared right before his eyes. Captain, on your left. Although Brzezinski was able to dash out of Jiang Fei's line of sight, Jiang Fei still had the support of 0541. Where are you going? Before Brzezinski was even able to assault Jiang Fei had caught up with him in 2 steps. Master, run away! Jiang Fei was just about to attack Brzezinski when a mutant who had transformed into a body of metal threw himself at Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei was not in a one-to-one fight with Brzezinski. There were still a number of mutants around who would step in to assist Brzezinski. Get lost! Jiang Fei swung his sword as the mutant was instantly sliced apart with Jiang Fei's sword that was infused with metallic energy. Despite being a beginner level 4 mutant with who could transform into metal, he still died from a single attack by Jiang Fei. Brzezinski exclaimed in a surprised tone when he saw that his subordinate had been killed in just 1 second. He became more wary of Jiang Fei's battle powers. Even Brzezinski himself could not have defeated a level 4 expert with such ease, let alone kill him. Chapter 782 Defeated. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. While Brzezinski was still in a state of shock, Jiang Fei once again charged toward him. Master, get away quickly. Right then, another mutant shouted. He then used his special power to start attacking Jiang Fei. Countless vines and leafy objects started entangling Jiang Fei's body. Even Jiang Fei, who was pinnacle level 4, was suddenly immobilized. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Brzezinski used the opportunity to call out loudly. He knew that they could not continue fighting the battle. If they did, the entire army of mutants present would be annihilated. Get lost, Jiang Fei shouted angrily. At the same time, he activated his fire-based origin force. Flames started emerging from Jiang Fei's body, which instantly burned the plants, entangling him into ashes. Master, run away now. I'll keep him busy. The mutant which controlled plants was still standing before Jiang Fei. I will look after your family. Brzezinski looked gratefully at the mutant. He knew that his subordinate was sacrificing his own life to save him. As the plant-controlling mutant continued to attack Jiang Fei, vines and thorns spread all around Jiang Fei, which made it difficult for him to move forward. Jiang Fei could only use his flames to continuously burn these plants. However, as soon as he burned some of them, more plants would grow. Damn it! Jiang Fei glared at the mutant. Although Jiang Fei's capabilities were much stronger than his opponent, the mutant's skill was still very annoying. Regardless of how fast he burned these plants, they would grow just as fast. However, from the pale expression on the mutant's face, Jiang Fei could tell that he would not last very long. Using so much of his energy so quickly would deplete the mutant's energy before long. The mutant was using his own life force to sustain its energy usage. Soon, he would probably die from exhausting his energy before Jiang Fei even attacked him. Consider yourself lucky this time. Jiang Fei glared at Brzezinski, who had managed to escape. There were too many of the mutants. Jiang Fei could not possibly kill all of them. Since the opponents had decided to retreat, Jiang Fei gave up on pursuing them. Very soon, the remaining mutants either escaped or were killed by the backup forces Jiang Fei had brought with him. The 24 female biohumans were especially efficient in killing the mutants. They probably killed more than half of the mutants on the battlefield. Are you guys all right? Jiang Fei asked as the battle finally came to an end. Yeah, Brother Jiang, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have been in grave trouble. Xiankong Island's leader, Zhu Tianfei, said after panting for a while. Although the battle had not lasted very long, he had expended a lot of energy to protect his young disciples. Yeah, Brother Jiang, thank you so much. The valiant Viridian sect Master Yin, Wen Tao, also expressed his gratitude. You two are most welcome. We are all from the same martial art alliance. It's our duty to help each other. Jiang Fei laughed. From the looks of things, you must have already reached pinnacle level 4, haven't you? Yin Wen Tao asked. It's nothing. Jiang Fei smiled as he nodded in response. Although news had gotten around that Jiang Fei defeated Ma Xiantong, the two men had not personally witnessed the incident. Therefore, they had not believed the presumed rumors as they thought someone had made it up. However, after witnessing Jiang Fei's capabilities today, Zhu Tianfei and Yin Wen Tao finally looked at Jiang Fei in a new light. They even felt a certain fear and respect for Jiang Fei. We should not stay here for too long. What do you two plan to do? Jiang Fei asked. Let's rest for a while and calibrate how many men we have lost. We should also sort out the corpses of our dead disciples. Yeah, I agree. Yin Wen Tao nodded. All right, please hurry up. Jiang Fei did not disagree with their plan. Very soon, the remaining martial artists started moving around. The injured members were tended to first. As Jiang Fei was around, he supplied them with an unlimited number of Grand Restore pills. The injured disciples were able to recover very quickly. After approximately half an hour, the dead martial artists' bodies were cremated. Their ashes were properly stored so that they could be brought back to China after the war. Have they finished calculating the number of the dead? Jiang Fei asked. Yeah, the Xiankong Island sect and the valiant Viridian sect have lost 43 men in total. The Xiankong Island had lost 17 level 3 disciples and 2 level 4 elders, while the valiant Viridian sect had lost 23 level 3 disciples and 1 level 4 elder. Yang Pe answered. What about our men? Jiang Fei asked. A few of the seniors and juniors were slightly injured. However, with your pills, most of them have already recovered, Yang Pe said after looking around at the young martial artists. As the female biohumans had intentionally protected these young martial artists, none of their lives were endangered in the battle. Only a few of them were slightly injured. All right, understood. Jiang Fei closed his eyes as he started planning their next step. Yang Pe sighed as she looked at Jiang Fei, who had closed his eyes. She felt pity for Lu Peng. The young fellow was actually quite capable. Unfortunately, he had decided to challenge Jiang Fei at an inappropriate time and therefore lost his life in vain. The group which Jiang Fei led was rightfully the safest group amongst the Martial Art Alliance. After all, he had the support of 24 advanced metahumans. Such capabilities were even stronger than what the Soaring Cloud sect had. The Soaring Cloud sect may have more level 4 martial artists, but they also had a much smaller number of advanced level 4 experts. From the battle earlier, Yang Pe could tell that Jiang Fei's female juniors were not entirely focused on protecting the young martial artists. However, if any of the young martial artists were in danger, they would still lend a helping hand. Unfortunately, that was not something even the bigger sects could do. If these young martial artists followed Jiang Fei's instructions obediently, there was a large chance that all of them would make it back to China safely. Jiang Fei did not know what Yang Pe's thoughts were. Even if he did, he would not really care. He did not even mind that Lu Peng had been killed. He was now contemplating the losses in each sect and trying to estimate the chances of them accepting his condition of cooperating with the Chinese military. Chapter 783, 783, Secret Plot. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation after the Xiankong Island sect and the Valiant Viridian sect were done organizing their men. Jiang Fei finally opened his eyes. What are your plans after this? Jiang Fei asked. We wish to find Senior Bai and the rest. Zhu Tianfei said. Yeah, the mutants are too strong. We must work together if we want to defeat them. Yin Wintao nodded. Clearly, the two have talked things through in advance. All right, they are on Kyushu Island. You guys can head over there right now. Jiang Fei smiled. Although the two of them did not choose to work with him, Jiang Fei could understand why. Although the two sects had suffered quite a huge loss, it was still difficult for them to forsake their proud attitude to cooperate with normal humans. Brother Jiang, won't you come with us? Zhu Tianfei asked. Sure, let's head over together. Jiang Fei answered after remaining silent for a short while. He decided to accompany them in search of Bai Wanli. In the end, Jiang Fei was still determined to persuade these martial artists to cooperate with the military as soon as possible. To avoid any more unnecessary casualties, Jiang Fei needed to try harder at convincing Bai Wanli and the rest to work with the military. After Jiang Fei had gathered everyone, they totaled up to 200 people. Once they met up with Bai Wanli and the rest, there would be at least 500 of them in total. By then, they would have gathered all of the martial artists apart from the Soaring Cloud sects members. Somewhere along the journey to find Bai Wanli, Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that there was another group of martial artists which belonged to the Zhongli clan. From the intel Han Tianyu had sent before, one of the mutant groups was charging toward the Zhongli clan. However, Jiang Fei still had not heard any news about the Zhongli clan from his communication device. Could it be that they had been destroyed before they were able to even send out a warning signal? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. After all, the Zhongli clan was a very small secondary tier sect. Moreover, they had only sent around 20 of their men on this mission. If they were ambushed by the mutants, they would probably have been annihilated before they could even react. I wish them the best of luck. Jiang Fei shook his head. Although the Zhongli clan might have been lucky enough to avoid the mutants' attack, there was a very low probability of that happening. After all, the major rice exporting country had drone scouts and satellites to track the martial artists. It was perhaps easier to hide at night. However, in the day, there was no way they could avoid being discovered. Are the members of the Zhongli clan still alive? Jiang Fei asked in the public channel. I don't know. They are not with us, Bai Wanli answered. Jiang Fei waited for a while longer. There was still no news about the Zhongli clan. They had either forgotten to activate their communication device, or they had already been annihilated by the mutants. During the journey, Zhang Fei sent a message to Han Tianyu. "Hey, Han Tianyu, how are things over there?" Han Tianyu asked. "Not too bad. We haven't lost too many of our men." Zhang Fei said, "That's good. That's good." Han Tianyu's tone sounded very odd. It sounded as if he was not fully present in the conversation. "What's the matter with you? Do you know anything about the Zhongli clan?" Zhang Fei asked. "Me? I'm Yufine. I'm not too sure how the Zhongli clan is. It's late at night now. The drone scouts won't be able to find them. I'll check on them with the drone scouts tomorrow morning," Han Tianyu answered. "All right. Please let me know once you find anything." "Oh, right. How are things with the military? When are they sending backup? When will their special navy be able to provide support to us?" Zhang Fei asked again. That was what Zhang Fei was most concerned about. "I'm urging them to hurry up. The military has promised to send androids over as soon as possible," Han Tianyu said. However, he sounded very suspicious. "All right, get them over here quickly. Otherwise, we will be losing a lot more of the martial artists," Zhang Fei said and hung up. "Very good, little Han. You have performed really well. You may go and rest now," Qin Tian said as he smiled and patted Han Tianyu's shoulder. Two supreme androids proceeded to carry Han Tianyu away. "You will regret what you are doing one day. If anything happens to Zhang Fei, you will face Zhuge Shanzhen's wrath." Han Tianyu turned his head around and shouted, "Don't you worry about that. Bring him away." Qin Tian waved his hand as the two supreme androids brought Han Tianyu away and locked him in a secure room. Although Han Tianyu had beginner level 2 capabilities, he was still much weaker than the level 4 supreme androids. He would not have stood a chance if he fought against them. "What do I do? What do I do?" Han Tianyu scratched his head as he sat on the bed. Not only did he lose his freedom, he also lost all methods of communicating with the external world. There was no way of informing Zhang Fei what had happened. The only way Han Tianyu could speak to Zhang Fei was when Zhang Fei initiated contact. Even then, Qin Tian would get the supreme androids to fetch Han Tianyu once he noticed the communication device was ringing. Han Tianyu would then only be able to communicate with Zhang Fei based on Qin Tian's instructions. If he refused, he would be killed immediately. The military had a very clear intention. They planned to use the opportunity of the current war to inflict severe damage on both the martial artists and the mutants. Therefore, they would not send supreme androids this early into the battles, which wasted their own resources. They would only send in the supreme androids to pick up the pieces after the martial artists and the mutants were thoroughly exhausted from the fight. Level 5 expert? Hee, they're not invincible. Qin Tian smiled. He did not seem to be too concerned about Han Tianyu's threat. What's the matter with Han Tianyu? Is he on some weird medication? Zhang Fei had no clue that the Chinese military's plot was underway. He still had hopes of getting military support. When the sky gradually brightened, Zhang Fei and the rest finally arrived at the Kyushu Island. However, they were still quite far away from Bai Wanli and the others. "Let's take a break. It's very easy to be discovered in the day," Zhang Fei said. "Wouldn't we still be discovered if we stayed still?" Zhu Tianfei asked. He was not trying to pick a fight with Zhang Fei. He truly did not understand how their opponent's spying worked. "Of course we would be discovered if we stood still right here. That's why we need to find a place to hide." Zhang Fei smiled. Zhang Fei and the others were currently positioned near a mountainous region. While the mountains were not very tall, they were at least around 10 meters in height. "Come on, let's dig a hole and rest inside," Zhang Fei said as he started digging. "Come over. Everyone, help him out." Zhu Tianfei and Yin Wintao started giving orders to their subordinates. They did not even have a clue as to how the major rice-exporting country's fleet was able to discover them. Therefore, they did exactly as what Zhang Fei instructed them to do. For a group of martial artists, digging a hole was not a difficult feat very soon. They had successfully dug a huge cave into a mountain. "Let's get inside," Zhang Fei urged the others to enter the cave. Although 0541 could also activate the invisibility effect to hide everyone from their enemies, Zhang Fei thought it was a better idea to conserve energy by using the traditional method. Chapter 784 Missile Strike. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei and the rest who hid in the cave were able to avoid being discovered by the major rice-exporting countries' satellites and drone scouts. However, Bai Wanli and the others who were exposed in the plains were easily discovered. Targets identified. Lock onto the targets. Firing zone confirmed. Open fire. As Robert shouted the command, the major rice-exporting countries' fleets started taking action. The firing bay for the guided missile setup was opened as the missiles were fired and puffs of white smoke were left behind. The guided missiles continued to ascend into the air. Very soon, it crossed the ozone layer. Then, it suddenly changed directions and moved toward Bai Wanli and the others before returning to the ozone layer. After entering the ozone layer once again, the guided missiles began their descent at an increasing speed due to the pull of gravity. From afar, these missiles looked like meteorites falling from the sky. Alert! Alert! Man-made objects are approaching. Targets have been identified as guided missiles. 0541's warning immediately woke Jiang Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed. Increase the area of scan. Estimate the projectile's destination. Jiang Fei quickly gave orders to 0541 as he alerted the martial artist around him. Everyone get up. Get ready to fight. The attack power of a guided missile varied. Normal guided missiles could only affect an area of up to 100 meters. Although the attack power could still injure martial artists, it would not be sufficient to take their lives. However, if the guided missiles had nuclear elements, the attack power would be much stronger. Even a level 4 martial artist could not survive if he was at the center of the explosion. As for level 3 disciples, they would be annihilated even if they were at the outermost edge of the impact. The projectile's destination has been confirmed. They are moving toward where the Snow Mountain sect members are located. 0541 reported. How long would it take before the missiles reach them? Jiang Fei asked. 90 seconds. 0541 answered. What? Color drained from Jiang Fei's face. Although the projectiles were approximately 1,200 meters away from the Earth's surface after entering the ozone layer, they could reach 20 times the speed of sound. Therefore, it would not take long for them to reach their targets. We don't have time to remain in a state of shock. Captain, I suggest you warn those martial artists to evacuate immediately. 0541 warned. Right. Jiang Fei immediately dialed for Bai Wanli's communication device. What's the matter, Brother Jiang? Has something happened? Bai Wanli and the other advanced-level martial artists could feel that something was amiss. Although they could not foresee the guided missile's arrival, their martial art instincts somehow forewarned them that danger was imminent. I don't have time to explain. Please evacuate immediately. Get as far away from your current location as possible if you wish to live. Jiang Fei shouted into the communication device. I understand. Bai Wanli did not even question Jiang Fei any further. The disturbance in his heart caused him to believe every word Jiang Fei had said. Everyone, follow me. Let's run. Bai Wanli called out to the martial artists around him as he started running in a random direction. What happened? Although the other martial artists were equally confused, they felt the same disturbance in their hearts which made them very wary. Now that they had seen Bai Wanli's behavior, they knew that something was definitely amiss. There were more than 300 martial artists in Bai Wanli's group. After a full night's rest, these martial artists had recovered some of their strength. Therefore, they moved at a shockingly high speed. Bang! 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 After Bai Wanli and the other martial artists had run a few kilometers away, the guided missiles began to arrive. Are those guided missiles? Damn! These things are way too fast. If not for Brother Zhang's warning, we would not have been able to escape in time. It's not that frightening. We don't have to run so far. As the major rice-exporting country had only used normal missiles this time, the martial artists were not affected at all after they had run a few kilometers away. Many of the martial artists even belittled the threat of missiles. After all, The martial artists would not be injured unless they were very close to the missiles during the explosions. We can't go on like this. Bai Wanli frowned. Yeah, although we are not injured by the attack this time. I've heard that the nuclear bombs are extremely powerful. They seem to be even more powerful than a level 5 expert's full might. Grandmother Yuehua frowned as she spoke. Yeah, I've heard that those nuclear bombs can destroy an entire city in an instant. Some of the more knowledgeable martial artists were familiar with the current state of technology. What do we do now? The others were dumbfounded by the information. If the weapon was capable of destroying an entire city, they would be annihilated regardless of how far they ran. I think we should find Brother Jiang, Ding Tianqing said. Although he was a sect leader, the Green Willow Heights was very near the capital, which meant it was easy for him to access the information about the normal human world, especially concerning such superb weapons. As he was more knowledgeable, he knew how frightening these nuclear bombs were. Therefore, he was not as ignorant and fearless as the other martial artists. Ding Tianqing was aware that if they were really struck by a nuclear bomb, none of the level 3 disciples would survive. The stronger level 4 experts would probably also be annihilated. Only the few pinnacle level 4 experts might survive. That's great. At least Brother Jiang has connections with the military. He would be able to find out about these attacks in advance. Bai Wanli nodded after some thought. After all, he did not want to constantly live in fear of being attacked by a nuclear bomb. I agree. Grandmother Yuehua chipped in. We don't mind either. Ganyang Zhenren from Rainbow Longsword Sect said. All right, let's go. Bai Wanli was worried about being attacked yet again. Therefore, he did not want to stay at the same spot for too long. He then led the way to the location Jiang Fei had provided. What? Are you guys coming over to find me? Jiang Fei was surprised when he found out about Bai Wanli's decision. Although Jiang Fei was glad that Bai Wanli and the others had escaped the nuclear attack, he was concerned about the direction they were headed as Jiang Fei and the rest had already left. Yeah, with you around, we would be able to predict the next attack from such advanced weapons, Bai Wanli expressed earnestly. Although he did not mind working with Jiang Fei, he was still wary of cooperating with the military. All right, head toward the west. I will meet you on the way, Jiang Fei said after some thoughts. He did not want Bai Wanli and the others to travel in plain sight. If they did, the major rice-exporting country would start attacking them with guided missiles. Great, we'll do that, Bai Wanli agreed as he and the rest started walking in the given direction. Chapter 785, Sudden Disappearance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wait here in the cave. Make it bigger if you can. I'm going to find Sect Master Bai and the others, Jiang Fei said to the martial artists around him. Brother Jiang, isn't it dangerous for you to go alone? Zhu Tianfei asked worriedly. It's all right. There will be a lower possibility of being discovered with a smaller number of people. Jiang Fei shook his head. With 0541 support, he would not be discovered by the mutants. All right then. Brother Jiang, stay safe. Zhu Tianfei cupped his fists at Jiang Fei. Take care of yourselves, Jiang Fei said to the female biohumans. As he did not want too many people accompanying him, he decided to only bring Ariel along. All right, don't worry, Senior. The ladies nodded in unison. They had been asked by Jiang Fei to address him as their senior in front of outsiders. Ariel, let's go, Jiang Fei said after making sure that everything was in order. He then left the cave with Ariel. 0541, cover us. Jiang Fei immediately activated the invisibility effect after exiting the cave. After leaving the cave, Jiang Fei and Ariel hurried over to the designated location. Bai Wanli and the others were also running toward the same location. Although the martial artists did not have an invisibility effect like Jiang Fei, they ran at full speed, which made it difficult for the major rice-exporting country's fleet to target them with the guided missiles. The major rice-exporting country had decided not to use nuclear bombs because they did not want to break the unspoken rule of not using them. Since China also had nuclear bombs, they would surely use the same weapons if the major rice-exporting country did. The mutants, like the martial artists, were incapable of defending themselves against nuclear attacks. While the Chinese military could turn a blind eye to the fight between the mutants and the martial artists, the mutants could not sit by idly as they had fully merged with the major rice-exporting country's military. If a nuclear war broke out, their mutant allies would all be affected. Due to such considerations, the major rice-exporting country decided to only use guided missiles to make the martial artists exhausted from running around. However, they kept to the unspoken rules of not engaging level 5 experts in nuclear bombs. Although the major rice-exporting country's fleet could not accurately target Bai Wanli and the other martial artists, they still tried to make life difficult for the martial artists. While the major rice-exporting country's fleet did not know where the martial artists were headed to, they still decided to harass them with guided missiles. As such, the martial artists had to constantly change their directions to avoid being hit by the guided missiles which rained upon them. Although there were no significant losses, the martial artists were clearly starting to feel exhausted from using a lot of their energy. This was precisely what the major rice-exporting country wanted to achieve. They were not counting on the guided missiles to exterminate the martial artists. If that could be done, the Chinese military would have done it a long time ago. The major rice-exporting country had a very simple objective, which was to continuously tire the martial artists by making them run. Just as they did to the Japanese biohumans previously, the mutants would show up and annihilate the martial artists once they became exhausted from running. On one hand, the martial artists were being forced to run around and expend their energy. On the other hand, the mutants were resting and waiting for the right moment to attack. This was how the mutants were able to easily defeat the Japanese biohumans in the past. Today, they wanted to use the same tactic on the martial artists. While the journey for Bai Wanli and the others was very difficult, Jiang Fei had experienced the opposite. Firstly, with Ariel's help, Jiang Fei teleported a short distance away from where he started his journey. He then stayed on the track, which would lead him to Bai Wanli and the others. However, unfortunately, Bai Wanli and the others had already deviated from the designated path due to the guided missile attacks. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not able to find them even after a few hours. We can't waste any more time. 0541. Increase the range of scan. Jiang Fei had no choice but to expend more energy. As he did not know that the major rice-exporting country would hold back from using nuclear bombs, he was still concerned about the possibility of a nuclear attack. Yes, Captain. 0541 answered as it immediately broadened the bioradar's area of scanning. I have located the martial artists. Very soon, 0541 was able to pinpoint Bai Wanli and the others' location. All right, let's go. Jiang Fei nodded as he started charging toward where Bai Wanli and the others were located with Ariel close behind him. After 2 hours, Jiang Fei finally found Bai Wanli and the other martial artists. Phew! Brother Jiang, we have finally found you, Bai Wanli said as he panted. He was close to throwing up from all the running. As long as nobody got hurt, Jiang Fei nodded after seeing the martial artists. Although the level 3 disciples were visibly exhausted, none of them had been injured by guided missiles. 0541. Increase the coverage of the invisibility effect. Jiang Fei ordered. 0541 promptly made sure all the martial artists were covered by the invisibility effect. Let's leave this place immediately. Jiang Fei knew that the major rice-exporting country would start to bombard the area randomly once they discovered the martial artist had disappeared into thin air. Therefore, he immediately asked everyone to start moving. All right, let's go. Bai Wanli and the rest knew they could not stay in the same spot after an entire afternoon of being assaulted with guided missiles. What happened? How did they disappear? I'm not sure. The satellites cannot detect their traces either. Send more drone scouts. We must find out where the martial artists have gone. They could not have disappeared into thin air. Yes, Commander. Just as Jiang Fei increased the coverage of his invisibility effect to keep the martial artists hidden, the major rice-exporting country's fleet realized that something was amiss. They must be hidden around here somewhere. I suggest we open fire right away. That would force them to come out. One of the strategists said. All right, Krud and Nasby immediately bombard the target area. Robert commanded. Soon, the two destroyer vessels activated their weapon system to fire a few guided missiles. After a few minutes, the place where Jiang Fei had gathered with Bai Wanli and the others were promptly bombarded with guided missiles. The flat land looked like the moon's surface with craters all over it. Let's go. We don't need to walk too fast. You may recover on the way. Jiang Fei and the others were already several miles away. They could all hear the massive explosions from far away. While Jiang Fei was not disturbed by the sounds, the other martial artists were secretly shaking in fear. Chapter 786, Backstabbed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As the weaker martial artists needed to be looked after, Jiang Fei and the rest did not travel very fast. After an entire morning of running for their lives, the level 3 martial artists were very exhausted. If they continued to run at full speed, they would not be able to recover in the next few days. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to allow them to take breaks throughout the journey. Due to 0541's effective invisibility effect, the major rice-exporting country had completely lost track of the martial artists. The guided missiles were also no longer directed at them. Why hasn't there been any missile attacks? Bai Wanli asked curiously. He had gotten used to the constant bombardment. The military has protected us by hiding our signals. The major rice-exporting country's fleet won't be able to find us. Jiang Fei made up an excuse. So that's why you guys were not attacked. Grandmother Yuehua nodded. Ever since the war in Tokyo had started, Jiang Fei's team had never been assaulted. Now, she assumed that Jiang Fei must have been helped by the military. The other martial artists had the same thoughts as Grandmother Yuehua did. Some of them were even close to being persuaded to work with the military. After all, if they continued to reject the opportunity to cooperate with the military, they would have to constantly run from the bombardment. Jiang Fei chuckled under his breath when he saw the expressions on the martial artists' faces. Although they had misunderstood the invisibility effect, it worked to Jiang Fei's advantage as it would become easier for him to convince them to cooperate with the military. In the evening, Jiang Fei and the rest finally made it back to the cave. Zhu Tianfei and the others had managed to make the cave 3 times bigger. Everyone get in. The people from the Xiankong Island sect and the Valiant Viridian sect are in there as well. Jiang Fei laughed. Would we not be discovered once we go inside? Bai Wanli asked, surprised. Yeah, the major rice-exporting country would not be able to detect us from above. Jiang Fei answered. If I had known that this would work, I would have done so to avoid the losses we faced. Gan Yangzhenren sighed. In the beginning, they had become exposed in a mountainous region. That was why the mutants were able to assault them. If they knew they could hide in a cave, they would not have suffered such great losses. All right, we have basically gathered everyone. Even if we face the mutants again, we would have nothing to be afraid of. Zhu Tianfei laughed as he spoke. At that moment, there were more than 500 martial artists gathered with Jiang Fei. Everyone except the members from the Soaring Cloud sect was here. Although nearly 200 disciples had been killed, the remaining martial artists were still experts with strong battle powers. Since everyone is here, I would like to reiterate something. I need all of you to cooperate with the military to fight against the mutants. What do you think? Jiang Fei decided to voice out his opinion. All right. We have indeed underestimated normal human beings' military. Grandmother Yuehua took the lead in responding. After an entire morning of being bombarded with guided missiles, she had witnessed the true might of the current technology. I agree with Jiang Fei as well. Ding Tianqing said. As the most knowledgeable martial artist with regards to advanced weapons, he had always agreed with Jiang Fei's opinion. However, as the other martial artists completely opposed the idea of working with the military, he was wary of speaking up. Now that Grandmother Yuehua had taken the lead, he naturally supported her in agreeing with Jiang Fei. I agree as well, Gan Yangzhenren said. Now that the Rainbow Longsword sect had lost more than half of its members, he did not wish to lose more of his disciples to the guided missiles. All right, I agree too. Bai Wanli nodded in the end. We agree as well. Zhu Tianfei, An Yin, Wintao looked at each other, before responding to Jiang Fei's request. As the main sects had agreed to Jiang Fei's request, the smaller and medium-sized sects had no choice but to agree as well. Although Liu Bai from the Solitary Cloud Palace still held a grudge against Jiang Fei, he did not dare to speak against Jiang Fei immediately. If that's the case, I will communicate with the military. Everyone, take a rest. After all, the lower-level disciples must be exhausted, Jiang Fei said to the martial artists. Sounds good. The disciples are indeed very tired. Bai Wanli nodded. He and the other martial artists had been running for their lives all morning before they had met up with Jiang Fei. The lower-level disciples were very exhausted. After making the necessary arrangements, Jiang Fei gave Han Tianyu a call using the communication device. As Han Tianyu had promised to look for the Zhangla clan, Jiang Fei decided he would reach out since Han Tianyu had not gotten back to him all day. Brother Yu, how are things over there? Did you send drone scouts to check on the Zhangla clan? Jiang Fei asked immediately after Han Tianyu picked up his call. Yes, I did. However, we still haven't found the Zhangla clan. We also did not find any sign of the mutants on the bandit island. Han Tianyu sounded very unpleasant. However, Jiang Fei had no idea that Han Tianyu was under the military's control. Forget it. If you can't find them, it's all right. Jiang Fei sighed. After all, the Zhangla clan only had around 20 members. It did not matter even if they died. Right? Are you guys all right? Han Tianyu asked. As Jiang Fei and the others had hidden in a cave, the major rice-exporting country and the mutants were not the only ones who could not find them. Even the Chinese military had lost the ability to track their location. We are fine. When will backup from the military arrive? Jiang Fei asked. After all, he had worked so hard to convince the martial artists to cooperate with the military. However, the backup army from the military still had not arrived. The military has encountered some technical issues. They need a little more time. Please hang on. The backup will arrive very soon. Han Tianyu said exactly what Qin Tian wanted him to say. Jiang Fei was stunned. If he had not noticed anything strange about Han Tianyu's tone before, he certainly did now. Ever since Han Tianyu pledged his loyalty to Jiang Fei, he had always spoken to Jiang Fei in a manner in which a subordinate would speak to his superior. Han Tianyu would never find an excuse whenever Jiang Fei asked him to do something. He would only find a way to get it done as soon as possible. If it was the usual Han Tianyu, he would have responded to Jiang Fei's request for backup with something along the lines of, I will get the military to send backup over as soon as possible. Never mind. Ask them to hurry up. Although Jiang Fei had noticed Han Tianyu's strange behavior, he did not ponder on it too much. After all, the military and martial artists had a common goal. Jiang Fei would not have expected the military to stab the martial artists in the back at such a crucial moment. After hanging up, Jiang Fei frowned deeply. He had a bad feeling about things that happened over the past 2 days. However, he thought that it was probably a premonition about dangers from the mutants or the major rice-exporting country. They were probably planning something big which would greatly affect his plan. Jiang Fei had no idea that he would be betrayed by his government. Chapter 787, Disqualified. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As the sky gradually turned dark, the martial artists in the cave began to enter a state of rest. The young disciples, especially, needed the rest very badly after an entire day of running for their lives. Therefore, they very quickly sat themselves down to rest. Let's all take a break as well. The military backup might arrive tomorrow. Jiang Fei was also quite tired. He had not slept at all since yesterday. After rescuing members of the Xiankong Island sect, Jiang Fei had a rescue by Wanli and the others from the guided missile attacks. Therefore, Jiang Fei had not been able to rest properly. All right, Brother Jiang, you must be tired as well. Let us take care of the patrolling duty tonight, Zhu Tianfei said. Although the martial artists could avoid being found by the major rice-exporting country's fleet as long as they stayed in the cave, there was still a chance that they might be exposed if the mutants were around. Therefore, someone still needed to be on the lookout throughout the night. Okay then. Jiang Fei agreed. He was too tired to reject the offer. After finding a quiet spot, Jiang Fei sat down in a cross-legged manner and began to rest. However, 0541 suddenly spoke to him. Captain, your mind is still too active. I suggest you relax by entering the game. There's no need. I can rest just by sitting down. Jiang Fei was not in the mood to play games. Captain, I insist you enter the game to relax. 0541 pressed on. Why? Jiang Fei was stunned. 0541 rarely forced him to do anything. It is related to Top Secret 7756. You currently do not have the right to inquire. 0541 answered mechanically. Again? What are you keeping from me? Jiang Fei said with a frown. Captain, don't worry. I won't harm you. Please enter the game. 0541 could not explain everything in detail to Jiang Fei. Telling him about the code itself was already a huge deal. All right, Jiang Fei thought about it and finally agreed with 0541's suggestion. After all, as 0541 said, it would not harm Jiang Fei. As an intelligent assistance system, 0541 was programmed to support the captain wholeheartedly. It could only sustain its software by ensuring the captain's well-being. If 0541 did anything to harm Jiang Fei, its software would fall apart instantly. Although 0541 and Jiang Fei were linked to each other, and it would not do anything to harm Jiang Fei, Jiang Fei still had his reservations about 0541's behavior. As 0541's software's primary objective was to maximize benefits for Jiang Fei, there were certain ways of doing things that Jiang Fei did not agree with. Phoenix was one of the prime examples. If Jiang Fei had known that Phoenix could be saved, he would not have done nothing when Phoenix was dying. However, from 0541's perspective, Phoenix was not fully controllable. The only way Jiang Fei could fully own the level 5 expert's power was if Phoenix had lost her consciousness and 0541 used her body to revive Ariel. That was the option that would benefit Jiang Fei the most. Therefore, 0541 might be looking after Jiang Fei's best interest, but they would still have disagreements. Although Jiang Fei was not satisfied with 0541's out-of-ordinary behavior, there was no way he could change 0541. Even if he could, Jiang Fei was not sure if he wanted to. Once Jiang Fei changed the rule that 0541 must protect him at all costs, there might be a chain reaction to other aspects of 0541. 0541 might even evolve on its own. Program codes like Ariel and Isabella were able to evolve into perfect man-made souls because they were never limited by various rules in their software. If they were made to be like 0541 with various restrictions, they would not fully evolve regardless of how intelligent they were programmed to be. In regards to 0541's issue, Jiang Fei had no choice but to accept it. Only a restricted 0541 would be able to help him in the best way. If Jiang Fei lifted those restrictions on 0541, things might turn out horribly if 0541 had ill intentions. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to maintain the status quo despite his dissatisfaction with 0541's way of doing things. With 0541's persuasion, Jiang Fei logged into the game in the end despite not knowing what he would do in the game. As Jiang Fei had been occupied with the war, he had not logged into the game for several days. Unfortunately, he had missed 6 of his battles over the past few days, which disqualified him from the competition entirely. However, Jiang Fei did not really care about the competition itself. Being disqualified did not mean much to him. The only thing he regretted was perhaps not being able to meet the player who possessed the Cauldron of Strength. What should I do now? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Although he had entered the game, Jiang Fei did not receive any hint from 0541. Therefore, he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Guild Master, you're back. Darn. Guild Master, I thought you would never log in again. Yeah, my dear Guild Master, you have returned in the end. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling bored from not knowing what to do, a bunch of voice messages came in. Nearly all of the Imperial Dragon's main guild members had constantly come to look for him. Jiang Fei had to investigate why people like Billy Boy and 7 Stars Warrior were so upset with him. as Jiang Fei had suggested to the Nephilim King to attack the dragon race before he logged out from the game the last time, and even arranged for people from the Dark Faction to harass the dragon race. A small-scale war had developed yesterday. The Dark Faction and the dragon race had indeed started fighting each other. In fact, the Dark Faction had also begun issuing war quests for players to fight against the dragon race. Since yesterday, many guilds had accepted the faction war quest and proceeded to earn a lot of money from completing the quest. However, players like Billy Boy from Imperial Dragon had not been able to do anything about it. That was because only the guild master could accept the faction war quest. Even the vice guild master did not have the right to accept the quest. Therefore, without Jiang Fei around, people like Billy Boy and 7 Stars Warrior had become frustrated from not being able to partake in the quest. I'm only half a day late. Do they think they would be able to annihilate the dragon race in half a day? Jiang Fei laughed after finding out what had happened. Although he was late for half a day, the Imperial Dragon was still one of the strongest guilds around. Even if they joined the war much later, they would still benefit the most from the war. Chapter 788 bis 788 Va Dungeon. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Jiang Fei went over to accept the quest, he realized that he knew the person who issued the war quest against the dragon race. Fei, long time no see. Elder Prince Otis greeted Jiang Fei from afar. Why did you come personally? Jiang Fei was surprised. He was not expecting Otis to personally issue the quest to fight against the dragon race. Since we are preparing for a full-blown war, I just have to show up. Otis laughed. He was now in charge of issuing quests to players. Once the war escalated to the next stage, he would lead the army to battle against the dragon race. The Nephilim King originally had 2 very capable sons. One of them was the elder Prince Otis, while the other was the 4th Prince Curtis. Although Curtis had a terrible personality, he was still very capable and therefore received a lot of attention from the Nephilim King. However, now that Curtis had died and his corpse could not even be found, the Nephilim King was left only with Otis as his successor. Therefore, Otis naturally had to prove himself in the impending war against the dragon race. Congratulations. Jiang Fei laughed. Clearly, the Nephilim King had begun treating Otis as his successor. Haha, stop teasing me. Oh, right. Why did you come over? Otis asked. Of course I have brought my men over to help you out. Jiang Fei said. That's fine and dandy. However, is your group capable enough? Otis was still uncertain about Jiang Fei's reputation amongst the players. Is there a requirement to accept the quest? Jiang Fei was stunned. This quest requires 100 level 70 players, Otis said. Darn, why is this quest so difficult? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Although several days had passed, less than 1/10 of all players had reached level 70. Are you brave enough to touch a dragon's egg? Otis laughed. Touch a dragon's egg? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had heard about touching a bird's egg before. Could the Nephilim race be asking players to steal a dragon's eggs? Of course, you get to keep the dragon eggs that you steal. Otis said, Damn. Jiang Fei was truly shocked by the generosity. Otis made it very clear that players would have to enter a dragon's nest to steal the dragon eggs. If they succeeded, they would be able to keep the dragon eggs, which would eventually hatch into dragon pets. Although Jiang Fei had owned a pet for a very long time and had been continuously distributing soldier ant eggs through Lady Casanova, there was still a lack of pets in the market. Even some of the richer players in Imperial Dragon had not been able to get their pets, let alone players in other guilds. Therefore, apart from hunters and magicians who possess pets by default, only a small group of players own pets. As for the normal players, they would sell the pet eggs in the market if they owned any. Very few could afford to keep the pet eggs for themselves. Now, the system clearly wanted to normalize pet ownership through the war quest. Dragon eggs were only the beginning. The game would probably start introducing various types of pet eggs afterward. Even if the players obtained the dragon eggs, they would not be able to hatch the eggs into full-grown dragons immediately. In fact, not many players could afford the cost of raising a full-grown dragon. Most of the players would only be able to keep their pets as baby dragons. Even so, the weakest pet dragon would still be stronger than the elite soldier ants Jiang Fei distributed to his guild members. A dragon was stronger than an ant no matter what. This is the target location. Otis waved as he sent Jiang Fei a location marker. At the same time, Jiang Fei received a system notification. Ding! Otis has issued a war dungeon quest. Destroy the dragon's nest. Do you accept? Yes. We'll get ready to depart right away. Jiang Fei nodded as he accepted the quest. After leaving the quest hall, Jiang Fei was surrounded by Billy Boy and the others. Guild Master, have you accepted the quest? What quest is it? Yeah, Guild Master, tell us. Although some other guilds had already accepted the quest, Billy Boy and the others were unable to acquire any useful information because of how secretive the other guilds were. It's a dungeon quest, Jiang Fei said blandly. What about the rewards? Lady Casanova asked. Bait eggs. In fact, dragon eggs. Jiang Fei laughed. Darn, dragon eggs? 7 Stars Warrior and the others were overjoyed. They looked very eager. I've heard there are quite many dragon eggs in the dungeon. If we do this right, we might get more than one for each person. Jiang Fei laughed. Guild Master, when do we depart? 7 Stars Warrior was already getting impatient. He was now wearing a full set of equipment made by Jiang Fei. He had his own set of rainbow weapons. Basically, there was nothing else he could ask for. The only thing missing was a strong pet. Form a group of 100 players. They all have to be above level 70, Jiang Fei said. All right, I will form the group immediately. Although the dungeon requires high-level players, it's hardly a challenge for our guild to get 1 or even 200 level 70 players. Lady Casanova immediately responded. She was the person in charge of guild activities and forming groups. After about an hour, all of the players selected by Lady Casanova had gathered. As it was a dungeon battle, Billy Boy voluntarily excluded himself. He proceeded to bring the PvP players to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lady Casanova and 7 Stars Warrior stayed by Jiang Fei's side to assist him in the dungeon. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to check the level ranking board while the group was being formed. Although he had not been online for several days, he still ranked first at level 90. The second place no longer belonged to a member of Imperial Dragon. Instead, it belonged to a player named Unlucky Rich Cake, who was level 77. 7 Stars Warrior ranked third at level 77 as well. He must have lagged behind recently due to the class competition. For out of the remaining top 10, places belonged to players from Imperial Dragon. Little Rain and Hazy Memory were both on the list. The only thing that bothered Jiang Fei was that the talkative and new returner also made it into the list. Although he was only at the 10th place, it was still a surprise to Jiang Fei because a new returner was a tanker-type player and should not be able to level up so quickly. The other players from Imperial Dragon were only able to level up quickly because Jiang Fei had brought them along with him on 2 escorting quests. After forming the group, Lady Casanova made Jiang Fei the new group leader. The group then departed from the Demon Dragon Fortress as they headed toward the dungeon. Chapter 789, Light Dragon Lair. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei brought the players in the group out of the Demon Dragon Fortress. They then arrived at the City of Sinners by going through the teleportation point. After all, this was the fastest way to enter the neutral region. After approaching the dragon race's territory, Jiang Fei and the others quickly located the coordinates given by the Dark Faction. It was a place close to where the Dark Faction had challenged the dragon race previously. The Dark Faction used to send their members over to harass the dragon race. However, the harassment had developed into a small-scale fight. The Elder Prince Otis was now waiting for the number of casualties to increase even further. He would then openly declare war against the dragon race. Jiang Fei and the others soon found the entrance to the dungeon that was located not too far away from the dragon race's ancient dragon lair mountain. Several players had gathered at the location. Most of the famous guilds in the Dark Faction had already hurried over. After all, the level 70 dungeon was very attractive. Therefore, Most of the guilds that were able to gather 100 level 70 players were here to try their luck. Having arrived at the entrance to the dungeon, Jiang Fei realized there was more than one entrance. In fact, there were 7 entrances, each with a different color. The content of the dungeon also differed according to the colors. According to the information provided by Otis, the 7 entrances were mapped to 7 different huge dragons. Although all of the dungeons required 100 level 70 players to enter, they each had different levels of difficulty. The first 4 were elite level of difficulty. These were red for the fire dragon lair, blue for the ice dragon lair, green for the wind dragon lair, and emerald green for the life dragon lair. Next to those 4 dragon nests, there were 2 heroic mode dungeons where white was for the light dragon lair and black for the dark dragon lair. Finally, there was the toughest epic mode dungeon, the golden dragon lair. The golden dragon was, in essence, an offspring of the dragon god's bloodline, which meant it was related to Bennett Strass. Naturally, it had very strong capabilities and high attack power. Of course, if Jiang Fei and the rest could defeat it, they would be rewarded very handsomely as compared to the other 6 dungeons. None of the dungeons were of normal difficulty. The easiest dungeon was already at elite difficulty with only elite monsters or above. In fact, there was even an epic mode dungeon after the heroic mode dungeons. This was the first epic mode dungeon in the entire game. Nobody knew how difficult it would be, as one could only find out after getting through the 2 heroic mode dungeons. Guildmaster, which one should we enter? Lady Casanova asked. Her eyes scanned the 6 easier dungeons. After all, the final Golden Dragon lair could only be entered after the 2 heroic mode dungeons were cleared. Only the first clearance would give us dragon eggs. Thereafter, we would only be rewarded with Yalong eggs by clearing the dungeon. Therefore, we must try to snatch as many eggs as possible. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Although pet eggs were soon to be normalized, the dragon eggs would still be very rare in the market. Since the opportunity had arisen, Jiang Fei naturally wanted to do his best to benefit players in Imperial Dragon. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to take everything? After all, the war between light and dark factions is about to begin. It would be difficult to work with the other guilds if we snatched all the dragon eggs. Lady Casanova said with a frown. Although it was tempting to snatch all the dragon eggs, the result of upsetting all other guilds was not a worthy trade-off. How should we go about it then? 7 Stars Warrior asked. You're right. We can't be too extreme. Let's start with the heroic mode dungeon. After we have cleared the heroic mode and epic mode dungeons, and these other guilds have still not cleared the elite mode dungeons, we will have no choice but to clear them all. Jiang Fei said after some consideration. He agreed with Lady Casanova's considerations. Jiang Fei was only playing the game because 0541 said he would benefit from doing so. He did not really care about the other players or guilds in the game. However, members of the Imperial Dragon still had to play with players from other guilds. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to thoroughly upset the other guilds. As for clearing the dungeons, Jiang Fei was feeling very confident. After reaching level 90, his capabilities were much stronger than most players. Therefore, he was certain that he would be able to clear the dungeons. Hey everyone, you need to speed up. If you still can't clear the elite mode dungeons after we have cleared the 3 high difficulty dungeons, don't blame me for clearing them all before you do. Jiang Fei shouted at the other guild's players before entering the dungeon. Darn, Brother Fei, take it easy. We are not as strong as you are. Yep, Brother Fei, go slow. You're giving us a lot of pressure. Most of the experienced players there had gotten used to receiving notifications about Jiang Fei being the first to clear new dungeons. Therefore, as soon as they heard what Jiang Fei said, they sped up their recruitment and started entering the dungeons. All right, the others are already getting to work. Let's enter the dungeon. Jiang Fei smiled. His words had actually pressured the other guilds to be more efficient. Jiang Fei and the rest chose to enter the Light Dragon Lair first. It was one of the 2 heroic mode dungeons. Shuffle. After entering the dungeon's portal, Jiang Fei and the others appeared within the dungeon one after the other. The entrance of the dungeon was still a safe zone. The area was not in the range of any monster's aggro and was specifically designed for players to get ready. The players who arrived in the dungeon could now distribute tasks or buff themselves. Come on, everyone, get your buffs ready and we'll get to work. Jiang Fei was already able to see the gatekeeper of the dungeon. Dragonoid Guard, Light Dragonoid, Lord, level, 80 health points, 10 million attack power, 7,500 skills, Cleave, Bash, Deadly Strike, Agony Cleave, attacks all targets in a 45-degree area in front. Bash, deals a powerful blow to one enemy, knocking it away and clearing all aggro. Deadly Strike, instantly deals a powerful attack to an enemy, lowering his recovery effects by 80%. Agony, when an ally dies, the Dragonoid Guard's attack power and attack speed increase by 100%. There was a total of 4 Dragonoid Guards with very strong battle powers. Under circumstances where players did not know about their skills, the remaining Dragonoid Guard after the other 3 were killed would be able to kill a tank with a single blow. Come on, let's fight them directly. Jiang Fei smiled after checking out the Dragonoid Guard skills. Although these 4 gatekeepers were considered very powerful to normal players, they were nothing to Jiang Fei. Chapter 790, Cheerleading Team. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As Jiang Fei gave the orders, the 4 tankers in the group immediately charged toward the monsters. Although these level 80 lords were considered weak by Jiang Fei, they were still quite a challenge to normal tankers. Form a group of 3 tankers to drag aggro. 7 Stars Warrior commanded. He was the one in charge of leading the guild in most dungeon quests. As the 4 monsters could aggro, a single tanker would not be able to handle these monsters. Moreover, these monsters had Deadly Strike that could slow down the player's recovery rate. Therefore, it was safer for 3 tankers to take on each monster. That won't be necessary. Jiang Fei smiled as he fired a line of arrows and dragged all 4 monsters aggro toward him. With the boost of Ruthless Barrage, Jiang Fei's attack power reached 250,000. Moreover, he was 10 levels above the monsters. Therefore, his damage output was even higher than expected. Even if the other tankers attacked the monsters with all their might, they would not possibly drag the monsters' aggro away. Guildmaster, are you sure you can handle them? 7 Stars Warrior asked worriedly. They have less than 10,000 attack power. They are of no threat to me. Jiang Fei laughed confidently. Although the 4 monsters seemed incredibly powerful to the other players, they appeared weak to Jiang Fei, just as any monsters below the Overlord rank were. With the Cauldron of Spirits' incredible recovery effect, Jiang Fei would not be killed as long as his opponent was unable to kill him with a single attack. He was also unaffected by the Deadly Strike, as the Cauldron of Spirit improved his passive recovery and did not affect his recovery using active healing skills. Although 4 level 80 lords were attacking Jiang Fei at the same time, they were unable to effectively damage him. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei's arrows had significantly reduced their health points. Let's attack them too. 7 Stars Warrior sighed in relief when he saw that these monsters barely reduced Jiang Fei's health points despite their close to 10,000 damage with each attack. Although 7 Stars Warrior gave the order to attack, the players around him were all stunned. Before they could even attack, the 4 monsters had already lost 25% of their health points. Damn, are we being taken on a ride? Guildmaster, are you planning to fight solo again? This is too much. He has managed to reduce the monster's health points by 10 million in just a few seconds. Jiang Fei's attack power had reached 250,000 with his Ruthless Barrage fully stacked. Moreover, he was able to fire 8 arrows in a second. As such, he was able to deal 2 million damage per second. Although Jiang Fei was fighting against 4 monsters simultaneously, he was still shockingly efficient. Come on, let's help him out. It doesn't matter if we don't deal much damage. 7 Stars Warrior rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, this guild master is way too powerful. He is stronger than a group of 100 players. In less than half a minute, Jiang Fei had managed to kill all 4 gatekeepers. The players around Jiang Fei were dumbfounded as they stared at the 4 shiny corpses. The heroic mode dungeon seemed to be even easier than a normal mode dungeon. Come on, let's see what you've got. Jiang Fei flipped the corpses over. He was already used to fighting overlords. Therefore, these lord-ranked monsters were nothing to him. Dragonoid's Crest, Pet Egg, Epic, Use. Removes the seal to summon a Dragonoid guard as your pet. Damn, these gatekeepers have actually dropped pet eggs. Jiang Fei was stunned. Each of the gatekeeping monsters had dropped a Dragonoid's Crest that could be used to summon an epic pet. It appears that this dungeon purely provides pet eggs. There probably won't be any equipment rewarded, Lady Casanova said. I think so too. The 4 easier dungeons probably provide pet eggs of lower ranks, Little Rain said. If the gatekeepers already dropped epic pet eggs, the monsters we will meet later will probably drop legendary pet eggs. 7 Stars Warrior appeared even more excited. After all, he had specifically come for the high-tier pets. You guys can distribute these 4 Dragonoid pet eggs among yourselves. Jiang Fei handed the pet eggs over to Lady Casanova and 7 Stars Warrior so that they could distribute them. Come on, it's an auction using guild contribution points. The same rules apply. Whoever wants these eggs, start bidding now. Lady Casanova shouted in the group channel. 50, 55, I'm calling 60, I'm calling 80. Although 7 Stars Warrior did not care about these Dragonoid pet eggs, the normal members did. After all, they did not have guild contribution points as high as that of 7 Stars Warrior and those like him. Even if the dragon pet eggs appeared, they would not be able to afford them. Therefore, these normal members could only keep their eyes on the lesser pet eggs before them. Despite being slightly weaker, the Dragonoid pet eggs were still related to the dragon bloodline and were ranked as epic pet eggs. They would still be deemed priceless in the market. Therefore, the normal members in Imperial Dragon were still largely attracted to them. Very soon, the 4 pet eggs were auctioned off at an average of 120 guild contribution points. For normal players, 120 guild contributions was a huge sum. The amount was sufficient to be traded for an entire set of epic level 70 equipment. Let's move forward, Jiang Fei said after seeing that the battle rewards had been distributed. After getting past the gatekeepers, Jiang Fei and the rest officially entered the dungeon. Monsters started appearing. Although these were small monsters, they were all ranked at Advanced Elite and above. Leader-ranked monsters were aplenty. These monsters typically came in a group consisting of Dragonoids and baby dragons. They belonged to the light-based dragon race and were around level 75. On average, one group would have 30 to 40 monsters that were slightly challenging to most players. Come on, tankers, get ready to drag aggro. 7 Stars Warrior ordered as he charged toward the monsters. Attack. Attack. Don't hesitate. Kill them directly. Jiang Fei did not care about formations and synergies. With his incredible capabilities, all he needed to do was open fire. Zoom. Zoom. Jiang Fei immediately started firing arrows at the monsters. Although he was alone and had only one bow, he was able to fire a barrage of arrows at the monsters with his shocking attack speed. As Jiang Fei started attacking, multiple monsters started falling to the ground. Although these were all advanced elite monsters, they were killed instantly after being hit by 2 or 3 of Jiang Fei's arrows. Damn, it appears that we can sit out on this one too. We just need to enjoy the ride. Guild Master, you can do it. We love you, Guild Master. In the beginning, 7 Stars Warrior and the rest would still try to help Jiang Fei out. However, toward the end, they stopped because their targets would be instantly killed by Jiang Fei before their arrows or magic spells even reached the intended targets. As such, Jiang Fei's teammates had suddenly become his personal cheerleading team. Chapter 791, 791, Light Dragon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After a few minutes, hundreds of the small monsters had been killed by Jiang Fei. 7 Stars Warrior and the others received quite a lot of experience points. Let's move on, Jiang Fei said and laughed. By then, all of the small monsters on the field had already been killed. After getting past the field, 2 pathways appeared before Jiang Fei and the rest. Guild Master, Where should we go? Lady Casanova asked. I don't know either. Let's pick one randomly. Jiang Fei shook his head. He had never been in the dungeon before. Therefore, he did not know which pathway he should choose. They would have to pick one at random. If they reached a dead end by going through one of the pathways, they would simply have to return to where they were now and walk down the other one. All right then. Lady Casanova and the others nodded. Everyone was prepared to follow Jiang Fei and earn experience points by not doing anything. Therefore, it did not matter where Jiang Fei chose to go as they would follow him anyway. Let's go with this one. Jiang Fei chose the tunnel on the left. After entering the tunnel, Jiang Fei and the others discovered that the tunnel became increasingly narrow. After 5 minutes of walking, the tunnel only allowed 3 people to walk side by side. Bandits explore further ahead. Jiang Fei called 2 of the bandits over. These narrow pathways normally had traps in it. In fact, some of the stronger traps were capable of killing players instantly. Even Jiang Fei, who had a lot of health points and defense, would not be able to defend himself against such traps. Although Jiang Fei was fine with dying, as he would only have to pick up his equipment after being resurrected, Akit's series would die in vain. As Akit's series had signed an unholy contract with Jiang Fei, she would die permanently if Jiang Fei were to be killed. All right, Guildmaster, leave it to us. Hazy Memory, who was the leader of the bandits for the current quest, replied. After receiving Jiang Fei's order, Hazy Memory brought 2 of the more skilled bandits along to traverse ahead of the pack. They positioned themselves 30 meters ahead of Jiang Fei and the rest as they carefully examined their surroundings. Hold on. Indeed, the bandit on Hazy Memory's left discovered something unusual after taking a few steps forward. What have you discovered? Jiang Fei asked from behind. It's an ice trap. I have removed it. Hazy Memory answered. All right, be careful. Jiang Fei nodded as he led the group behind him to move forward. Jiang Fei and the others were not able to move very quickly due to the narrow pathway. However, they did not encounter anything dangerous along the way because all of the traps had been eliminated by Hazy Memory and the other bandits. Although the dragon race had set some really dangerous traps, they were not as powerful as the ones designed by the ancient gnomes. After making it through the narrow pathway, Jiang Fei was suddenly met with a bright light. The group had arrived at a huge cavern which was nearly 100 meters tall. One could not even see the ceiling clearly. Moreover, the cavern also had a large surface area that was close to 500 meters in length. There were quite a number of groups of small monsters in the area. There were about 50 small monsters in each group. Each group had a leader monster, with the rest of the group being advanced elite monsters. There were approximately 18 groups of these monsters which roamed in a fixed region. Apart from these fixed groups of small monsters, there were 5 to 6 other patrolling groups. These patrolling groups were smaller, with only around 28 monsters in a group. However, these groups had 2 leader monsters. Most players would have to be very careful when fighting the fixed groups so that they would not attract the patrolling groups simultaneously. There was a high possibility of being annihilated by fighting both of these groups at the same time. The patrolling monsters were different from normal monsters. When they hit low health points, they would run away to call for backup. Therefore, if players failed to kill these monsters, they might have to fight multiple waves of monsters at the same time. However, all this did not matter to Jiang Fei. He was determined to fight them all head-on. Come on, let's kill them right away. Jiang Fei could not be bothered to gather his members around. He immediately raised his Heaven's Breaker Twilight Bow and started charging toward the monsters. Roar! Jiang Fei's random attacks immediately caused an uproar among the monsters. Damn, are we going to die here? The players behind Jiang Fei gasped as hundreds of small monsters charged toward Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei could not hold these small monsters off, they would all be annihilated. Ha ha! Bring it on! Jiang Fei laughed wildly as he continued firing arrows at the monsters while slowly backing away. He stayed close to the walls in the cavern as he did so. With a boost of close to 100 love contracts, Jiang Fei's movement speed was as fast as bandits when they activated haste. As such, the small monsters could not catch up with him at all. As the other players did not do anything to drag Ago, the monsters completely ignored them and only focused on chasing after Jiang Fei. Damn, this is what kiting means, a few of the hunters said as they looked admiringly at Jiang Fei. Right then, a trail of over 1,000 monsters had formed behind Jiang Fei. As he continued running forward, he occasionally turned around to fire arrows at the monsters. Monsters continued to fall to the ground as players around Jiang Fei started earning experience points. This is way too easy. Guildmaster, please bring us on more dungeon quests when you are free. Yeah, I finally know how players who pay others to train them feel. Damn, this is even better than paying to be trained. This is practically free. Yeah, this is amazing. Guildmaster, you can do it. Guildmaster, you are the best. Awesome. Guildmaster, you are so powerful. While the players behind Jiang Fei chatted leisurely, they occasionally cheered him on. The girls were especially invested in their roles as Jiang Fei's cheerleaders. After several minutes, over 1,000 of small monsters were all killed by Jiang Fei. The group of players earned a significant amount of experience points. Who is killing my offspring? Right then, an angry voice was heard. It's here. It's here. Everyone became serious. After all, they were evidently on the battlefield. Now that the small monsters had been killed, it was time for the boss to show up. Flap, flap. As the sound of wings moving could be heard in the air, a giant dragon close to 30 meters long appeared. Light Dragon LitRPG, Dragon Race, Lord, Level, 82 health points, 45 million attack power, 18,000 skills, Luminous Breath, Holy Flame, Remorse, Divine Flame, Divine Light Beam. Luminous Breath deals significant light-based magic damage toward the enemy in a cone-shaped area. Holy Flame summons the Holy Flame to deal continuous damage to players in the vicinity. Remorse causes all enemies in a 300-meter radius to enter a state of remorse. Whilst in the state of remorse, targets cannot attack, move, or cast spells. The effect lasts for 1 minute. If targets receive any damage, the remorse effect will be removed. Divine Flame. LitRPG randomly selects 50 enemies to cast the Divine Flame on them, dealing a one-time significant damage on top of continuous damage which lasts for 10 seconds thereafter. Divine Light Beam. For every enemy that LitRPG kills, it recovers 10% of its health points and resets all of its skills' cooldown time. Chapter 792, Bug Skill. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the Light Dragon LitRPG was definitely one of the strongest lords around. Not only did it have strong attack attributes, but its skills were also very powerful. If its health points could be increased to around 100 million, it would be as strong as an overlord. Guildmaster, how we fight this? Do you plan to fight it on your own? Little Rain asked. Clearly, the group was getting used to being observers. I'll deal with it on my own. Jiang Fei smiled. The monster was not a huge threat to him. In fact, it was better for him if fewer players were involved. That was because the Light Dragon had a skill which allowed it to recover its health points by killing opponents. If a player made a mistake that put the lives of many at stake, the Light Dragon would be able to recover 10% of its health points for every player killed. That amounted to over 4 million health points. For normal groups, it would be a never-ending battle. Even if Jiang Fei had a very high damage output, he could not protect the players on his own. Therefore, he would rather they stayed out of the battle. How dare you invade our dragon's nest? This means war. As an angry voice was heard, the battle was initiated. Wham! A loud collision was heard as the pathway, which Jiang Fei and the rest walked through, caved in. They were all stuck in the current space with nowhere to run. Ding! As soon as the pathway collapsed, all the players received a system notification that informed them that they had entered the battle state. Damn! We can't hide, even if we want to. 7 Stars Warrior said, with his hands lifted. Entering the battle state meant that they had been included in the aggro list. Even if they did not do anything to drag the monster's aggro, the random skills would still affect them. What are we waiting for? Let's fight. Little Rain laughed. Melees, stay out of this. Ranged attackers, come with me. Jiang Fei said to the players behind him as he started firing arrows with his bow. Zoom! Zoom! Jiang Fei's arrows continuously hit the dragon's huge body. With ruthless barrage, his attack power very soon reached 250,000. Shiver, you ants! The light dragon roared angrily as it spat a ball of luminous breath at Jiang Fei. Minus 45,892. The over 40,000 damage appeared above Jiang Fei's head. Overall, it was not a significant amount of damage to Jiang Fei. As soon as the dragon attacked him, Jiang Fei's incredible recovery effect from the 100,000 spirit points immediately returned him to full health points. Minus 211,421 minus 217,412 minus 213,561. Jiang Fei's arrows continued to land on the dragon. Although the light dragon had close to 40 million health points, it probably would not survive very long with Jiang Fei's high damage output. You darn intruders. When the light dragon's health points were reduced to 80%, it started activating its skills. Bam! A golden flame appeared around the light dragon's body. However, as none of the players were standing near it, the skill was practically useless. This is way too easy, Jiang Fei said as he continued attacking. Remorse. Invaders. Very soon, the light dragon's health points were reduced to 50%. Thereafter, it used a skill which caused everyone, including Jiang Fei, to enter the state of remorse. Jiang Fei was forced to kneel on the ground with his hands held together in front of his chest. It looked as if he was praying. The other players appeared to be in the same position. The disabling skill had a duration of up to 1 minute. Now, taste my flame of anger. Clearly, this was not a single target skill. Instead, it targeted a group of players. Bam! 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 15 unlucky players were chosen as the divine flame engulfed them. Minus 35,000. Minus 35,000. Minus 35,000. The 35,000 damage nearly took the lives of all the selected players, especially those with cloth armor. Although they were able to stay alive, they were left with less than 10,000 health points. However, the skill did not end after the initial damage. There was an additional burning effect that remained. The players would continue losing 5,000 health points every second for 10 seconds. Divine Shield, Ice Barrier, Painful Suppression. Those who had life-saving skills immediately activated such skills. However, not all players had skills that could protect themselves from damage. Thus, those who did not have the invincibility effect or could not heal themselves immediately froze. Damn! Help me! Where's the cleric? Where's the knight? Help me out! Crap! Cleric, please save me. I'm dying soon. Out of the 15 unlucky players who were selected by the Light Dragon, only 3 of them belonged to the healing class. Apart from the fellows who activated their invincibility effect, there were still 9 other players who required help. Save as many as you can. At that very moment, Jiang Fei understood that the clerics would have to prioritize their well-being. They could not possibly rescue everyone. Ding! Your teammate has died in battle. Ding! Your teammate has died in battle. In the blink of an eye, 6 members in Jiang Fei's group had died. The Light Dragon's health points were instantly fully recovered. Screw this. How am I supposed to kill it? Do I have to wait for everyone to die before I kill it? Even Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Although Jiang Fei had a very high damage output, he could not stop the Light Dragon from recovering its health points. With the use of remorse, all players would be frozen in place. The Light Dragon's divine flame would then kill players in an instant. It was definitely a bug skill. Now you know how powerful I am. The Light Dragon laughed loudly. As the Light Dragon's health points had been fully recovered, the remorse effect was removed. While Jiang Fei continued attacking the Light Dragon, he began formulating a plan in his mind. As the Light Dragon's health points approached 50%, Jiang Fei activated the skill on his ring in advance. Angel of Revenge. Jiang Fei was instantly transformed. Under the state of Angel of Revenge, Jiang Fei's attack power and attack speed doubled. At the same time, he acquired resistance towards disabling effects. Although the transformation only lasted 30 seconds, it was sufficient for Jiang Fei. Ha ha ha! Kneel before me, intruders. The light dragon used the group skill yet again. Damn! Jiang Fei was nearly driven to the point of madness. He had thought he would be able to avoid the skill with the transformation. However, he was still pressed to the ground by the remorse effect. Clearly, the light dragon skill was not a normal disabling skill. Jiang Fei's Angel of Revenge transformation was unable to provide the necessary resistance toward the effect. Chapter 793. Simply brutal. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation this time. The unlucky selected players were in an even worse situation. None of them was a healer. Apart from the 2 players who were able to activate invincibility effects, the remaining 13 were all killed. Damn, how we fight this thing? Little Rain sulked. He was definitely the least lucky player in the group, as he was already selected in the first round of the Light Dragon's attack. In the first round, he had already used up most of his mana points to absorb the damage through his magic shield. Now that he was selected in the second round, he lacked mana points to protect himself with the magic shield. Without the support of his magic shield, Little Rain had no way of surviving the 5,000 damage per second from the burning effect. After the 13 players had died, the Light Dragon fully recovered its health points yet again. Jiang Fei and the rest were also released from the state of remorse. I am sick of this *T skill, Lady Casanova shouted. Although she was a female player, she was more vulgar than the men in the game. Yeah, anyone it picked would surely end up dead. 7 Stars Warrior said helplessly. There must be a way to fight it. Jiang Fei said as he continued attacking the Light Dragon. Here we go again. I wonder who the unlucky ones are this time. 7 Stars Warrior sighed as he spoke. There was indeed a special way to fight the Light Dragon. Jiang Fei and the others had not mastered the strategy. They should position the clerics close to the melee players when the Light Dragon's health points approached 50%. Although the clerics would be damaged by the Holy Flame, they could escape the remorse state and be able to respond immediately. In that way, the clerics would be able to prevent other players from dying. However, Jiang Fei had not figured the strategy out. He was also too lazy to do so because he had made up his mind to use a brutal way of ending the battle. As Jiang Fei furiously attacked the Light Dragon, its health points were once again reduced to around 50%. It still had about 23 million health points. Screw you. When Jiang Fei saw that the Light Dragon was about to activate its remorse skill, he immediately took out his Dragon's Bane and fired at it. Minus 25,379,250. The over 25 million damage appeared above the Light Dragon's head. It was instantly killed before it could even activate its skill. As the Dragon's Bane dealt chaotic damage, Jiang Fei was able to ignore all defense attributes to deal 100x more damage. Therefore, with his fully stacked, ruthless barrage, Jiang Fei was able to kill the Light Dragon with a single shot. Damn, Guild Master, that's inhuman. Holy crap, Guild Master, it's no wonder you were able to kill celestial beings. Jiang Fei's attack had stunned all the other players. These players were already very impressed by the players in the class competition who possessed cauldrons of the ancient kingdom and were able to deal several tens of thousands of damage. They could not believe their eyes when they saw that Jiang Fei had dealt even more damage than these players. It's nothing. Jiang Fei took 2 steps toward the corpse before him. He did so because he urgently wanted to retrieve the Dragon's Bane and not because he wanted to find out what the Light Dragon had dropped. The Dragon's Bane absolutely could not fall into anyone else's hands. If there were other players around, Jiang Fei would not have used it at all. The Dragon's Bane posed an equal threat to others as it did to Jiang Fei. If someone else picked it up and fired it at Jiang Fei, he would not be able to survive the attack. All right, let's clean up. Jiang Fei asked the remaining players to resurrect the dead players. Very soon, the players who had died were resurrected. They picked up their equipment that had dropped on the ground. Although they had died once, they did not actually lose anything valuable. Come on, let's see what kind of pet egg this one dropped. Jiang Fei flipped the light dragon's corpse over after retrieving his dragon's bane. Shuffle. A golden light appeared. The players behind Jiang Fei knew that the item would at least be of the legendary grade. Light Dragon's Crest, Mount, Legendary. Use. Unseal to summon a light-based flying dragon as your pet mount. Damn, it's actually a mount. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. Although it was not a dragon egg, its value was no lesser than one. Flying dragons were higher-leveled Yalong beasts. They are similar to Jiang Fei's juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon. However, they were slightly weaker than the EVOL Sky Lighting Dragon, which was enhanced with the Dragon Crystal. Even so, flying dragons were still excellent flying mounts. Although some players had gradually acquired flying mounts, most players still depended on land-based mounts. Very few players were able to acquire flying mounts, much less legendary flying mounts related to the dragon race. Is there only one? Little Rain seemed somewhat disappointed. Be grateful. It's a legendary mount. 7 Stars Warrior rolled his eyes at Little Rain. At the same time, he was in a dilemma. 7 Stars Warrior had a clear objective of acquiring a strong pet. As one of the guild members with the highest amount of guild contribution points, he was certain that he could successfully bid for the best pet egg. However, an issue had arisen. Apart from pet eggs, the dungeon also provided a mount related to the dragon race. It was a difficult choice for 7 Stars Warrior to make. Although he had a lot of guild contribution points, he could not afford both the strongest pet egg and the flying dragon mount. Therefore, 7 Stars Warrior was in a dilemma in deciding between the two. Decide among yourselves who should have it. Jiang Fei said, owning the EVOL Skylighting Dragon was both a blessing and a curse. While it was a very strong mount, Jiang Fei could not own other mounts after possessing it. Therefore, even if a pure-blooded dragon mount appeared, he would not be able to own it. Same rules apply. Those who want it start bidding. Lady Casanova shouted in the group channel, I am willing to use all my points. Before anyone else had even said a word, Little Rain spoke. Damn, Brother Rain, that's a lot. The other players immediately sighed in disappointment. Little Rain was also one of the guild members with a lot of guild contribution points. The only members who could compete with him were 7 Stars Warrior and Lady Casanova. The others did not stand a chance. Let's see how much Little Rain has. Jiang Fei said to Lady Casanova. 565. Lady Casanova said, Are you sure about this, Little Rain? Jiang Fei asked again. Yes. With this flying mount, I can use the forbidden spell in the air. Huh. Little Rain said excitedly. Is there anyone else who would like to bid? Lady Casanova asked as she looked at the other members with a lot of guild contribution points. Chapter 794. 794. Cascajar. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Let him have it. 7 Stars Warrior waved his hand. On the one hand, he wanted to let Little Rain have it. On the other hand, the temptation of the flying dragon mount was not enough to distract him from the strongest pet he dreamed of having. Like 7 Stars Warrior, the other members with a lot of guild contribution points decided to give up the bid. In the end, the flying dragon mount ended up in Little Rain's hands. All right, let's move on, Jiang Fei said as he led the group forward. After the light dragon Lorcaras was eliminated, a crack appeared on one of the stone walls. It was large enough for someone to walk through. Clearly, this was the direction Jiang Fei and the others were meant to go. After passing through the crack, Jiang Fei and the rest entered a long and narrow pathway. Hazy Memory took the lead with the other bandits. However, there did not seem to be any traps throughout the path. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Fei and the rest successfully exited the pathway and entered a large hall. Unlike the previous cavern, this was a grand hall covered in crystals and jewels. The dragon race clearly showed Jiang Fei and the others how wealthy they were. The hall was filled with small monsters. However, Jiang Fei and the others did not need to kill the small monsters before the boss showed up. In fact, it was in plain sight at the center of the hall. Light Dragon Leader, Cascajar, Dragon Race, Lord, Level, 85 health points, 60 million attack power. 11,000 skills. Luminous Breath, Command Aura, Divine Glimmer, Luminous Trace, Hastened Hatching. Luminous Breath deals significant light-based magic damage toward the enemy in a cone-shaped area. Command Aura increases the attack power of Light Dragon's units in a 100-meter radius by 50%. Divine Glimmer instantly increases the defense of Cascajar and nearby Light Dragon's units in a 100-meter radius by 500% for 30 seconds. Luminous Trace. Cascajar transforms into a luminous trace, which heals ally units by 100,000 health points every second, excluding Cascajar itself. Hasten Hatching. A baby Light Dragon would instantly hatch around Cascajar for every 10% health points it loses. Kids, your breakfast is here. As soon as Jiang Fei and the others entered the hall, the Light Dragon shouted angrily to initiate the battle. Damn, the battle started so quickly. Jiang Fei was taken by surprise. Clearly, they would not have any time to take a breather. An entire group of small monsters were charging right at them. Tankers, get ready. You guys will take care of the small monsters. Leave the Light Dragon to me. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Although he had very strong attack power, he lacked group skills. Therefore, he could not pull the aggro of close to 200 monsters on his own. It's finally our turn to work. A new returner laughed. Ever since they started on the dungeon, a new returner had been chatting leisurely with a few of the warriors. As the journey had been very smooth thus far, they had barely touched their weapons. Charge, Intimidate, Lightning Strike. These were three typical skills which all warriors used to pull aggro. With these three skills, any monsters that came close enough would be drawn toward the players. A new returner and 10 other tankers had successfully blocked the small monsters in front of them. You come with me. Jiang Fei fired a string of arrows at the Light Dragon. As the Light Dragon's body was huge, Jiang Fei was not too worried about missing his target. After pulling its aggro, Jiang Fei lured it away from the crowd. After all, the Light Dragon's luminous breath still hurt regular players quite a bit. If it landed a critical hit, it might even instantly kill one of the weaker players. Let's clear the small monsters. 7 Stars Warrior started organizing the players to kill the surrounding small monsters. After receiving 7 Stars Warrior's order, the magicians and archers immediately started attacking the small monsters in front of them. Although the small monsters had a lot of health points, they gradually started dying from the intense damage from players with ranged attacks. Darn insects, do you not know your place? As one of the small monsters was killed, the Light Dragon was infuriated. Creeps, do you plan on hurting my children? Impossible. Light Dragon Cascajar roared angrily as it activated its first skill, Divine Glimmer. The small monsters around it immediately gained 5x defense. The magicians and ranged attackers could no longer pierce through the monster's defense. Damn, how are we supposed to fight these things? 7 Stars Warrior was stunned. As he had divine attack, he could still damage the monsters with his attacks. However, he could not possibly kill so many small monsters on his own. How else can we fight? Hit them. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The Light Dragon clearly did not want the players to hurt the small monsters. Therefore, all they had to do was continue pulling the aggro. The most important thing was dealing damage to the Light Dragon. However, when the players continued attacking the monsters, more monsters appeared. In fact, every time they hit these small monsters, the small monsters would use their skills. Not only did the small monsters gain 5x defense, but they also recovered 100,000 health points every second. These small monsters were clearly indestructible. However, as the Light Dragon Cascajar used all its skills on strengthening the small monsters, its own attack power was still weak and even paled in comparison to the Light Dragon Lorcaris. By then, Jiang Fei had already reduced its health points by 20%. As its health points decreased, more small monsters appeared. Once the players could no longer ward off the small monsters' attacks, they would be annihilated. This was what made the dungeon difficult. If players were too slow in clearing the dungeon, the increasing number of monsters would put more pressure on them. If the main attackers were all forced to fight the small monsters, no one would be able to attack the light dragon itself, which would result in a vicious cycle. However, this was not an issue for Jiang Fei. Even if all the other players were occupied with the small monsters, Jiang Fei was able to single-handedly fight the light dragon. Continue to pull the small monsters. Just stay alive. Jiang Fei laughed as he spoke in the group channel. Although this might be a difficult challenge for other groups, it was a piece of cake to Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei continued to attack frantically, the light dragon's health points were soon reduced to 0. Get lost. As Jiang Fei used his final skill, the light dragon fell to the ground. Without the support of the light dragon's skills, the small monster's attack power and defense returned to their normal state. Moreover, without the incredible recovery rate of 100,000 health points per second, the small monsters were soon killed by Jiang Fei and the rest. Come on, let's see what this one dropped. Could be a dragon egg. 7 Stars Warrior wondered excitedly. Chapter 795 Sponica 795 Dlaikbait. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I hope it's a dragon egg. Jiang Fei laughed as he flipped the corpse over. Light Dragon's Horn, Pet Egg, Legendary. Use. Blow the horn to summon a light-based drake as your pet. Although it was a legendary pet egg, it was not a pure-blooded dragon. Instead, it was a light-based drake. However, it was still much stronger than a dragonoid. Legendary bait. Are you interested, 7 Stars Warrior? Jiang Fei laughed. Me? I'll pass. 7 Stars Warrior said, without hesitation. He had already given up on a flying mount. Naturally, he would not be tempted by a drake. All right, since you don't want it, does anyone else want it? Jiang Fei asked in the group channel. Give it to me. I would like to have a strong healer around. A new returner shouted. Although he did not have as many points as those like 7 Stars Warrior, he was still richer than most other players. All right, how many points are you willing to bid? Lady Casanova asked. 200. A new returner was much more stingy than Little Rain. The bid he called out was somewhere in the middle between those who could afford it and those who could not. For those who could afford it, they would much rather spend the points on better pets. As for normal players, they did not have enough guild contribution points to compete against a new returner. Therefore, a new returner decided on 200 points instead of going all out like Little Rain. 200. Is anyone willing to offer a higher bid? Lady Casanova asked. Give it to him. Yeah, we'll wait. A few other members with a lot of guild contribution points had the same thought as 7 Stars Warrior. Since they have not completed the Light Dragon's Nest, and there were still the Dark Dragon's Nest and the Golden Dragon's Nest, there were many more opportunities to get a higher level pet egg. Therefore, they were in no hurry. 200 going once. 200 going twice. Sold. After Lady Casanova had made sure nobody else wanted to bid, she handed the Light Dragon's horn to a new returner. Huh, come on out, my baby. After acquiring the Light Dragon's horn, a new returner immediately blew into it. Buzz. As the horn was blown, heavy footsteps could be heard from afar. Thud, thud. As the footsteps got closer, Jiang Fei and the others finally saw how the drake looked like. It had the appearance of a triceratops. Its body was around 5 meters in length and was fully coated with strong armor. The 3 horns on its head were very sharp. Based on its appearance, it seemed to be a very capable tanking monster. Once the drake arrived next to a new returner, a golden light surrounded both the drake and a new returner. The pet contract was thus formed. Damn, this is awesome. After the contract was formed, a new returner could see the pet's attributes. How's the pet? Lady Casanova asked. Quickly tell us. 7 Stars Warrior urged. After all, these people were all here for the pets. They want to know if these high-tier pets were really that strong. It's incredible. A new returner could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. He was grinning from ear to ear. Cut the crap. Tell us its attributes. 7 Stars Warrior and the rest were getting impatient. Huh, I'll send it to you guys. A new returner giddily sent his new pet's attributes in the group channel. Lighthorn Dragon, Drake, Legendary. Level 75. The pet's level will automatically align with its master. Health points. 350,000 attack power. 3,200 battle skills. Bite, knockback, light shield, divine light magic, merge skills. Luminous shield, holy shield bite. Instantly attacks an enemy and causes a bleeding effect. Knockback, uses its horns to knock the enemy, stunning the enemy for 1 second and knocking the enemy backward. Light shield, casts a light shield on itself and its master to absorb a moderate amount of damage. Divine light magic, heals itself and its master by a moderate amount of health points. Merge, instantly transforms into armor to merge with its master. Transfers 50% of its health points and defense points to its master. The effect lasts for 15 minutes and has a 1-hour cooldown. Luminous shield, passively increases damage reduction by 30%. Holy shield, after merging, its master will recover 5% health points when attacked by an enemy. Damn, you have definitely acquired a treasure. Everyone looked enviously at a new returner after they saw his new pet's attributes. Aha! From now on, I will be the guild's best tanker. Ha ha ha! A new returner exclaimed happily. The other players became even more excited about the pet eggs that they would later get. After all, this was only the second pet egg in the dungeon. The final pet egg would be even more amazing. All right, let's go. Jiang Fei called out for everyone to move forward. They were halfway through the dungeon and would soon arrive at the final nest. After passing through the grand hall, Jiang Fei and the others seemed to have entered a place that looked like an incubation room. Jiang Fei was no stranger to such places. He had previously been to the Mutant Empress and the Ant Queen's incubation rooms. These places looked very alike. When they saw that the room was filled with dragon eggs, Jiang Fei and the others carefully walked across the room without touching them. If they accidentally touched one of these eggs, it might cause a chain reaction. Countless baby dragons would be hatched, and these players would all be in trouble. Everyone, be careful, Jiang Fei said as he walked forward. Don't worry, guild master. We're all experienced in clearing dungeons. Nobody will make any silly mistake. Lady Casanova laughed. Although they were not as capable as Jiang Fei, they had been through more dungeons than he had. Very soon, Jiang Fei and the others had successfully walked past the incubation room and entered another cavernous hall that appeared to be where the throne was located. If the previous Light Dragon Lord's hall seemed grand, this hall was even more so. The floor was made entirely out of gold. Even the walls were made with silver and covered in various intricate decorations, while the entire ceiling was decorated with shiny jewels. At first glance, the ceiling even resembled a sky full of stars. Damn, these dragons are filthy rich. They must have robbed quite a number of people. Even Jiang Fei was dumbfounded by the amount of wealth the dragons possessed. Why aren't there any monsters here? Lady Casanova asked confusedly. Yeah, it's strange. There aren't even any small monsters. 7 Stars Warrior said with a frown. There will probably be more monsters if we keep moving forward, Jiang Fei said. However, when they arrived before the throne, there still were no monsters. Chapter 796, Greed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, why aren't there any monsters? Little Rain asked confusedly. I'm not too sure. Did we make any mistake? Lady Casanova asked. I don't think so. There weren't any crossroads. In fact, look at the surrounding. It looks like a battlefield to me, 7 Stars Warrior said. I know. We've forgotten something, Jiang Fei suddenly exclaimed. What's that? Everyone looked at Jiang Fei. What are we here for? Jiang Fei asked. To clear the dungeon, Little Rain said matter-of-factly. That's not what I'm talking about. I meant to say that we're here to steal dragon eggs. However, when we saw so many dragon eggs earlier, we did not even touch any of them, Jiang Fei explained. Aren't those dragon eggs some kind of trap? 7 Stars Warrior asked. Looks like they aren't. Those dragon eggs must be there for us to steal, Jiang Fei guessed. I don't care. Let's try taking a few of them, Lady Casanova said blandly. Let's go back there. Jiang Fei nodded. The group returned once again to the incubation room. Someone tanky, try to grab an egg, Lady Casanova said in the group channel. I'll give it a go. A new returner volunteered. Ever since he had acquired his new pet, he had yet to show off. Now that there was an opportunity to do so, he took it willingly. All right, go ahead. Jiang Fei nodded. A new returner carefully walked somewhere far away from Jiang Fei and the others in case the small monsters were awakened around him. Wham! A new returner pressed his hands roughly on one of the dragon eggs. How did it go? Little Rain and the others asked nervously. Should I try picking it up? A new returner called out. Yeah, try picking it up, Jiang Fei said. All right. A new returner used both his hands to pick the dragon egg up. What are its attributes? 7 Stars Warrior asked. There aren't any attributes. It's only a quest item, a new returner said. Perhaps this would only become a true pet egg after we bring it out of the dungeon, Jiang Fei said. After all, Otis made it very clear that they would have to steal the dragon eggs out of the dungeon. Only then would the dragon eggs belong to them. What are we waiting for? Let's pack them up, Little Rain called out. There seemed to be an endless supply of dragon eggs. The players were able to fill their backpacks with these eggs. They would all become rich once these eggs became real pet eggs after being brought out of the dungeon. Even if these dragon eggs only produce superior quality pets, or even fine quality pets, they would still be worth a lot in the market. For the players who could not obtain pets outside of the dungeon, these pet eggs were definitely very valuable. I can't seem to place this egg in my backpack, a new returner said. What do you mean? Jiang Fei asked. Have a look, a new returner said as he sent the dragon egg's attributes to the group. Light Dragon's Egg, quest item, normal, use, unknown remark. The Light Dragon's Egg cannot be placed in a backpack. It can only be carried with bare hands. Damn, we can't keep them in our backpacks. Little Rain and the others were very disappointed. If they were unable to keep these dragon eggs in their backpacks, each of them would only be able to take a few. There were many ways players could carry items with them. The most common way was to keep the items in their backpacks. If the items were equipment, they could even wear them. However, some special items were not allowed to be kept in backpacks. Such items could only be carried using bare hands or behind one's back. Usually, players would only encounter such items during an escorting quest. What do we do? Lady Casanova asked Jiang Fei. Carry it however you can. Jiang Fei smiled as he grabbed a dragon egg and carried it on his back. Come on, let's do this. The other players copied Jiang Fei. Some of them decided to only carry one dragon egg on their backs. Other players who were more greedy did the same, but also carried another one with their bare hands. After all, these dragon eggs would become their pet eggs after they were carried out of the dungeon. All right, let's head toward the throne. Jiang Fei walked toward the throne after everyone had at least picked up a dragon egg. Very soon, the group arrived at the hall with a throne in it. However, this time, as soon as Jiang Fei and the rest entered, something happened in the hall. Darn intruders. How dare you try to steal my dragon eggs? I want all of you dead. As a roaring sound could be heard, a giant being descended from the sky. Light Dragon Breeder Katrina, High Lord, level 88 health points, 75 million attack power, 21,000 skills, Dragon Screech, Dragon Wing Strike, Luminous Breath, Light Catalysis, Soul Redemption. Dragon Screech deals moderate damage to surrounding enemies and silence them for 3 seconds. Dragon Wing Strike knocks the current target away and clear all aggro. Luminous Breath deals significant light-based magic damage toward the enemy in a cone-shaped area. Light Catalysis randomly causes 5 dragon eggs in the hall to hatch and evolves the baby dragons into full-grown dragons to assist in battle. When there are less than 5 dragon eggs in the hall, the light catalysis will cease to activate. Soul Redemption. Any death in the hall will recover Katrina's health points by 20%. Damn, this is too much. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded when he saw the monster's attributes. The person who designed this monster was very cunning. It was specifically designed to counter greedy players. The more dragon eggs the players brought with them, the more dragons would appear in battle and the higher the level of difficulty. More importantly, players would not be able to kill these summoned dragons, as any deaths in the hall would recover Katrina's health points. Clearly, if the players had brought 4 or less dragon eggs into the hall, one of Katrina's strong skills would cease to work. That would have made the battle much easier. However, none of the players could resist the temptation of owning dragon eggs. In the end, 100 of the players had at least brought along one dragon egg each. In fact, quite a number of the players had even brought 2 dragon eggs with them. Once Katrina activated its skill, these dragon eggs would all become its source of the army. "Guildmaster, what's the matter?" Lady Casanova asked. After all, she and the other players were unable to read the monster's attributes. Forget it. Tankers, pull the small monsters aggro when they appear, but make sure you don't kill them, Zhang Fei warned the players. "Don't worry, Guildmaster. We got it covered," 7 Stars Warrior and the rest answered. "All right, I'm going to initiate the battle." Zhang Fei nodded as he charged toward Katrina. Chapter 797, Giving Some Pressure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After Zhang Fei's arrows hit Katrina, the boss battle began. Everyone stand as far away as you can from the boss and attack. Melee attackers, stay back for now, Zhang Fei shouted in the party channel. Although a new returner had more health points in defense than Zhang Fei after he fused with his pet, Zhang Fei's attacks dealt too much damage. So, a new returner couldn't snatch the aggro away from Zhang Fei. Hence, Zhang Fei still had to be the tank. Although Katrina's attack power was pretty high, her dragon's breath only dealt 60 to 70,000 damage to Zhang Fei. It was not enough to pose too big of a threat to Zhang Fei. Moreover, Zhang Fei's attack speed increased very quickly due to the stacking from Ruthless Barrage, so the boss's health points began to decrease steadily. As Zhang Fei was pulling the aggro of the boss at a long distance, Katrina's Dragon Wings attacks could not hit him. She could only attack Zhang Fei through her dragon's breath. Without the Dragon Wings attacks, Zhang Fei would naturally not be beaten far away and lose the aggro. So, this boss, which initially required several tanks to handle, suddenly became a lot easier. Roar. Following a loud dragon roar, Katrina dealt 15,000 damage to all players and silenced all players. This skill had initially been already pretty challenging for clerics and tanks. Clerics had to ensure that the tanks had full health points before the silence started. Moreover, during the 3 seconds of silence, the tanks who were in front had to take turns to taunt to divert the damage. However, Zhang Fei had a godly regeneration tool, like the Cauldron of Spirit. So, he naturally did not have to worry about this. He could just stand in front of the boss and continue to attack. Although these kind of dungeon bosses were very high-leveled, they were just bosses that players could repeatedly kill to obtain more equipment. They had no intelligence, so the battle was completely fixed. They would use their skills when their health points dropped to a certain level or at some point in time after the start of the battle. Moreover, these bosses were affected by the aggro system and would only attack the target with the highest aggro, so it was way easier to deal with compared to bosses with intelligence. When the boss's health points dropped to around 80%, the boss began to use skills. "Quick, my children, come and help me." Following Katrina's words, 5 golden light rays descended from the sky. 5 unlucky players were selected, and golden light shrouded the dragon eggs that they were carrying. Crack! The dragon eggs ruptured and baby dragons flew out of them. The baby dragons grew rapidly under the golden light and turned into a young dragon in a blink of an eye. Young light dragon, high leader, level, 85 health points, 10,000. Attack power, 15,000 skill, light dragon breath. These young dragons had weird attributes. They had very high attack power, but they only had 10,000 health points. If players were impulsive, they would kill these young dragons instantly. However, after these young dragons died, the boss would regain some health points. Tankers, pull the aggro of the young dragons. "Don't kill it," Zhang Fei quickly shouted. As Zhang Fei had completely dragged the boss to one side, she almost posed no threat to the other players. Zhang Fei's party members just had to make sure that they did not kill the young dragons. Otherwise, the boss would keep healing and they would be caught in an endless loop. Damn, so little health points. Several tankers who were in charge of the young dragons were also shocked. Although they were all tankers and their attack power was not very high, they could still kill a monster with 10,000 health points easily. Just pull the aggro. Don't kill them. If they die, the boss will heal. Jiang Fei shouted in the party channel. Oh, got it. A new returner and the other tanks responded, then used skills like Intimidate to generate the aggro. These skills generated a lot of aggro but dealt very little damage. F***CK. Why am I always the unlucky one? Although the young dragons were now under control, some players were not happy. One of them was Little Rain. Little Rain was the representative of greedy players. Previously, he took 2 dragon eggs. He carried one in his bag and held one in his hand. However, he was selected by the boss, and one of his eggs had hatched into a dragon, which was now giving them trouble. So, Little Rain, who formerly had 2 dragon eggs, only had 1 left now. You should be content. Some people don't even have one. Lady Casanova rolled her eyes and said, after all, not every player brought 2 dragon eggs out. Some unlucky players who were selected would naturally be left with no rewards at all if they only had 1 egg to begin with. Hurry up and attack the boss. The longer we drag this battle, the more dragon eggs the boss will hatch. Jiang Fei shouted. The boss did not pose a threat to him. However, the sooner they killed the boss, the more dragon eggs they could save. Children, come and help me. The boss used her skill to hatch the dragon eggs once again. It seemed like Katrina not only summoned young dragons when her health points reduced to a certain level, but also every once in a while. Guild Master, don't hesitate anymore. Use your ultimate. Every egg matters. Yeah, Guild Master, use your ultimate now, or we'll lose even more dragon eggs. The boss had hatched the dragon eggs 4 times, so 20 dragon eggs have disappeared just like that. Lady Casanova and the others felt the pain. Almost. Jiang Fei saw that the boss's health points was already less than 25 million. He also wanted to save his guild members' dragon eggs. After all, these quest items would become pet eggs after they were brought out of this dungeon. Dragon's Bane, minus 25,379,520. Jiang Fei used his magic weapon once again. As soon as he used the Dragon Bane, the boss crashed to the ground. The massive amount of 25 million damage took away all of the boss's health points. Awesome. I still have 1 egg left. Seeing that the boss had died, Little Rain cheered and celebrated the fact that he still had some loot. Come on, you can celebrate later. Kill the young dragon first. Jiang Fei shouted at the party channel while he kept the Dragon's Bane. That's easy. A new returner smiled and said, after all, these young dragons only had 10,000 health points. The attackers did not even have to help them attack. The tankers could handle these dragons easily. Ding! You have killed all the bosses in Light Dragon's Nest and have officially cleared Light Dragon's Nest. Ding! Your party is the first party to clear Light Dragon's Nest. Please name your party. The familiar system prompt appeared once again. It was time for Jiang Fei to name his party again. All right. Time to give you guys some pressure. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and confirmed his party name. Ding! Faction announcement. You noobs are too slow. I'm going to go and snatch your first clears. Party has cleared the dungeon, Light Dragon's Nest. Please cheer for the party members. Verger Glider, Lady Casanova, 7 Stars Warrior, and others. Chapter 798. 798. Contaminated Light Dragon King Egg. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What the F***CK? How is that possible? Didn't they just come? It hasn't even been 2 hours, and they've already cleared it? F***CK. Brother Fei, you really have no mercy. They're way too strong. They have definitely cleared it in just 1 try. When Jiang Fei's dungeon clear announcement appeared, everyone in the teams of other guilds who were also in the same dungeon was dumbfounded. One had to know that they entered the dungeon yesterday. However, they had only managed to defeat the doorkeeper monsters so far, and they were only at the first boss now. One had to know that they were only attempting the elite difficulty normal dragon's lair. Imperial Dragon, on the other hand, had attempted the heroic difficulty light dragon's lair. Moreover, Imperial Dragon was not even here yesterday, but they had already managed to clear the heroic difficulty Light Dragon's lair. This was why comparison kills. Initially, the guild masters of these guilds were pleased. After all, they had obtained a lot of pet eggs after killing the doorkeeper bosses. Although they were only of excellent quality, they still had excellent attributes because of the dragon bloodline. However, when they compared themselves to Jiang Fei now, they were not happy at all. "Boss, what do we do?" a guild player asked. "Nonsense. Keep going, of course. If we don't hurry up, what are we going to do when Verger Glider comes and snatches our stuff after they're done with the higher difficulty dungeons?" The boss rolled his eyes at his party member and immediately organized his team to start fighting the first boss. Bosses were like toys to Jiang Fei and his other party members. They hardly encountered any obstacles along the way. However, these ordinary guilds did not have someone as powerful as Jiang Fei. Even if someone in the guild had an ancient kingdom's treasure cauldron, they would only be strong in one aspect. In a dungeon, a player who only had an ancient kingdom's treasure cauldron could never be as useful as Jiang Fei. An example was assassins who had the cauldron of agility and others who had the cauldron of strength. Even though such players had high attack power, they did not have much defense and health points. They could not tank the attacks of bosses. However, as they had high attack power, they would generate a lot of aggro, and no tank would be able to pull the aggro away from them. Therefore, such players who could deal serious damage but could not tank the attacks of bosses were pretty much useless in boss fights. If they attacked, it would cause more trouble. In actuality, they were not of much help to their parties. On the contrary, players with the Cauldron of Vitality could contribute quite a bit in dungeons. As they were tanky enough, they could easily hold the boss down and reduce the burden on the clerics and attackers of the guild. However, the dragon dungeons were very difficult. Although the first 4 dragon lairs were not as hard as the Light Dragon's lair that Jiang Fei and the others had cleared, there was still not much room for any mistakes. If a player made a mistake, it would often lead to the destruction of the whole party. So it was not that easy. Unlike the other guild teams who were busy trying to clear the dungeons, Jiang Fei and the others were a lot more relaxed. "Boss, you're too mean. It's definitely easier said than done." Little Rain laughed. "Hee hee, I'm just trying to motivate them a little." Jiang Fei laughed and said, "Guild Master, how is that motivating? You're clearly pressuring them." A new returner joked. "Whatever, let's see what the boss dropped." 7 Stars Warrior had always wanted a high-quality pet. "All right, I'll do it now." Jiang Fei walked to the boss and began checking what the boss had dropped. F***CK. It's red. Following Jiang Fei's voice, a red light shone. Ancient. 7 Stars Warrior was shocked. After all, this kind of light would only appear if it was an ancient item. "What the hell is it?" Lady Casanova asked. "See it for yourself," Jiang Fei said as he announced the item's attributes. Contaminated Light Dragon King Egg, Pet Egg, Ancient, Use. Hatches a juvenile Light Dragon King to become your pet. Remarks: the Light Dragon King egg has been contaminated by unknown substances and unknown variations may have occurred. Well, 7 Stars Warrior hesitated. A Dragon King level egg was definitely the best pet egg out there, but this egg was contaminated. Nobody knew what would hatch out of it. However, as it was ancient, it was quite attractive. Some of the attributes of ancient items had even reached the standard of holy items, but they had obvious defects. So, as they did not know what the defect was, it was definitely a tough choice to make whether to take this dragon egg. If the defect of this dragon egg was similar to the one on Jiang Fei's Crimson Reaper, whereby wearing it would lead to him being hunted down by the Light faction, it was naturally harmless for someone like 7 Stars Warrior, who was part of the Dark faction. However, if he were unlucky and obtained a defect where his pet would only have 1 life, it would be a considerable loss. Although pets could not die infinitely, most pets had at least 1 life attribute, and they could die a few times before they exhausted the life attribute and died for good. If this pet only had 1 life, it would be the same as Jiang Fei's Akit series. In most cases, Jiang Fei still had to think about her and ensure her safety. "So, do you want it?" Jiang Fei asked 7 Stars Warrior. "Aye. 7 Stars Warrior hesitated. Ancient items were extremely rare. Even if they cleared the final Golden Dragon's lair, it was impossible to get a holy item pet egg. So, this ancient pet egg that had some attributes that were almost equivalent to that of a holy item was naturally the strongest kind of pet egg. However, the unknown defect made it difficult for 7 Stars Warrior to make up his mind. I want it. In the end, 7 Stars Warrior decided to take the risk. All right, state your offer in points. Lady Casanova said. 550. 7 Stars Warrior said. You're so stingy. It's such a good pet egg. Little Rain complained. As he had used up all his points, he was eager for someone to join him. That much is enough. Now, other than me, the one with the most points is Sister Casanova, and she only has 545 points, 7 Stars Warrior said. To get the strongest pet, he had already counted the points of his competitors long ago. If I knew earlier, I would have called Billy Boy along. He has quite a lot of points and could definitely compete with you. Little Rain muttered. He was obviously dissatisfied with how stingy 7 Stars Warrior was. Guild Master, give it to him then. Lady Casanova was speechless. 7 Stars Warrior was right. No one in this party had more than 550 points. Here, hatch it now. Let's see whether this pet is strong. Jiang Fei gave 7 Stars Warrior the dragon egg. Chapter 799. 799, Bloodstained Light Dragon. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, sure. 7 Stars Warrior replied, and immediately hatched the dragon egg. Crack! As the dragon egg cracked, 7 Stars Warrior felt his heart jumping out of his chest. The strength of this pet depended on what kind of defect it had. Purr! Following a tender purr, a tiny dragon broke out of the dragon egg. What the F***CK? This stupid-looking thing is a dragon. Little Rain, who was at the side, sneered. It's so cute. Gale Eversummer and the other girls instantly fell in love with it. Although adult dragons looked ferocious, baby dragons were adorable. They had small fat bodies and a pair of cute little wings. They were so cute that people could not help but feel like pinching them. 7 Stars Warrior's pet was no exception. As it had just hatched out of its dragon egg, it had the cute baby dragon look. In contrast, even though a new returner and the others had lower quality pets, their pet eggs were all in a sealed form. So, their pets were already adults when they were first summoned. After the pinkish baby dragon came out of the dragon egg, it waddled around a little. However, it quickly recognized 7 Stars Warrior among the crowd. Flap, flap. The baby dragon flapped its little wings and flew to 7 Stars Warrior's side. Then, it snuggled into 7 Stars Warrior's face. It looked like they were extremely close to each other. Ding! A golden light fell, and the pet contract was established. 7 Stars Warrior saw the pet's attributes. Bloodstained Light Dragon, Juvenile, Dragon, Ancient, Level, 77. Pet's level will be consistent with the Master's level after hatching. Health points, 20,000 attack power, 3,000 skill. Spoiled. Spoiled. Acting cute to get food from the Master. Remark 1. Feeding mana crystals can speed up pet growth. Remark 2. Bloodstained Light Dragon refuses to fight any pure blood dragons. Phew. After seeing the pet's attributes, 7 Stars Warrior sighed in relief. At this stage, the Bloodstained Light Dragon's combat power was very average. Its skills were absolutely useless, and its attributes were similar to a green fine quality pet. However, 7 Stars Warrior was already mentally prepared for this. After all, his pet was only a juvenile dragon now. Before it became an adult dragon, it would definitely not have much combat power. It was impossible to compare it with those sealed-type pets that were already adults as soon as they were summoned. However, 7 Stars Warrior could completely accept the defect of this ancient pet. It would just not fight with other pure blood dragons. The defect was not too serious. How is it? Warrior, is your pet powerful? Show us. A new returner who was on the side said. Russell. Before 7 Stars Warrior could reply, the baby dragon held onto his thigh and rubbed its face against it. Obviously, it was acting cute and asking for food. Sister Casanova, Do you have any mana crystals with you right now? 7 Stars Warrior asked Lady Casanova. He was not a profession player, so there was no way he would carry mana crystals around. I don't have any, asked Rose. Lady Casanova shook her head. All the mana crystals they obtained from dungeons had been placed in the guild storage. Moreover, Rosette Rose was in charge of everything financial. Seems like I have to use up all my points again. 7 Stars Warrior sighed. Although the dragon egg did not consume all his contribution points, he still had to use the remaining to get more mana crystals if he wanted his little pet to become strong. Come on, let's go to the next dungeon. Jiang Fei immediately called everyone to get ready to go to the Dark Dragon's lair. After exiting the Light Dragon's lair, Jiang Fei went straight to the next portal. Ding! You have cleared the dragon's dungeon, and the dungeon will be reset after 1 day. F***CK. What the? When Jiang Fei tried to enter the Dark Dragon's lair, he got such a notice. These dungeons probably share cool down times. Lady Casanova guessed. Even though the contents of these dragon lairs were not really the same, they shared the same cool down time. After clearing one dungeon, parties had to wait a day for the dungeon to reset before re-entering. Forget it. Tomorrow then. Let's see how everyone's dragon eggs are. Jiang Fei shrugged helplessly. He could not do anything to override this system setting. Right. Our dragon eggs. The other players suddenly remembered that 20 dragon eggs had been hatched in the last boss battle, but most of the players still had their dragon eggs. Light dragon egg, pet egg, fine, use. Hatches a juvenile light dragon to become your pet. Remarks. Juvenile light dragon can only evolve into a young dragon at most. Obviously, although these light dragon eggs would hatch small light dragons, these dragons could not evolve infinitely like 7 Stars Warrior's juvenile dragon. The juvenile dragons that hatched out of these fine dragon eggs could only evolve into a young dragon, and it would no longer be able to evolve. It seems like the dragon eggs stolen from the previous 4 dungeons can't evolve. They can only hatch juvenile dragons. The dragon eggs stolen from the Golden Dragon dungeon can probably evolve into young dragons. I think only the dragon eggs dropped by the boss can evolve into adult dragons. Jiang Fei guessed. Isn't it Warrior's lucky day, then? He has a Dragon King pet egg. Can it eventually evolve into a Dragon King? Little Rain cried out. I don't know. Jiang Fei shook his head. After all, this was the first time dragon pet eggs appeared. No one knew anything about them. Forget it. Let's go back for now. We can only continue with the dungeons tomorrow anyway. Jiang Fei shook his head. I'm heading back. 7 Stars Warrior was the first one to tear a return scroll. After all, he was eager to go back and feed his pet with mana crystals. He was curious about the extent to which this pet could evolve into. Speaking of which, pet evolution was definitely something which burned a lot of money. Mana crystals were very rare profession materials only used by enhancers and engineers. Enhancers used mana crystals to directly increase the total mana points of magicians, while engineers used them to make cannons. War weapons were naturally worth a lot of money, and there was only one class that required a maximum mana limit: Cursed Magicians. One could tell how valuable mana crystals were just by looking at these 2 ways in which they were used. Moreover, the price of mana crystals had soared due to the emergence of a huge number of dragon pets, which required mana crystals. So, an astronomical amount of money was needed to evolve a juvenile dragon. In short, if poor, do not play with dragon pets. Fortunately, Imperial Dragon had a rich reserve of resources. 7 Stars Warrior also had a lot of contribution points left, so he could still exchange some mana crystals from the guild storage for the time being. However, he did not know how big the appetite of this little dragon was. Would 7 Stars Warrior be able to afford it? If his points were not enough, he would probably have to work for the guild and earn more contribution points for some time. Chapter Resense Onyu. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As they could not enter the next dungeon, Jiang Fei and others disbanded the party and returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress. 7 Stars Warrior hurriedly exchanged some mana crystals, while the other players did their own things. Jiang Fei became an idler again. As he was bored, Jiang Fei went to look for the NPC girls again. Sylphie and the others missed Jiang Fei very much as they had not seen him for a few days. Jiang Fei also has a lot of fun playing around with the girls. However, good times always came to an end. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fei was kicked out of the game. Jiang Fei came out of the game feeling refreshed. After all, being in the game was equivalent to being in a deep sleep, which was very good for relaxation and resting the body. Jiang Fei looked around him. Almost all of the martial artists in the cave were meditating on their knees. Bai Wanli and a few others were extremely focused because they got too tired during the day. Occasionally, low-pitched whispers could be heard coming from outside the cave. The martial artists in charge of security at night were talking to each other. "You're awake." As soon as Jiang Fei moved, Ariel opened her eyes. "Yeah." Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, although the sun had not risen outside the cave, it was already very bright. "She'll be able to come out soon, right?" Ariel asked in Jiang Fei's heart. "Yeah." Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Ariel was talking about Hong Yu, as they used a peak level 4 bio-human body for Hong Yu's resurrection. It would take a few days more than the other girls. "It's so boring here, let's go out." Ariel knew that Jiang Fei could not summon the cultivation pod in front of these martial artists, so she said this on purpose. "Okay." Jiang Fei stood up from the place where he was meditating, then took Ariel out of the cave. "Younger brother Jiang, where are you going?" Zhu Qianfei, who was in charge of guarding the cave, asked. "I'm just going to walk around with Ariel." Jiang Fei smiled as he greeted Zhu Qianfei. "Be careful. Please let us know if you encounter a mutant." Zhu Qianfei did not ask much. "Don't worry." Jiang Fei walked out of the cave with Ariel and walked toward a mountain in the distance. After coming to the foothills, Jiang Fei looked at Ariel. Ariel nodded and confirmed that there were no other people around. 0541, cover us. Jiang Fei made 0541 shroud them again. After all, it was already bright outside. If they did not cover themselves, they might be discovered by America's satellites or reconnaissance planes. Thump! Jiang Fei waved his hands and placed the biocultivation pod out. 0541, how long more? Jiang Fei asked. About 40 minutes. 0541 answered. Jiang Fei nodded, then chatted with Ariel for a while. Soon, Hong Yu's body was complete. "Captain, do I transfer the consciousness immediately?" 0541 asked. "Transfer it." Following Jiang Fei's order, the biocultivation pod began to operate. Time continued to pass. It took 2 hours to transfer the consciousness of the bio-human girls the last time, so it would take about the same amount of time this time. "Younger brother Jiang, are you there?" While Jiang Fei waited, Bai Wanli suddenly spoke through the communicator. "Yeah, what's up?" Jiang Fei replied. "Where are you guys? Is everything all right?" Bai Wanli asked. After all, Jiang Fei and Ariel were already gone for 2 hours and they had not returned yet. So Bai Wanli and the others were worried. "I'm picking up another one of my juniors. I'll be back in a bit." Jiang Fei smiled and said. "Picking up another junior? Your sect just sent more people again." Bai Wanli was surprised. "Yeah." Jiang Fei nodded with a smile. Your sect is really unfathomable." Bai Wanli exclaimed. Although Jiang Fei initially promised that his division would send 50 level 4 masters, only more than 20 of them are here now. However, nobody expected that they would all be advanced level 4 martial artists. So, in terms of combat power, these advanced level 4 martial artists were already as strong as 50 beginning stage level 4 martial artists. "We'll be back soon." Jiang Fei was not bothered by how shocked Bai Wanli was. After ending the communication, he and Ariel continued to wait for Hong Yu's resurrection patiently. After more than an hour, the biocultivation pod stopped working and Hong Yu's consciousness had been transferred into the new body. Click! Following a soft click, the door of the cultivation pod opened and the green liquid inside drained, revealing the girl inside. "Master!" After Hong Yu came out of the cultivation pod, she immediately greeted Jiang Fei. Put some clothes on first." Jiang Fei quickly took the clothes he had prepared out of the ring. Of course, he did not stop himself from looking while he handed Hong Yu the clothes. "Master, can you turn around?" Hong Yu also realized that she was completely naked at this time. so she felt embarrassed. Oh, oh, Jiang Fei turned around, embarrassed. However, from his expression, one could tell that he did not get enough of it yet. You like that, don't you, darling? If you want to see it that badly, we can sneak out tonight, Ariel whispered in Jiang Fei's ear. No, no. Jiang Fei actually wanted to, but he did not have the guts to do it. Ariel was not as reserved as Hong Yu was. He knew Isabella's temper very well. If he lets himself loose, Isabella would probably kill him after she was resurrected. All done, master. Very quickly, Hong Yu changed into the combat uniform that Jiang Fei prepared for her. It was also a white dress like what the other biohuman girls were wearing, but there was an additional golden embroidery. It's really beautiful. Jiang Fei nodded with satisfaction. Nobody knew whether he was complimenting the dress that 0541 designed or Hong Yu. You should familiarize yourself with your new body first, then practice the skills in your memory. Jiang Fei taught Hong Yu how to adapt to her new body, just like how he taught all the other biohuman girls. Okay, Hong Yu agreed obediently. However, she was still feeling a little embarrassed. Her flushed cheeks made her look very cute. Hong Yu's body was more powerful compared to the other biohuman girls. So, when 0541 instilled martial arts techniques in her memory, he also included another set in addition to the set of combined attack skills. Another few hours passed by, while Hong Yu was busy getting used to her new body. At this time, Bai Wanli contacted Jiang Fei once again. Younger brother Jiang, where are you now? I'm on my way back. I'll be there in an hour. Jiang Fei replied casually. Oh, come back as soon as possible, Bai Wanli said. As they had been attacked by a missile previously, they were very scared whenever Jiang Fei was not around. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.